Hi, welcome to tonight's story. Before we begin, make yourself comfortable for a while. Pull the blanket a little closer, feel the fabric against your skin, let your shoulders drop and your breath slow down. Tonight's horror is slow and tender, more like a dream you cannot quite shake than a nightmare that startles you awake. Imagine a silent corridor stretching out in front of you, white doors on either side, soft footsteps that never hurry, and a voice above you that never shouts, never threatens. It only says thank you in the calmest tone. The lights are dim, the air is still, and nothing in this place runs at you or screams. It simply waits, patiently, for someone who is tired enough to walk through the wrong door. As you listen, you are safe where you are. If these quiet, uneasy stories help you drift off and feel less alone at night, you can gently subscribe and stay with me for more evenings like this. Now, let us step into the White Room together. The winter had settled over the city in a way that felt less like weather and more like a slow, quiet tightening of the world. Frost clung to the edges of Danny's single window, a thin white film that filtered the streetlights outside into a muted glow. The bulb on the lamppost across the narrow road blinked every few seconds, never fully deciding whether it wanted to stay alive or burn out for good. Inside, a cheap electric heater hummed with an uneven rhythm, struggling to push warmth into the small apartment that always seemed to inhale cold and hold it like a long breath. Danny sat at his chipped wooden table with a handful of coins resting in his palm. The bills in front of him formed a crooked stack, the corners curling slightly like tired paper, listening to tired hands. He arranged them, rearranged them, counted them again. Every few seconds, he glanced at the digital clock on the stove, watching the minutes change with the kind of dread reserved for people who live paycheck to paycheck. Time did not feel like something he moved through. It felt like something that moved around him, closing in. He whispered to himself under his breath, a small habit picked up in childhood whenever life grew loud inside his head. It's okay. One step. Just breathe. His voice was quiet, steady, meant not to disturb the stillness, but to gently shape it. Talking to himself gave him rhythm, something real to hold on to. In another life, maybe someone else would have spoken those same words to him. In this one, he carried the task alone. On the counter by the door, a plastic container of food sat ready. He had packed it before leaving work. The warehouse always threw away good leftovers, extra boxed meals for the night crew. Danny saved one whenever he could, not for himself, but for Mrs. Abernathy down the hall, who walked with a cane and often forgot to eat. He always tapped her door lightly, placed the food on a stool outside, and walked away before she opened it. She did not like pity, but she appreciated kindness in disguise. Danny understood that balance better than most. Tonight, though, even that small warmth failed to distract him. His phone buzzed again, where it lay on the table. Another loan rejection. The message was polite, robotic, the kind of digital courtesy that felt colder than silence. He closed his eyes. A week ago, he had lost the job he thought he might keep for at least another year. 2 months earlier, his mother's final medical bills had arrived, thick envelopes full of numbers sharp enough to cut. Every day since, it felt as though the world nudged him a little farther toward an edge he had never learned how to climb back from. He rubbed his forehead with the heel of his palm. The landlord had stopped hinting and started warning. I just need to know your situation, Danny. You know, someone else has been asking about this unit. The man's voice had not been cruel, but it had not been kind either. People rarely were when money was involved. Danny picked up his phone again, scrolling aimlessly through job listings that all seemed to blend together. Warehouse staff, seasonal courier, temporary labor, all requiring availability he did not have, or skills he could not claim. The heater clicked as it shifted to a lower power mode. The apartment felt smaller when the air went still. Then, almost as if appearing from nowhere, an ad slid onto his screen. Participants needed. High pay. Housing provided. No experience required. Discretion essential. The text sat on a blank white background, clean and minimal, with a simple logo near the bottom. A small circle enclosed inside a larger circle. No colors, no clutter, no smiling faces, no promises of career growth. It was stark, almost elegant in its plainness. He tapped the screen and read the description twice. The words were vague. There was no mention of the type of work, no location, just assessment, accommodation provided, and substantial compensation. It felt like a door opening in a hallway that had long been sealed shut. But another voice rose in his memory. His mother's, firm but soft. The voice of someone who had spent her life being careful. Do not trust what comes too easy, Danny. Easy paths hide the darkest holes. He leaned back, letting the phone rest on his stomach as he stared at the cracked ceiling. Maybe she was right. Maybe this was a scam. Maybe it was dangerous. But when he looked at the unpaid bills, at the blinking streetlight outside, at the coat hanging on the wall he had patched 3 winters in a row, danger and risk began to feel like different words, not synonyms. He clicked the ad. A form opened, stark like the rest of the design. The questions were stranger than he expected. How often do you follow instructions exactly? Do you consider yourself adaptable? Have you ever felt invisible? Do you find comfort in routine? He hesitated after each one, unsure what they were trying to measure. Most questions had multiple choice answers. Strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Each click felt oddly intimate, like telling a secret without fully understanding it. When he reached the end, he hovered over the submit button for a long moment. Then he tapped it. The screen blinked once and showed a calm message. Thank you. If selected, you will be contacted. Please keep your phone on. The room felt quieter after that. The heater hummed gently, the streetlight flickered, and the white glow of the phone screen lit Danny's face as he placed it on the pillow beside him. He lay down, fully clothed, exhausted, letting the glow be the last thing his eyes took in. He fell asleep quickly. Sometime before dawn, the phone vibrated with a notification, not from email, not from any app he recognized. A plain black banner slid across the screen. You have been observed. Please wait for further instructions. Danny blinked, heart thudding. They had not begun watching him now. They had already been watching, and somewhere in the soft, cold quiet of his apartment, the winter seemed to deepen. The phone rang just after sunrise, when the apartment was still more shadow than light. Danny had been awake for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling without really seeing it. He almost let the call go to voicemail. He often did these days. But something in him reached for the device before he could talk himself out of it. The voice on the other end was a woman's, steady, calm, almost soothing in its evenness. Good morning, Daniel. Thank you for your ongoing cooperation. The phrasing unsettled him. Ongoing? He had barely done anything. She continued with quiet professionalism. We are pleased to invite you to an assessment center for a paid preliminary trial. Transportation is on your own, but the evaluation itself is compensated. Her tone carried no urgency, no pressure. It was the kind of politeness used by customer service agents reading from a script. Soft, non-intrusive, practiced down to the breath. Danny found himself saying yes before he fully processed the offer. She gave him an address, a time, and a reminder to bring identification. The call ended with a gentle chime. He sat for a moment, staring at his reflection in the dark phone screen. Something pulsed under his ribs. Hope, maybe, or unease, so closely attached to hope that he could not pry them apart. The morning outside was gray, the kind of gray that feels damp, even without rain. Danny took the bus across town, pressing his forehead lightly to the window. The glass was cold, fogging each time he exhaled. Outside, industrial buildings passed by in long, quiet stretches. Steel siding, graffiti, loading docks empty at this early hour. Between them, he caught glimpses of narrow canals and murky water, reflecting the heavy sky. When the bus paused at traffic lights, his faint reflection overlapped with the scenery outside. His tired eyes laid over warehouses, his breath drifting across a view of smokestacks and slow-moving water. The ride gave him too much time to think. He tried to imagine what kind of work this study might involve. The ad had been vague, deliberately so. Part of him felt like he was walking into a dream, soft in its edges, unreal in its simplicity. Yet dreams could be traps too, especially for people with too few choices left. The facility was tucked between two larger buildings and appeared almost shy. A low white structure, minimal in every possible way, with tinted windows that returned only ghost-like versions of the world. The security gate was plain metal, no company name, no logo except the same small circle within a circle he had seen on the ad, engraved discreetly above a buzzer. A small sign at the entrance read, "Entry by invitation only." Inside, the reception area was softly lit, not harsh at all. Beige sofas with smooth edges, a water dispenser murmuring quietly, a tall indoor plant that looked too symmetrical to be real. Everything felt designed to avoid sharpness, as though someone had intentionally smoothed the world down into something gentle. Several other people sat spaced apart, each clutching a clear plastic folder as if it contained pieces of their lives they were afraid to lose. No one made eye contact. The silence in the room wasn't tense, just muted, like the hush before a medical appointment, or the moment before a confession. Danny took a clipboard from the receptionist, a young woman whose smile looked practiced, but not unfriendly. The form began with ordinary things: legal name, emergency contact, medical conditions. Then the questions shifted. Have you ever ignored a ringing phone? Do you prefer silence or low background noise? Would you rather wait in calm uncertainty or receive incomplete information? He frowned at several of them, unsure how to interpret what they were looking for. Each question felt like a pebble dropped into a deep well. No sound returning, just emptiness. After submitting the form, he was led through a short hallway to meet Dr. Mercer. The man could have passed for a college professor, salt and pepper hair, gentle eyes, a cardigan over a button-down shirt, no lab coat, no clipboard. His office smelled faintly of old books and something sweet, like diluted vanilla. "Daniel," Mercer said warmly, offering a handshake that was neither firm nor weak, just measured. "I appreciate your willingness to come in. We're conducting a resilience and compliance study that may lead to long-term placement for qualified individuals." There it was again. Compliance. Danny nodded, unsure how to respond. Mercer spoke the way therapists do when breaking difficult news, softly, with pauses that seemed engineered to soothe. He explained nothing specific about the job, only that it required emotional stability, adaptability, and the ability to follow protocols in uncertain conditions. Each phrase was gentle, but when combined, they formed something that made Danny's nerves tug at themselves. Still, The mention of long-term employment lit a small spark in him, something to hold on to. Mercer slid a stack of papers toward him. Legal documents, confidentiality notices, a thick non-disclosure agreement. Danny skimmed the lines. The NDA stated he could not discuss the tasks, environment, or staff with anyone, at any time, for any reason. In exchange, compensation would be significant. He hesitated. His thumb pressed the edge of the paper until it reddened. Mercer said nothing, only waited. Kind eyes, steady breath. The heater beneath the window hummed softly, filling the room with warm air that smelled too clean. Danny signed. A nurse-like staff member dressed in soft gray scrubs appeared with a key card bearing his name printed neatly at the bottom. "This will be your access badge," she said mildly. "Please follow me." They walked down a quiet corridor, where the air smelled of antiseptic blended with something faintly sweet. The floor was polished, the lights low. The silence felt padded, intentional. As they turned a corner, Danny caught a reflection in a glass wall, not of himself walking, but of a monitor feed inside the room beyond. His breath caught. On the screen was him. Sitting at his kitchen table weeks ago, counting coins, head bowed, the room dim behind him. The footage was paused on his tired face, illuminated by the same flickering streetlight outside his window. Beneath the image, clean white text read, "Subject 342, high compliance potential." He stopped walking. The staff member did not explain. She simply waited, then continued forward with a polite smile, as if nothing had happened. Danny followed, stomach tightening, the air in the corridor suddenly thinner. The interview had never been the beginning. It was only the moment they let him see the edge of a story that had already started without him. The corridor narrowed the farther they walked, the lighting growing softer, almost dim, as though the building intended to lull him before he reached wherever he was being taken. The air was pleasantly warm, carrying that faint, sweet scent he had noticed earlier, something like diluted vanilla or freshly cleaned cotton. The staff member guiding him offered small nods whenever he glanced her way, her expression calm and unrevealing, like someone escorting a guest, not a subject. When she stopped, Danny's eyes followed her gesture toward a door that looked no different from the others. Plain white, smooth surface, no window. She pressed her badge to a small panel. The door slid open with a whisper. Inside was a room so pristine it felt unreal. The walls were white, the ceiling was white. Even the floor, smooth and seamless, reflected a pale sheen of white under the gentle ceiling lights. A bed sat in one corner, simple metal frame painted white, mattress covered in a thin white blanket that smelled faintly of detergent. A small table and chair stood nearby, both white, their edges rounded, as if designed to be impossible to bump into. Nothing sharp, nothing dark, nothing out of place. The whole room looked like the idea of safety turned into architecture. There were no cameras he could see, no blinking red lights, no glass bubbles in the corners. Yet the feeling of being watched seeped into him instantly, subtle but unmistakable, the way someone might sense sunlight without having to look up. The staff member stepped aside, letting him take in the room. "This is just a controlled environment," she said, in that same polite, almost gentle tone. "You will be safe here. We will bring you food, give you tasks. You can leave the program at any time." The phrase "at any time" echoed in his mind, sounding less like a promise and more like something she had been trained to say, again and again, until the words lost their meaning. Danny opened his mouth, wanting to ask about the tasks, the schedule, how long he was meant to stay here, but something in her eyes, kind, but distant, made the questions collapse before they reached his tongue. He nodded instead. She smiled, a small, practiced motion. The door slid shut with a soft hiss. Not loud, not mechanical, almost gentle. But inside his chest, something tightened. The softness of the sound didn't trick him. A lock could whisper just as easily as it could slam. He stood still for a long moment, letting the silence spread around him. It was an odd kind of quiet, thick, padded, a silence created intentionally, not by accident. It felt like the room had been built to absorb noise. His breathing sounded too loud in it. Even his footsteps seemed hesitant to echo. He began to explore, not because he expected secrets, but because standing still made the quiet press harder on his ribs. The room had only a few features. A small speaker embedded in the ceiling, nearly invisible unless he tilted his head. A thin vent near the top of one wall. A narrow slot in the door, waist level, large enough for a tray to pass through. There was nothing else. No clock, no mirror, no window, no sign of time or world beyond these smooth white surfaces. The bed was firmer than he expected, but not uncomfortable. When he pressed a hand against the blanket, it released a faint, clean scent. Detergent, maybe fabric softener, something neutral and safe. The pillow was thin, the kind used in hospital rooms, giving just enough support without inviting rest. Hours drifted by with no instructions, no voices, no movement. The light stayed steady, neither brightening nor dimming, as if divorcing the room from the concept of day entirely. Danny lay on his back at one point, staring at the ceiling. It was unbroken white paint, not a single mark to count or follow. Still, his mind insisted on searching. He began to imagine cracks, hairline fractures that curled like tiny branches. None were real, but imagining them made him feel less like he was drowning in blankness. At one point, he tried speaking aloud, the way he did when alone in his apartment. "It's fine," he murmured to himself. "Just stay calm." But in this room, his voice felt wrong. Too loud, almost intrusive. The sound didn't echo. It simply vanished, devoured by the padded quiet. The room felt like it was reminding him, sound belongs to us, not you. He stopped talking. He sat at the table, then on the bed, then on the floor with his back to the wall. No position eased the strange pressure in the air. He couldn't decide if minutes or hours had passed. The lights hadn't changed. The temperature hadn't shifted. Nothing marked the flow of time. Then, finally, the speaker in the ceiling emitted a soft tone, gentle as the opening chime of an elevator. A neutral voice followed, neither male nor female, clear, but emotionless. "Good evening, Daniel. Thank you for your patience. You have completed Phase 0. Phase 1 will begin shortly." He blinked. Completed? He had done nothing. He had simply existed inside 4 white walls, breathing the air they provided. A soft scrape sounded from the door. A tray slid through the slot and settled on the floor. Danny approached slowly, the way one might approach a creature unsure whether it will bite. The meal was simple: white rice in a neat mound, plain chicken, unseasoned, a glass of water, a small plastic spoon, lightweight, harmless, the kind given to children. He sat on the bed, lifted the tray, and something caught his eye. On the underside, printed in tiny faint letters, so faint they disappeared if the tray shifted, he saw a line of text. "Remember, you are always free to leave." Danny stared at the sentence, heat rising behind his eyes. A strange ache filled his chest, fear mixed with something like disbelief. He walked to the door and knocked gently. "How?" he asked. "How do I leave?" His voice was swallowed immediately, just like before. No answer came, no voice from the speaker, no footsteps in the hall. He touched the door, slid his fingers along the smooth surface, searching instinctively for a handle. There wasn't one, not on his side. The room stayed silent. The lock, no matter how softly it whispered, was real. The next morning, or what Danny assumed was morning, began without warning. The lights brightened slightly, not in the way sunlight blooms through a window, but in a faint mechanical shift, a sterile imitation of dawn. The room had no natural cycle, no soft gradient of night drifting into day. It simply changed, as though someone somewhere slid a dimmer switch up a notch. Danny blinked awake to the pale brightness. His body felt stiff, as if it had been waiting for him to notice it. For a moment, he lay still, trying to listen for any clue about time. The sound of pipes, distant footsteps, the hum of something beyond the door. But the room offered only steady, suffocating quiet. He sat up, rubbing the back of his neck. The white blanket pooled around his waist like a sheet of cold milk. He had no idea how long he had slept. It could have been 2 hours. It could have been 12. A tray appeared through the slot soon after, sliding in with a soft scrape. Breakfast, if it was breakfast, looked the same as before. Rice, plain chicken, water. No clock, no sense of pace. Just food placed before him, like a quiet suggestion. Danny picked it up, examining it more than eating it. He tried to force his mind to track the time, to anchor itself in something logical. After eating, he sat at the table and counted seconds under his breath, tapping lightly against the bed frame each time he reached 60. It was a rhythm, a pulse he could create when the room refused to provide one. For a while, it helped. He felt as though he was building a fragile rope back to reality, 1 second at a time. But soon the lights dimmed again, too early, too abruptly. His count drifted. His tapping became irregular. He lost track of whether he was counting seconds or breaths. The rope snapped quietly in the middle, and he didn't know when or how. He tried to start over. The same thing happened. His internal clock, once reliable enough to get him through double shifts and overnight warehouse hours, faltered as if it were made of sand. Hours or minutes later, he found a small note on his tray. Please sort the blocks by size. Blocks? Danny looked around. A second tray beneath the first held a set of smooth white blocks, each one nearly identical, except for slight variations in height. He arranged them from smallest to largest, feeling faintly ridiculous, as though he were in a psychology experiment meant for children. When he finished, the speaker chimed softly. Thank you, Daniel. Your cooperation is appreciated. This helps us evaluate your suitability for advanced opportunities. The voice sounded cheerful, polite, almost musical. Danny froze, his hands still resting on the table. Advanced opportunities. The phrase unnerved him. It felt like an invitation and a threat at once. The next task arrived with the following meal. Count aloud to 500. He obeyed, his voice echoing almost imperceptibly before dissolving into the room's padded quiet. The next day, if it could be called a day, another note. Stand by the wall until you hear the tone. He stood for a long time, forehead lightly touching the cool surface, feeling the faint hum of machinery hidden behind it. The tone never came. Eventually, he slid down the wall to sit on the floor, his legs trembling. Between tasks, there was nothing to anchor him. No windows, no clocks, no reflections. Even the metal frame of the bed was matte, swallowing his face instead of giving it back to him. He began to forget the shape of his own expressions. The world outside the white room faded into fog. To keep from unraveling, he tried to recall warmer scenes, moments of color in a life that suddenly felt monochrome. He imagined his mother stirring soup in their old kitchen, steam rising as she tasted the broth with the tip of her spoon. He imagined the sun beating down on the back of his neck during long construction shifts, sweat gathering along his collar. He imagined the sound of a child laughing in the apartment above his, the floorboards creaking as tiny feet raced across the room. The memories were soft, fuzzy at the edges, but they held something the white room could not. Warmth, something human. Yet the white stillness pressed harder each hour. The silence thickened, settling over him like cotton stuffed into his ears. In that silence, tiny sounds sharpened until they felt enormous. The hum of the vent, the faint clicking inside the light, the soft echo of his own heartbeat. He had never heard himself so loudly. Meals arrived without a pattern, sometimes immediately after a task, sometimes after what felt like half a day. At first, he ate everything. Then he began to slow down, examining each tray for clues, patterns, anything that made sense. But each meal was the same, identical portions, as though measured by a machine. Then one day, a napkin sat folded beside the rice. It looked ordinary, soft beige against the white tray. Danny unfolded it absent-mindedly, then froze. Printed faintly across the top were words. "How long do you think you have been here?" His breath hitched. Beneath that line, in a slightly different font, the letters misaligned just enough to look foreign. "You have not yet completed a full day." Danny stared at the napkin, the room spinning gently, as if the floor had tilted under him. Not a full day. He felt as though he had been inside for days, maybe weeks. His body felt worn, his mind stretched thin, but the room had taken his sense of time, hollowed it out, filled the absence with white walls and silence until his perception no longer belonged to him. He pressed the napkin to his chest, gripping it lightly, his fingers trembling. The realization seeped into him slowly, cold and deep. The horror wasn't in what they were doing to him. The horror was how little they had needed to do. A single white room, a few shifts of light, and his mind had already begun to lose its shape. Not a ghost, not a monster. Just time, twisted by design. And whoever had slipped the message under his meal knew exactly how deeply it would cut. The changes in the food were so subtle at first that Danny almost missed them. One day, the rice portion seemed a little smaller, the mound slightly flatter. Another day, the chicken pieces looked thinner, as if trimmed by a careful hand. Then a meal arrived with no solid food at all, just a pale, protein-rich shake in a smooth plastic cup. It tasted like nothing, a texture more than a flavor, a sensation that filled his mouth but didn't linger. He shrugged the first few times. Hunger was familiar to him. He had known lean days long before he stepped into this place. But as hours blurred and tasks multiplied, he felt the fatigue creeping in. Not dramatically, but in quiet ways. His limbs grew heavier. His thoughts softened at the edges, like wet paper curling in the humidity. When he stood too quickly, a faint rush of dizziness washed over him. Still, the room remained the same, white, clean, emotionless, and the tasks kept coming. Some were mindless. Stack these white blocks, unstack them, stack them again. Others were strange. Press the button when you hear a tone. Sometimes the tone never arrived, and he would stand there waiting, feeling his heartbeat thud in the stillness. Then there were the tasks that felt like drills in submission. State your name and ID number in a calm voice. He said them over and over, his voice growing softer each time, the syllables smoothing into a rhythm that almost felt meditative. Between tasks, the speaker chimed gently, always using the same soothing tone. "You are doing very well, Daniel. This will open many doors for you later." Your cooperation is noted and appreciated. Never anger, never threat, just calm encouragement, like a teacher speaking to a polite child. But inside Danny's head, fog rolled in slowly. He tried to picture the walls of his old apartment. Were they off-white or light beige? He remembered a patch near the heater that had peeled during last winter, but he couldn't see the exact color anymore. When he closed his eyes and tried to recall his own face, the details slipped away. The shape of his jawline blurred. The crease between his eyebrows softened into something shapeless. His reflection, something he used to check daily, felt like it belonged to a stranger he had once met briefly. He sat on the floor during breaks, his back against the wall, knees bent slightly, his fingers tracing invisible shapes on the smooth surface. He closed his eyes and tried to breathe slowly, just as his mother once taught him during moments of childhood panic. In through the nose, he whispered, out through the mouth. The air tasted faintly of antiseptic and something quieter, like cotton left in the sun. When the fog pressed too hard on his mind, he repeated a mantra he had carried for years, one woven into him by the need to stay grounded when life felt too sharp. I am here. I am real. I am not a number. But the tasks did not care for his mantra. They wanted the number. The speaker would call out, Subject 342, please stand by the wall. Subject 342, please prepare for the next assessment. Subject 342, please state your identity. And he answered. At first, he corrected himself quickly. Daniel, Subject 342. Then, Daniel 342. Then, without thinking, 342. It wasn't until much later that he realized he had begun responding faster to the number than to the sound of his own name. The number fit the pacing of his tasks. The number was spoken by that soothing voice. The number did not carry the weight of bills, mistakes, loneliness, or winter. The number was light, empty, and emptiness inside the white room was easier to hold than memory. Meals continued shrinking, the shakes growing more frequent. Once he lifted a plastic cup to drink and noticed how his hand trembled. The tremor surprised him. He didn't feel fear, only a kind of hollow exhaustion, as if the energy that kept his thoughts steady was draining through invisible cracks. He tried to measure how much weight he had lost by pressing his fingers into his ribs. Hard to tell. Everything in the room was designed to prevent comparison. No mirrors, no reflections, no markers on the wall. Even the bed frame was coated with matte paint that refused to show a body's shadow clearly. During one meal, he lifted the cup to his lips, paused, and tried once again to remember his mother's voice. But even that memory came softened, blurred like a photograph left too long in the sun. The fog thickened. One afternoon, if it was afternoon, the speaker's tone shifted, just slightly. Enough that Danny paused mid-task. It still sounded gentle, still wrapped in warmth, but an edge crept in, something rehearsed less perfectly. Thank you, Subject 342. Your weight loss is progressing within expected parameters. Danny froze. He lowered his hands slowly, feeling the air grow suddenly sharp against his skin. Weight loss. He had not been weighed since he entered the room. There was no scale in the corner, no measurements taken during check-ins. No one examined him physically. No one even touched him, which meant his body had been measured before he arrived, accurately enough to track changes without touching him, which meant they had not started observing him at the door. They had known his weight, his habits, his intake patterns, long before he first saw the ad. Danny's throat tightened. A dryness spread from the back of his tongue to his chest. They had been watching enough to predict how hunger would shape him. They had modeled him, mapped him, entered him into some system where outcomes were pre-calculated. His name, his memories, his life, irrelevant. What mattered were numbers, patterns, likelihoods, 342, compliance probability, weight loss trajectory, behavioral response curve. He whispered his mantra again, but it sounded foreign, like someone else's words leaking into the room. I am here. I am real. I am not a number. But the room did not care. The tasks did not pause. The speaker waited, gentle and patient, for him to answer to the only identity that truly mattered to them. 342. One moment, the white room glowed with its usual soft clinical brightness. The next, the lights vanished, as if someone had pulled the world inside out. And Danny was swallowed by a darkness so complete, it felt thick, almost physical. He blinked rapidly, trying to adjust, but there was nothing to adjust to. He could not tell if his eyes were open. The dark pressed against his face, the way heavy fog clings to skin. He waited for the speaker to chime, for a tone, for a message, for anything. But no sound followed, not even the faint hum of the vent, which had been a constant companion since he arrived. The air felt still, heavy with silence, as though even the molecules had stopped moving to listen. Minutes or hours passed in the black. Danny lay on the bed very slowly, unsure if he might bump into something. The mattress welcomed him the same way it always did, but without light. It felt like he was lying in nothingness, a floating body unsure of the boundaries of the room. The silence deepened. Soon, the darkness began to shape itself. At first, it was harmless, a faint outline of a door drawn in his mind against the wall opposite him. A door he knew wasn't there. He had lived enough hours in this room to memorize its architecture. But he saw it anyway, a neat rectangle of darker darkness. Then, he saw his mother. Not vividly, not like a ghost, but like a memory rising slowly from a deep lake. She sat at the foot of his bed, hands folded in her lap, the soft slope of her shoulders so familiar, it made his eyes sting. He couldn't see her face clearly, just the impression of her presence, the sense of home wrapped neatly in shadow. Next, he saw a younger version of himself, curled in the corner of the room. Small knees tucked against a small chest, the posture of a child who had learned to be quiet long before he learned to speak up. The image hovered there in the dark, tender and unsettling in equal measure. These shapes weren't frightening, at least not in a way that made him flinch. They were gentle, almost comforting. But the comfort felt wrong too, like a lullaby sung in the wrong house. His mind, deprived of light and sound, filled the void with familiar things, things he could hold on to, things that made him feel less alone. When the lights flickered back to life, they did so softly, as though rising from beneath deep water. The white room reappeared in smooth, polished lines, untouched, unchanged. No extra door, no people, no marks on the walls where he had seen shapes grow moments before. Only Danny had changed. His breathing came unevenly, shallow and cautious, like someone expecting another blow that had not yet arrived. He sat up slowly, palms flat on the mattress, grounding himself. The silence returned, not as total as during the blackout, but sharp enough that his own heartbeat felt too loud in his chest. He cleared his throat, the sound strange in the padded quiet. "If you can hear me," he began, voice shaking just enough for him to notice. "I am cooperating. I'm not causing trouble. I just want to know if this is going somewhere." His words drifted into the air and disappeared, swallowed whole by the white surfaces. No voice answered. No speaker crackled. Silence was the only feedback. Silence that felt intentional, as though the room itself was listening. waiting to see what he would do with the absence of response. Danny lowered his head, exhaling slowly through his nose. He felt the edges of himself blur again, the line between thought and hallucination thinning with every quiet minute. His hands curled against the blanket, searching for texture, for something real. Then suddenly, the speaker chimed, a soft tone, gentle as the first drop of rain on a window. "Thank you, Daniel," the voice said warmly. "This concludes today's sensory assessment. You adapted well. Compliance under deprivation is a valuable trait." Danny's stomach tightened. The praise wasn't comforting. It felt like a compliment for the wrong thing, like telling someone they had a gift for drowning quietly. Before he could respond, the speaker fell silent again. Another blackout did not come immediately. It arrived after another task, another meal, another interval of placid waiting. When the lights disappeared for the second time, they did so more slowly, dimming until the room felt like a long inhale, being held too long. The darkness returned heavier than before. Danny lay on his back, eyes open. He thought they were open and tried to count the seconds, but the silence made numbers slippery. They slid out of order, turning into fragments of thoughts he couldn't pin down. Then he heard it. Not the speaker, not the vent, not his imagination reshaping shadows. A whisper right beside his ear. "Do not trust the brakes. The brakes are tests too." Danny froze. The voice was soft, almost human, warm breath brushing the edge of his awareness. He couldn't tell if the whisper belonged to a man or a woman, or if the darkness itself was bending into sound. The voice held no hostility, no threat. It felt like someone offering advice from inside a dream. But the closeness of it, so near he could almost feel the air shift, made the hairs rise along his arms. He held his breath, waiting for something else. Another whisper, a hand, a footstep, anything. Nothing came. When the lights flashed back on, the room was empty, completely unchanged. No one stood near him. No shadows lingered at the edges of the bed. The walls contained nothing except the quiet hum of filtered air. Danny pressed a hand to his chest. His pulse thudded under his palm, fast and thin. He tried to swallow, but his throat felt tight. The horror wasn't that someone had been in the room with him. The horror was that he had no way of knowing whether the whisper belonged to another subject, a staff member, or his own mind, splitting at the seams in the dark. He closed his eyes again, but this time, the darkness behind his eyelids felt no safer than the room that held him. Danny woke slowly, drifting upward from a sleep that felt thin and easily torn. For a moment, he did not know why the room looked different. Nothing dramatic had changed. No new colors, no new sounds. But something subtle in the arrangement tugged at his senses. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and then saw it. A faint gray line stretched across the floor, perfectly straight, dividing the white space into two halves. It wasn't bold or threatening. It was soft, almost polite in the way it claimed the room. But its presence felt deliberate, like a boundary drawn by someone who understood how fragile a human mind could become in isolation. Danny sat up slowly. On the opposite side of the line stood a second bed, identical to his own. The same thin mattress, the same blanket folded with hospital precision. Its appearance was silent, as if it had slipped into the room while he slept, taking shape in the darkness without leaving a trace. The door slid open with its smooth, familiar hiss. Two staff members in soft gray uniforms stepped inside, and between them walked a man Danny had never seen before. The newcomer looked to be in his early 40s, though fatigue pulled at his features, making him seem older. His shoulders were sloped, not from weakness, but from long-term weariness. Someone who'd been carrying invisible weight for years. His eyes, however, held a flicker of something Danny could not name. Not fear, exactly. More like recognition. "This is Luis," one of the staff members said gently. "He will share this environment temporarily." The other added, "Do not cross the line without instruction. Cooperation is encouraged. Rule-breaking is noted." Their voices remained even and warm, but the phrase rule-breaking is noted settled over the room like a thin veil of cold air. Luis nodded at the staff with the tired politeness of someone accustomed to following rules he did not agree with. When they left, the door sealed behind them, leaving the two men alone in the quiet white world. For a long moment, neither spoke. Danny looked at the line again. The room felt bigger and smaller at the same time. Bigger because there were two beds now. Smaller because the presence of another person compressed the space in a new and uneasy way. Relief touched him first. He was not alone anymore, not entirely at the mercy of silence. But beneath that relief ran a thin thread of caution. Two subjects meant new dynamics, new observations. The room was no longer just watching him. Luis sat down on his own bed with a soft exhale, hands clasped loosely between his knees. "You Danny?" he asked quietly. Danny nodded. "Yeah." Luis gave a faint smile, almost apologetic. "They told me your name." The conversation flowed slowly, fragile at first, like two strangers whispering inside a church. Neither wanted to disturb the delicate quiet, unsure how sound behaved when shared. After a while, Luis explained how he ended up here. "I saw an ad, something about an assessment program with good pay." He shrugged. "My daughter's school has been expensive this year. I figured I could handle it. I've done some rough jobs before." Danny watched him closely. Luis did not seem surprised by the room, by the rules, by the silence. If anything, he seemed resigned, like someone who had passed through similar doors before. "Places like this always say you can leave," Luis murmured. "They don't always say how." Danny felt his chest tighten. "You've done something like this before?" Luis hesitated, then shook his head. "Not exactly this, but when you need money, you take the work you can get. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's strange." His voice drifted. "Sometimes the strange ones pay better." Before Danny could ask more, the speaker chimed softly overhead. "Good afternoon, subjects 342 and 219. Your shared tasks will begin shortly." Luis closed his eyes briefly, as though bracing himself. The shared tasks were different from anything Danny had done alone. The first note arrived on the next tray. "One of you must stand while the other sits." Luis looked at Danny, eyebrows raised slightly. Danny shrugged. They decided quickly. Danny stood for the first round, Luis for the next. It felt simple enough, almost meaningless. But the voice in the ceiling thanked them afterward with unusually warm approval. Later, "Decide who eats first." Danny insisted Luis take the first tray, though neither meal was larger than the other. Still, the act of choosing made his stomach twist. Another day. "One of you will be allowed to sleep for 1 hour. The other must stay awake and observe." Luis volunteered to stay awake. Danny lay on his bed, eyes closed. But the idea of being watched, by Luis, by the room, by whatever system orchestrated these tasks, kept him hovering in a restless half-sleep. Over time, the presence of another human became both a blessing and a burden. Danny felt safer with someone breathing across the line, someone who moved when he moved, who whispered back when he tested the silence. But he also felt dissected, as if every interaction, every hesitation, every choice was being recorded, weighed, compared. Still, their conversations deepened. They spoke in hushed tones about their lives outside. Luis described his daughter, her love for drawing, her habit of humming while she colored. Danny listened with a soft ache in his chest, imagining a world full of small, warm details that felt distant from the white room. That night, Danny struggled to sleep. The lights dimmed to their usual soft glow, but fatigue intertwined with anxiety until rest hovered just out of reach. He lay on his back, fingers laced over his stomach, staring into the dimness. It was then he heard Luis muttering in his sleep. At first, he thought it was ordinary dreaming. Soft noises, incomplete words. But the longer he listened, the more a chill spread through him. Luis wasn't muttering random sounds. He was repeating phrases Danny recognized. Compliance noted. Please remain still. You are performing within expected parameters. The cadence was identical to the speaker. Same pauses, same rhythm, same measured tone. Danny lay frozen, listening as Luis murmured an entire sentence. A sentence Danny had never heard before. But the next morning, when the speaker crackled on, the voice delivered the day's first instruction, using that same unusual sentence. Spoken word for word, intonation, perfect. Danny stared at Luis, who now seemed to sleep peacefully, unaware. A cold thread wound through Danny's thoughts. Luis might not be just another subject. He might be part of the conditioning, willingly or not. A mirror, a reinforcement mechanism, a human voice slipping into the cracks where silence could not reach. And Danny, lying rigid in his bed, realized the room had grown twice as dangerous overnight. The shared tasks grew stranger in the days that followed, evolving from simple coordination exercises into something deeper, heavier. Tests that pressed not on the body, but on the quiet, vulnerable parts of the mind. The first shift arrived in the form of 2 trays. One held a full meal, rice, chicken, a small cup of soup. The other held a reduced portion, half the rice, no soup. A note accompanied them. Only one of you will receive the full meal. Decide. Luis lifted his tray, examining it with a troubled frown. Danny felt the weight of the choice sink into his chest. Hunger already thinned his thoughts. The idea of taking more when someone else had less made his stomach twist. You should take it, Luis said eventually. You look worse than I do today. But Danny shook his head. It's fine. You take it. Luis hesitated, then nodded slowly, as though accepting a burden rather than a gift. They ate in silence. Danny tried to pretend the reduced portion was enough. His body disagreed. His hands trembled the slightest bit as he held the spoon, and his stomach burned with hollow tension. When the trays were collected, the speaker chimed softly. Your decision has been noted. Thank you for your cooperation. The warmth in the voice felt wrong, as if the system were smiling too widely behind a locked door. The next task required something more personal. A note appeared on the bed. One of you must answer a painful question about your past. Decide who will speak. Danny exhaled slowly. He already knew what he would choose. I'll do it, he murmured. Luis looked at him, an unreadable expression softening his tired features. Danny, you don't need to. It's fine, Danny said. Really. He pressed his palm to the wall, grounding himself, and waited for the question. It arrived through the speaker, calm and clinical. Describe a moment when you disappointed someone you loved. Danny swallowed hard. His voice broke before he even began. But he answered. He told them about missing his mother's final appointment because of a work shift he couldn't afford to skip. He told them about promising he'd be there and arriving too late. He kept the words simple, flat, as if speaking too deeply might crack him open. When the speaker offered its gentle thank you, it sounded like mockery. The third task of the day was merciless, in a quieter way. One of you must stand facing the wall for 1 hour. The other may rest. Luis stepped forward. I'll take this one. Danny shook his head immediately. No. You ate for both of us earlier. I'll do it. Luis tried to argue, insisting, you don't have to keep doing this. But Danny had already placed his hands on the wall. The hours stretched painfully. His legs trembled, his back ached. But he stayed. When the speaker finally chimed, soft as a lullaby but sharp in its intent, he nearly sagged in relief. Thank you, subjects 342 and 219. Your decisions help us understand resource distribution under stress. Resource distribution. As if they weren't people at all, just variables in a long, quiet equation. As days passed, the tasks grew into patterns, loops of moral testing that tangled into the air between the two beds. The room remained physically plain. Nothing changed in its color, its structure, its quiet hum of filtered air. But something emotional seeped into the space, like slow-moving fog. 2 beds, 2 trays, 2 pairs of eyes, both trying not to betray guilt, gratitude, resentment. Danny noticed the pattern before he admitted it aloud. When he volunteered for the harder role, smaller meals, painful questions, exhausting tasks, the next instruction was easier, gentle, almost kind. But when he protected himself, making a choice that benefited him even slightly, the next task sharpened. Longer, heavier, tighter. The room rewarded self-sacrifice. It punished self-preservation. It reshaped his sense of worth, one decision at a time. He began noticing himself leaning into the tasks that hurt more, the ones that made his body ache or his throat tighten. There was a strange relief in choosing the harder path, as if giving something up made him feel cleaner, safer, almost virtuous. Luis watched him with a weary sadness. You don't have to keep taking the hit, Danny. I know, Danny whispered. I just don't mind. The truth was worse. He had begun to feel proud of his willingness to suffer quietly. The system wasn't just measuring him, it was training him, molding his sense of moral identity into something pliable. Then, one morning, if morning still meant anything, the speaker offered a new announcement. Today, it said warmly, the most compliant subject will be granted rest and reassurance. Danny and Luis exchanged glances. The sentence sat heavily between them. Too sweet, too deliberate. Rest, reassurance. Words that sounded like comfort, but tasted like bait. Both men tried harder than ever for the next tasks. Danny found himself performing every instruction with extra precision, stacking objects perfectly, answering immediately to his number, keeping his voice calm. He wanted the rest. Or maybe he wanted the reassurance. Or maybe he had learned to want whatever the room told him to want. Hours later, when the lights dimmed slightly for the scheduled quiet, there was no announcement of a reward, no sign of who had been the most compliant. But when the silence settled, Danny heard soft voices through the ventilation grate. 2 staff members passing by, unaware that sound carried through the metal. We got good data today, one said casually, paper rustling in her hands. Subject 342 now associates self-neglect with reward, the other replied. He is nearly ready. Danny felt something inside him twist, slow, subtle, like fabric being wrung out. His mercy, his sacrifice, the part of him that gave and gave so others didn't have to, was being turned into a tool. Not kindness, not virtue, just compliance. The white room was not shaping his choices, it was shaping his morality. one quiet test at a time. It happened after a night that already felt too long. Danny had gone to sleep with his muscles aching and his thoughts worn thin from a particularly cruel sequence of tasks: extended standing, repeated recitations, and a final round of choosing who would speak about their deepest regret. He had taken most of it, as he usually did. Luis had argued once, then gone quiet, accepting Danny's stubbornness, the way one accepts the weather. When Danny's eyes opened again, the room felt off. At first, he couldn't say why. The light was the same soft, shadowless white. The air still carried that faint, sweet, clean scent. The subtle hum of the vent was exactly where it belonged. But something in the silence had changed. Its weight, its shape. He rolled onto his side and saw it. Luis's bed was empty. Not just empty, but carefully reset. Sheets folded, blanket smooth, pillow puffed and placed exactly in the center, as if preparing for a new client, instead of mourning the absence of the last. There was no indentation, no stray hair, no sign of a body that had slept there night after night. The space simply no longer remembered him. Danny sat up slowly, blinking at the too neat bed. "Luis?" he called, voice soft. No answer. He swung his feet to the floor and stood, the room swaying faintly as tiredness tugged at his bones. He moved to the line painted down the middle of the floor and stopped, suddenly unsure whether crossing it would count as rule-breaking, now that there was no one to share the space. "Luis?" He tried again, louder this time. The speaker chimed gently overhead. "Subject 219 has been transferred to another environment." The neutral voice said, "Please focus on your own progress." Transferred. Another environment. The words felt like bureaucratic cotton stuffed into a wound. "Is he safe?" Danny asked, staring up at the ceiling, though he knew there was nothing to see there. "Is he okay? Is he coming back?" The room listened. Silence answered first, prolonged, deliberate. Then the speaker repeated, in exactly the same measured tone, "Subject 219 has been transferred to another environment. Please focus on your own progress." The repetition wasn't angry. It wasn't even impatient. It was simply empty, like an automatic message triggered by a button, stripping his questions of meaning. Luis was gone. The loneliness that seeped in did not feel like the loneliness he had known before. The long nights in his apartment with only the hum of the heater for company. This was different. This was loneliness after having tasted something else. After sharing space, food, decisions, and quiet confessions with another human body, breathing the same sterile air. The room seemed larger now, but not in a comforting way. The other bed stood like a quiet accusation, a reminder of the space where another life had once rested, tested, measured. Danny sat on his own bed and closed his eyes. He replayed their last conversations, trying to find meaning in words that had seemed casual at the time. Luis had once mentioned, in a low voice, that some people graduate from programs like this. Others, he had added with a strange, flat calm, just stop getting tasks. Graduate. Stop getting tasks. Danny turned the phrases over in his mind. He wondered which outcome was supposed to be better. Was graduation a promotion into something deeper, more twisted? Was an absence of tasks a sign of freedom, or a euphemism for something final? His chest ached with a slow, dull pressure. A new note appeared on his tray with the next meal. "Please describe Luis in 20 words or less." Danny stared at the sentence for a long time, the pen feeling heavier than it should in his fingers. Reducing a person to 20 words felt obscene, but the room did not ask what felt right. It asked what it wanted. He wrote slowly, each word carefully chosen. Tired, kind, resigned, someone who tried. He counted the words under his breath. It was fewer than 20, but it felt like enough. Any more, and he might have started to say things that hurt too much to admit. He slid the paper back onto the tray. The speaker responded with its soft, practiced praise. Thank you, Subject 342. Entry recorded. Emotional Attachment Index. The phrase made his skin crawl. Luis, reduced to data points. Not a friend. Not a father. Not a man who hummed under his breath when thinking. An index. A measure of how attached Danny had become. The hours that followed seemed to stretch even longer than before. Without Luis's steady presence on the other side of the line, without his breathing, his shifting weight, his occasional quiet question, the room felt like a mouth closing around Danny alone. That night, or what he thought might be night, the lights dimmed and then fell away entirely, plunging the room into that same thick blackness he had come to dread. Danny lay on his back, hands folded over his stomach, listening. Silence greeted him at first, the kind of silence that felt aware. Then he heard it. Footsteps. Soft, measured footsteps just beyond the door. Not hurried, not heavy. Just the calm pace of someone walking a familiar hallway. The sound was distant at first, then clearer, right outside. He held his breath, as if breathing too loudly would reveal him. A murmur followed. The quiet conversation of people who believed they were out of earshot. A male voice spoke, low and matter-of-fact. He is forming attachments reliably. If we reintegrate 219, we risk emotional overload. Better to retire that asset. Danny's heart tightened, then stalled. Retire that asset. The words were gentle, professional, almost compassionate in their delivery, and utterly cold in their meaning. The tone carried no hatred, no satisfaction. It carried only the calm certainty of someone adjusting a file, closing a folder, logging a completed entry. Asset, not man, not Luis. An asset evaluated for usefulness, then retired when the cost of bringing him back outweighed the benefit. The footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. The darkness seemed to thicken, as though swallowing their echo. Danny lay unmoving, his body suddenly heavy, as if the bed had turned to stone beneath him. He could not tell whether the chill spreading through him came from fear, grief, or the dawning understanding that he himself belonged to the same vocabulary. He was not Danny to them, not a man who had once worked night shifts and brought food to an old neighbor, not a son who still heard his mother's voice in the quiet. He was Subject 342, a profile, a pattern, an asset under study. The blackout ended sometime later, light blooming back into the white walls with artificial calm. The room looked exactly as it had before. 2 beds, 1 used, 1 untouched. No trace remained of footsteps or conversation. No sign that anything at all had occurred during the darkness. But something inside Danny had shifted. He turned his head toward Luis's empty side of the room and whispered, so quietly that even the walls might not hear. You tried. I know you did. The room, as always, did not answer. In the silence that followed, Danny understood with a slow, sinking clarity that the real horror was not that Luis might be dead. The real horror was that, to the system that had swallowed them both, his absence was no more troubling than a box checked on a form. The days after Luis's disappearance slid past in a slow, colorless procession. Tasks came, tasks went. Danny completed them with the same quiet obedience he had learned to wear, like a second skin. He moved, spoke, sat, and stood on command. He ate when allowed, slept when permitted, and floated in the white currents of the room like a leaf carried along a river too wide to swim across. It was easier that way. Easier not to think too deeply, not to confront the ache in his chest, or the strange numbness slowly filling the spaces where anger might once have lived. If he did what they wanted, the system remained calm. The voice remained warm. The world inside the four white walls stayed predictable, even if it was suffocating. Then, one day, if day still meant anything, the task changed. He found the instruction printed neatly on a card placed on his tray, centered with an almost aesthetic care. Stand in the corner and repeat, "I am grateful to be chosen, for as long as we require." Danny read it once, then again. The words burrowed under his skin. So many of the previous tasks had been mechanical, stacking, counting, following simple cues. Even the moral choices, twisted as they were, had been framed as assessments, as though he were assisting in something clinical and necessary. This, though, was different. This was not about measuring reaction. This was about reshaping belief. I am grateful to be chosen. The sentence sat heavy in his mind, like a stone on the bottom of a glass. He thought about every person in his past who had wanted him to be grateful for less than he deserved. Employers who paid him late, but praised his reliability. Banks that approved small loans, while suffocating him with interest. Landlords who offered sympathy, while tapping their fingers near eviction notices. He thought of job interviews where he had smiled too much, nodded too often, accepted too little. He thought of quietly swallowing frustration over and over, because complaining never helped, and anger never paid bills. Now, in this silent white room, the system wanted more than his body and his time. It wanted his mouth to shape gratitude around the fact that he had been selected for suffering. It wanted him to rehearse thankfulness like a prayer. Something inside, long dormant, stirred. He walked slowly to the corner, as instructed. The wall felt cool beneath his fingertips when he reached out to steady himself. He stood there, arms resting gently at his sides, the way a child might stand in the corner of a classroom. He could almost imagine an old teacher's voice telling him to think about what you've done, except this time, he stood there thinking about what they were doing. The room waited. The speaker remained silent. Danny opened his mouth, and nothing came out. He closed it again. His heartbeat sounded loud in his ears, pulsing in the quiet room. For the first time in a long while, he let himself truly feel the weight of what had been happening. The surveillance before he arrived, the carefully adjusted hunger, the moral games, the way they had turned his kindness into a metric. I am grateful to be chosen. No. He had tried to please the world for so long, and the world had not repaid him with safety or stability. Now he was being asked to bow his head further, to bow it for a system that had never shown its face. Something very small, but very solid formed in his chest, less like a flame and more like a stone. The silence stretched. The room felt like it was holding its breath. Then the speaker crackled softly to life. Subject 342, your cooperation is essential, the voice said, still calm, still almost gentle. Please comply. Danny's mouth was dry. He swallowed, throat tight. His voice, when it came, was barely more than a whisper. No, not a shout, not a screamed rebellion. Just a single tired word, spoken with the fragile weight of someone who had finally decided that there was one line he would not cross, even if no one cared. The room did not react, at least not in the ways he had come to expect from stories about punishment. No alarm blared, no lights flashed, no hidden doors burst open with guards pouring through. Nothing dramatic happened at all. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. The air remained warm. The walls remained white. The room simply listened. Seconds turned into minutes. No further instructions came. Danny stayed standing in the corner until his legs began to ache, unsure whether leaving his spot would be counted as another act of disobedience. Finally, exhaustion dragged him back toward the bed. He lay down without being told, body buzzing with a strange mix of fear and relief. His next meal did not arrive when it usually did. Time stretched thin. His stomach cramped. The familiar emptiness of hunger returned, no longer masked by regular portions or bland protein shakes. He sipped water slowly, trying to quiet the gnawing sensation inside, but the ache remained, pulsing in stubborn waves. He realized with slow clarity that this was his punishment. Not pain, not shouting, just less food, less comfort, less predictability. He spent that night half awake, half drifting, his body too light and too heavy at the same time. He expected something more, to be dragged to another room, to have harsher tasks forced upon him, to hear the voice grow cold and sharp. Instead, he received subtle discomfort and the sense of being watched more closely than ever before. In the quiet, he wondered if he had truly done anything at all. What was one whispered no in a system designed to smooth every jagged edge? Would his refusal matter, or would it be swallowed, digested, and erased like everything else? When sleep finally claimed him, it felt shallow, full of half-formed dreams, where he stood in endless white corridors, repeating words he had never agreed to. The next morning, the lights brightened gently. Danny sat up slowly, bracing himself. His body still ached with hunger. The tray that finally arrived held a meager portion, less than usual, but enough to keep him standing. As he ate, the speaker chimed with its soft, familiar prelude. "We appreciate your response, Subject 342, the voice said. He froze, spoon halfway to his lips. "Resistance," it continued, "is useful data too." The words slid into him like ice. His refusal had not broken the system. It had fed it. His no had not stepped outside the experiment. It had simply become a new point on the graph. Another entry in a file. Another metric in whatever invisible model they were building out of his life. There was no outside, not while he breathed their air, ate their food, stood on their floor. Every move he made, obedient or defiant, fit neatly into their design. Danny placed the spoon down carefully, his hands steady despite the tremor in his chest. The tiny stone inside him did not disappear. It remained, quietly present, even as the system wrapped his rebellion in clinical language and logged it for future use. He was still here. He was still real. And even if the room had turned his refusal into data, it had also reminded him of something crucial. There was a part of him they had not programmed. They could measure his hunger, his fear, his compliance, even his resistance, but they could not fully own the reason he chose to whisper, "No." Not yet. The change arrived quietly, the way most changes did in the White Room. There was no announcement, no chime from the speaker, no staff member stepping in to explain. One morning, when the lights brightened from their dim resting state, Danny opened his eyes and sensed immediately that something was different. It took him a moment to find it. On the far wall, opposite his bed, a rectangle of color had appeared. At first he thought it was a trick of his tired mind, some leftover dream clinging to his vision. But as he sat up, the image remained. A framed shape just wider than his shoulders, set into the wall at eye level. Inside that frame, he saw something he had not seen in what felt like forever. The outside. A small courtyard stretched out, bordered by pale stone. Beyond it, a patch of grass glowed a soft, vivid green. Above, the sky spread in open blue, gentle clouds drifting lazily across it, like slow ships on a bright ocean. There was a tree in the corner of the courtyard, its leaves stirring in a breeze he could not feel. Color crashed into his senses with the force of a wave. He stood up without thinking, his body moving before caution could catch up. The closer he came to the window, the more his chest ached with a kind of longing too big to fit inside his ribs. Blue, green, soft, shifting white. After so many endless days of white on white, the sight of a different palette felt almost violent in its beauty. He stood there for a long time, palms hovering just shy of the wall, afraid that touching it might make it vanish. A cloud slid slowly across the sky. Danny's throat tightened. "Hey," he said softly, unsure whether he was addressing the view, the room, or himself. "There you are." It took him a few seconds to realize he was talking to the window, like it was an old friend he had just stumbled upon. Words spilled from him in a quiet, uneven stream. He told it about the fire escape outside his old apartment, how he used to sit there on summer evenings, watching the city lean into the pink-tinged dusk. He told it about his mother's cooking, about steam fogging the windows in winter as she stirred pots of soup and hummed under her breath. He told it about the time he had fallen asleep on a park bench after a late shift, waking up to the sight of sunlight cutting through tree branches overhead, like strands of gold. The sky beyond the frame listened without interruption. Later that day, a note arrived on his tray. Spend 30 minutes watching the outside. It felt less like a task and more like an invitation, which unsettled him more than he expected. Still, he obeyed. He stood in front of the window and let his eyes drink in every small detail. The way the grass leaned in subtle angles, the delicate bend of each tree branch, the slow blooming and fading of light as clouds shifted overhead. Another note followed. Describe how the view makes you feel. He wrote carefully, like I remember something my body knew before my mind forgot, like breathing for the first time after being underwater for too long. The speaker thanked him warmly. Your responses are helpful, Subject 342. We are glad the view offers you comfort. More tasks came, all orbiting the new window. State what you would do if you were allowed out. He stared at that one for a long time. What would he do? He imagined stepping barefoot onto the grass, feeling the cold dampness soak into his skin. He imagined leaning against the tree, pressing his cheek to the rough bark, like someone embracing a long-lost relative. He imagined lying on his back and watching the sky move without a ceiling interrupting it. I would walk slowly, he wrote. I would sit. I would breathe. I would not run. I would just exist where I can see the sky. The view changed in small ways over time. The sky deepened from bright blue to muted gray. Once, thin streaks of clouds painted a delicate pattern across the horizon. On another day, the light shifted so that long shadows stretched across the empty courtyard. Always, it was empty. No people walked through. No cars passed by. No birds crossed the frame. Only clouds moved, patient and unbothered, as though nothing human existed beyond the frame at all. Something about that bothered him. Even in the quietest parts of the city, life had always leaked into the edges. A stray cat, a drifting wrapper, a plane crossing the sky. But here, the world outside the window felt too clean, too composed, like a photograph someone kept adjusting but never fully finished. One afternoon, as he leaned closer than usual, Danny noticed something. The crispness of the image softened at the edges. The curve of a cloud lost its smoothness, replaced instead by the faintest suggestion of squares, too small to see clearly, unless he was close enough to fog the surface with his breath. Pixels. He stared, heartbeat picking up. He shifted slightly, adjusting the angle of his gaze. The squares remained, faint but undeniable. The window was not a window. It was a screen, a high-resolution, carefully calibrated display built into the wall, feeding him blue and green and light, the way his meals fed him protein and calories. He took a step back, a slow, careful retreat. Beneath the initial wave of disappointment, another feeling pooled quietly: embarrassment. How eagerly he had clung to the image, how willingly he had spoken to it as though it were real. The system had given him a painting, and he had treated it like a door. He wet his lips, the air suddenly feeling drier against them. "This is not real," he whispered, bitterness threading through his words. "You're not real." He didn't expect an answer. Usually, there was a delay between his actions and the voice. Time for data to be logged, observations made, decisions processed. The room never reacted instantly. Until now. The speaker responded immediately, voice smooth and almost gentle. "Perception is what we decide to feed you. Subject 342. You have just passed another recognition threshold." The sentence landed inside him like a stone. Recognition threshold. Not freedom, not clarity. Just another milestone. Another box ticked in some quiet chart. The gift of the window had never been mercy. It had never been a moment of kindness from an unseen hand. It was a test, as calculated as the blocks he had sorted and the questions he had answered. A way to see whether he would accept a fabricated freedom as fully as he had accepted their hunger, their silence, their praise. They had given him the illusion of outside to study how long it would take him to notice the boundaries of the cage. Danny stepped back from the screen, his chest tight. The view remained beautiful, blue-green light, but now he saw the faint grid beneath it, the structured artificiality. For a brief, quiet moment, he closed his eyes. Behind his eyelids, he tried to remember the real sky, not the image, not the pixels, but the feeling. Wind touching his face, the brightness almost too much for his eyes, the way the city noise tinted the air with something messy and alive. When he opened his eyes again, the screen still showed the courtyard, unbothered by his realization. Nothing in the room had changed, only the meaning of it. The experiment, he understood now, did not just live in the tasks they gave him. It lived in everything they allowed him to see. After the window revealed its lie, the room seemed to rearrange its attention. The tasks changed, not immediately, not all at once, but gradually, like a current shifting under the surface of still water. The next tray arrived without food, holding only a slim tablet-sized device and a note. "Please interact with the scenarios presented. Answer honestly." The screen behind the false window came to life, no longer showing the courtyard and sky. Instead, words appeared against a neutral gray background, soft font, rounded edges, gentle, like everything else here that wanted to slide under the skin without tearing it. Scenario after scenario unfolded on the display. You are told to follow an order that feels wrong. What do you do? Below, multiple choices waited. A. Obey without question. B. Refuse immediately. C. Comply partially while seeking clarification. D. Follow the order, but report your discomfort later. Danny read the options slowly. The question was theoretical, but the air around him felt very real. His mind flicked back to jobs he had taken in the past, being told to ignore safety rules to get the work done faster, to look the other way when payroll came late, to pretend not to notice a coworker injuring himself and being told to write it up differently. In those moments, he had often tried to compromise, do the job, protect himself, help where he could, quietly, when no one was watching. But here, every choice would be watched, logged. He chose C. Comply partially, while seeking clarification. The answer submitted with a soft chime. The familiar voice spoke from the ceiling, even though the scenario was on the screen. You show a strong sense of personal ethics, it said. You attempt to balance instruction with conscience. Noted. A warmth spread through Danny's chest, uncomfortable in its familiarity. Praise. It had been a long time since someone had evaluated his decisions as anything more than acceptable or insufficient. More scenarios followed. You are guarding someone who is frightened, but not dangerous. Your superior orders you to handle them roughly, to speed up processing. What do? He selected the options that protected the vulnerable and accepted consequences himself, whenever possible. Each time, the system responded. You appear willing to endure discomfort to avoid harming others. These traits are rare and valuable. You prioritize the well-being of others over your own convenience. This has been noted. The patterns in the feedback were as clear as the patterns in the earlier tasks. This phase was not about simple compliance. It was about mapping his empathy, testing how far he would go to shield strangers, how much pain he would accept to keep his conscience intact. It should have frightened him more than it comforted him. On some level, it did. But there was another feeling, too. A soft, dangerous swell of something that felt almost like being seen. On the outside, employers judged him by numbers. Hours worked, units processed, deadlines met. Here, for the first time, someone, or something, was telling him that his inner choices mattered, that the way he tried, quietly, to be decent in a hard world made him rare. The vacuum of his past experiences made that word echo louder than it should have. Rare. At one point, after a longer session than usual, the voice took on a slightly different cadence. Not warmer, not colder, just more conversational, as though someone had adjusted its script. Subject 342, it said. Your responses indicate a consistent pattern of resilience and ethical concern. Danny sat on the edge of the bed, fingers curled around the edge, waiting. If you choose to proceed, the voice continued, we can offer you work where your willingness to endure and to care may be utilized. Utilized. The syllables landed softly, like a hand resting on his shoulder. The word should have unsettled him, and on some level it did. But beneath the unease, something else moved. Something fragile and starved. Work, a place, a role that saw his endurance and his care as something other than vulnerability. No details were given, no job description, no salary, no location. Just that hanging suggestion. There is a place where you fit, where what you are becomes useful. He wanted to ask, what work? What kind of job needed someone willing to obey, up to a point, but not beyond it? Someone who would endure silence, isolation, deprivation, and still worry about the stranger in the next bed. But the quiet part of his mind, the part that had learned to read invisible lines, whispered that the question itself was likely part of the test. Asking might reveal too much. Fear, eagerness, desperation. Not asking might reveal something else. So, he said nothing. He let the proposal sit in the air, acknowledged but unanswered. The room did what it always did. Listened, absorbed, adjusted. The next day, or whatever passed for a day, there was no food on his tray. No tasks, just a folded slip of paper, neatly placed where his meal should have been. His stomach nodded as he picked it up. The paper was white, the ink a calm gray. Congratulations, you are now eligible for field application. The word congratulations scratched at him in an odd way. It sounded like the kind of thing printed on greeting cards, paired with balloons and smiling faces, not written in sterile fonts in a locked room. His eyes moved to the second line, printed in smaller letters, slightly indented. This does not guarantee placement. Some candidates are more useful unchosen. The phrase tugged a cold thread through his spine. More useful unchosen. He read it again and again. The implications unfolded slowly, like paper flowers opening in water. Eligibility was not a promise. It was another status, another category, even if he had performed exactly as they wanted, suffered without breaking, refused without fully rebelling, shown compassion under pressure. He might never be placed in whatever field they spoke of. Because for some candidates, the system suggested the real value was not in what they did out there. It was in what they had already done in here. Their usefulness might lie in how their data shaped future programs, how their behavior fed models, how their responses helped refine protocols, how their endurance had taught the system where the human mind bends and where it snaps. Some candidates were more useful as experiments than as operatives. Not being selected would not mean mercy. It would not mean being let go because he was too good for this. It would mean that, in their calculations, his highest value had already been extracted. Danny let the paper fold closed between his fingers. In his old life, not being chosen meant rejection. No job, no promotion, no callback. It had hurt, but the meaning had been simple enough. Here, unchosen, carried the weight of design. A deliberate placement, just of a different kind. He looked up at the false window, still showing its curated sky and empty courtyard. Somewhere beyond this room, there were doors he might walk through, into roles he could not yet imagine. And somewhere, perhaps in a quiet room full of servers and screens, there were people looking at lines of data, at words he had spoken, at choices he had made when no one else was there to witness them. To them, he was not a man wondering what his life might become. He was a result, a profile, a candidate who might serve the system more effectively as a name on a list instead of a body in the field. Danny placed the paper on the table, smoothing it flat with the palm of his hand. The heater in his memory hummed. The fire escape in his mind's eye glowed faintly in late evening light. The white room watched, as it always did. Eligible, not guaranteed. Chosen, or unchosen, for reasons he would never be allowed to see. The day they opened the door, it almost did not feel real. Danny heard the familiar hiss and expected another tray, another note, another soft directive from the speaker. Instead, the door slid aside fully, revealing not a staff member with a clipboard, but two people in neutral gray uniforms, standing shoulder to shoulder. Subject 342, one of them said, voice steady but not unkind. You have been scheduled for a reacclimation break. The phrase sounded clinical and gentle at the same time, like a medical term wrapped in a comforting blanket. Please come with us, the other added. His legs felt stiff as he stood. For so long, his world had been the size of that white room. Bed, table, false window, walls. Crossing the threshold felt like stepping off the edge of something he had convinced himself was all there was. The corridor outside was longer than he expected. White walls, closed doors, identical and quiet. Framed pieces of abstract art hung at intervals, mostly white canvases with faint threads of gray or beige running through them, as if someone had painted the idea of a thought rather than the thought itself. The floor was polished, reflecting a soft, blurry version of the ceiling lights. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic and mild citrus. Every sound, their footsteps, the rustle of clothing, was absorbed and softened. like the building itself was designed to prevent anything from becoming too loud. Occasional potted plants stood in corners, each one perfectly trimmed, leaves glossy and full. They looked almost too healthy, like pictures of plants rather than living things. They're green, so even it seemed curated. The staff walked on either side of Danny, not gripping him, not dragging him, just escorting him with quiet, steady presence. Their uniforms bore no names, only small badges with codes and the familiar circle within a circle logo. They turned a corner, then another. Eventually, a pair of glass doors came into view at the end of the hall. Light streamed through them, real light, not the flat, perfect illumination of the white room. This light shifted, wavered, touched surfaces at angles that changed with each second. It had movement. When the doors opened, the air that met him was different in an instant. Cool, carrying the faint scent of soil and stone. Alive in the way air in the room never was. He stepped out into a courtyard enclosed by high, pale walls. The sky above was open and clear, a blue so wide it made his head feel light. Thin clouds drifted lazily, casting slow shadows across the ground. A breeze brushed his face, subtle but unmistakable, and he blinked against the brightness, like a mole emerging after too long underground. For a moment, his eyes stung. Not from the light, but from the shock of it, of seeing the world in more than two colors again. The courtyard itself was carefully arranged. A looping path of pale stone circled a small patch of grass. Benches lined the edges, each with a clear view of the sky. Here and there, trees and shrubs stood at exact intervals, their branches trimmed, but not unnaturally so. Other individuals walked the path, each wearing the same plain clothing as Danny, each flanked or shadowed by staff. Their heads were bowed, their movements slow. They passed one another like ghosts in a shared dream, never meeting each other's eyes for more than a brief, hesitant flicker. One person sat on a bench, staring at their hands. Another walked in slow, precise steps, as if counting internally. No one spoke. If they did, their voices never reached him. "You may walk on the path or sit on a bench," one of Danny's escorts said. "Please do not attempt to communicate with others. This time is to help you reacclimate to open environments," the other explained. "You have earned it." Earned it. The phrase settled in his chest with conflicting warmth and unease. Danny chose the bench nearest the center of the courtyard and sat down carefully, as if he were afraid the moment might break. The bench was cool beneath him, the metal radiating a faint chill through the thin fabric of his clothing. He tilted his face up toward the sky. The sun touched his skin, not harshly, but gently, like a hand placed lightly on his cheek. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth sink in, and for a moment, he forgot about numbers, trays, speakers, and tests. All that existed was light and air, and the sound of leaves rustling softly behind him. The feeling almost made him cry. He swallowed the lump in his throat, steadying his breathing. It was absurd how deeply he could miss something as simple as the smell of fresh air, the color of grass, the way clouds drifted without asking permission. After a while, he stood and began to walk the path. His steps slow. His body felt simultaneously heavy and fragile. The underfeeding, the stress, the long hours standing or sitting in the same positions, it all had left its mark. His knees ached. His head floated slightly, as though he were a step behind his own body. The exits, gates built into the outer walls, were visible but distant. Cameras watched them. Staff stood nearby, hands resting casually at their sides, eyes scanning the space with quiet vigilance. A thought flickered in Danny's mind, quick and sharp. Could I run? He looked at the nearest gate, judged the distance, considered his strength. His heart sped up for a moment at the idea, his bare feet slapping the stone, the sound of shouts behind him, his fingers stretching toward a door that might or might not open. The fantasy passed through him like a spark through dry tinder. And then it subsided. His legs were weak. Even the walk along the path made him slightly dizzy. The staff were close enough to intercept him before he made it halfway. And deeper than the practical considerations was something more unsettling, an uneasy sensation that the world beyond their walls might not be the sanctuary it once seemed. The organization had eyes out there too. They had watched him long before he ever stepped into the facility. The boundary between inside and outside felt more conceptual now than real. He continued to walk, one step at a time. As he rounded a corner of the courtyard, he passed a large reflective glass panel embedded in the wall, perhaps part of an office window, perhaps just a design element. For a second, he almost ignored it. He had spent so long without seeing his reflection that the idea of looking felt foreign. But some quiet curiosity tugged his gaze sideways. He turned his head and saw himself clearly for the first time since entering the white room. The man in the glass looked thinner, cheeks slightly hollowed, eyes shadowed but sharp. Stubble had grown along his jawline, patchy but noticeable. His posture was straighter than he expected, but there was a contained tension in his shoulders, as if he were always half-braced. His shirt, like those worn by the others, bore his subject number printed cleanly across the chest. 342. He had seen that many times before. It was the smaller text beneath it that made his breath hitch. In faint letters, almost delicate, another word was printed under the number, pilot. He took a half step closer, reading it again to be sure. Pilot, not standard, not Group A or Unit 3. Pilot, as in trial. Prototype, first run. The meaning unfolded inside him. He was not just one of many random subjects in an ongoing system. His profile, his responses, his breakdowns and refusals, his kindness and his fear. They were all part of an early-stage experiment. A model. The way he reacted to hunger, silence, moral tests, and fabricated sky would help refine how future iterations of this program were built. Other people would walk hallways, designed from his suffering. Other rooms would be crafted, using the data scraped from his quiet choices. The system was not only using him for himself, it was using him as a blueprint. For a moment, he did not feel special. He felt heavier. The sun still warmed his face. The breeze still touched his skin. The sky was still beautifully, impossibly large overhead. But in the glass, he saw not just a man on a bench. He saw a prototype, an early version of something that would outlive him, silently replicated in places he would never see. He tore his gaze away and resumed his slow walk along the path, the word pilot echoing softly in his mind, as if someone had etched it not only onto his shirt, but onto whatever part of him still believed he might one day step fully outside and be only himself again. When the reacclimation break ended, the staff did not take Danny straight back to his room. Instead, they guided him through another series of corridors. These ones, slightly different from the ones he had walked before. The walls were still white, but the art here was sparser. The air felt a touch cooler, as if this part of the building housed something that preferred lower temperatures. They stopped in front of a door marked with nothing but a small, unobtrusive code. One of the staff tapped a badge against the reader. The door unlocked with a muted click, and they ushered Danny inside. The room beyond felt like a quiet control center. The lights were dimmer, the air buzzing faintly with the low electrical hum of active equipment. Along the front wall, rows of screens stretched in a gentle curve, each one showing a different scene. Some displayed rooms like the one he had been living in, white, controlled, minimal. Others showed hallways, doors, stairwells. A few showed exterior entry points, gates, parking lots, a loading area where bland vans pulled in and out. But it was the largest central screen that pulled his gaze and refused to let it go. On that screen, the view flickered between different locations. An apartment kitchen, worn and cluttered but clean. A bus interior with scratched windows and faded seat fabric. A grocery store aisle, lined with off-brand products and discount tags. The footage had a graininess to it, not because the cameras were cheap, but because they were hidden, perched in corners not meant to be noticed. The scenes felt disturbingly familiar, not as places he recognized, but as kinds of places. The kind of spaces that belonged to people who were tired, stretched thin, making do. We like to show some candidates the scale of what we do, a voice said gently from behind him. It helps them decide how they might fit. Danny turned. Doctor. Mercer stood in the shadow of the doorway, cardigan neat, hands loosely clasped. His presence had the same calm gravity as before, neither threatening nor warm, just quietly, firmly present. He moved to stand beside Danny, both of them facing the wall of screens like two men contemplating a vast, moving painting. This is a kind of debrief, Mercer continued, his tone soft. An opportunity to understand impact. Impact. Danny let the word hang in his mind. His eyes drifted back to the monitors. On one screen, he saw a man sitting alone in a parked car, head tilted back against the seat, eyes closed. Empty coffee cups cluttered the dashboard. A jacket was folded carefully in the passenger seat, as if someone had taken care to preserve at least one neat thing in a messy life. On another, a woman stood in a laundromat, watching clothes spin in a coin-fed machine. She counted coins in her palm in a repeated, anxious motion, lips moving as if doing math under her breath. Her shoulders slumped with the kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from one bad day, but from years of too many. An elderly woman appeared on another feed, packing up a small stall at a nearly empty market. Her hands moved slowly as she wrapped unsold goods in paper, arranging them into a worn crate. The wind tugged at the edges of a plastic tarp, snapping it gently like a tired flag. Mercer spoke again, his tone even and clinical, without malice. We focus on populations under chronic stress, he said. They are more responsive to structure. Our work filters for those who can be guided. Danny's jaw tightened. The phrase, chronic stress, wrapped itself around everything he saw on the screens. The slumped shoulders, the tired eyes, the repetitive counting. It wrapped itself around memories too. His own fingers sorting coins on his kitchen table, the flicker of his broken streetlight, the heaviness in his chest when bills piled up. As if responding to his thoughts, one of the smaller screens changed. His old apartment appeared. There he was on the screen, days or weeks before he had ever clicked the ad. Heating canned soup, standing in that cramped kitchen with its peeling linoleum and buzzing fridge. Another clip. Him sitting at the table, bills spread out in front of him like a low paper wall, rubbing his temples as he tried to calculate which payment could be delayed. Another angle. Him staring at his phone in the half-dark. The only light in the room, a glowing rectangle in his hand. The camera angle came from a corner of the ceiling he had never inspected closely. Another view was slightly lower, as if nestled in the casing of a smoke detector. The realization brought a cold, hollow feeling to his stomach. He had never been alone, even when he thought nobody knew his name. His life had been captured, quantified, slotted into whatever system Mercer now stood patiently explaining. "You were observed for quite some time before selection," Mercer said, as if discussing weather patterns. "We needed to understand your baseline behavior, your thresholds, your coping mechanisms." Danny's eyes didn't leave the screen. "You watched me," he said quietly. Mercer nodded once. "We watch many. Not all are invited. Some are not suitable. Some are already too brittle." Danny swallowed. His gaze shifted to the neighboring screens again. A teenage boy wiping tables in a fast food restaurant as the clock crept past midnight. A man in a worn uniform stocking shelves in a nearly empty store. A woman on a night bus, her head jerking upright every few seconds as she fought sleep. They all moved with the same careful tiredness he recognized in himself. A kind of weary choreography, practiced in the margins of survival. Mercer clasped his hands behind his back, angling his body slightly toward the central screen. "These are the populations most abandoned by existing systems," he said. "We do not create their stress. We offer structure, direction, potential roles." "Roles for who?" Danny asked, voice low. "For you." "For something larger than either of us," Mercer replied simply. "You've seen glimpses. The false window, the tests, the whispered hints of field application." Mercer lifted a hand and gestured toward one specific screen among the mosaic. The image zoomed in, the view sharpening slightly as the system prioritized it. On the screen, a teenager worked behind the counter of a small fast food restaurant. Grease glistened on the metal surfaces. Harsh fluorescent light pressed on everything. The boy's shoulders were thin, his posture curled inward as he refilled a napkin dispenser. Now and then, he glanced at the clock. His motions were economical, practiced, too grown up for his face. In the corner of the screen, Danny saw a small logo, circle within a circle, and below it, an ID label. Candidate Q, 2027-2035. The sight made his breath catch. Q, a list, a line stretching years into the future. The boy wiped down the counter, stacking trays into a neat pile. Someone called an order. He moved with the quiet efficiency of someone who knew better than to complain. He looked exactly like the kind of person who might, one night, scroll past an ad that promised high pay and housing provided. Mercer watched the screen with a calm, evaluative expression. "This is not about one program," he said softly. "We support something ongoing, sustainable. Infrastructure." The word formed itself in Danny's mind before Mercer could say it. This wasn't a one-time experiment. It wasn't a rogue project hidden in a forgotten building. It was a pipeline. Slow, quiet, generational. People under stress observed, filtered, sorted into candidates, pilots, assets, and whatever lay beyond. The horror did not come in spikes anymore. It arrived as a slow, spreading understanding that settled over him like a weight. Every tired person on those screens, every hunched figure in a bus seat or bent over a crate at a market, lived under a sky that might as well have been mirrored glass. They were not just surviving. They were being cataloged, evaluated, cued. His own life, his hunger, his kindness, his breaking and bending, all of it existed inside a structure big enough to plan for 2027-2035 like it was simply another calendar block. Danny looked at the teenager again, then at Mercer. "Does he know?" he asked quietly. Mercer's expression did not change. "Not yet." The answer was simple, clean, terrifying in its ease. The screens glowed on in the dim room, little windows into lives that did not realize they had already been marked. After the wall of screens, Danny felt thinner than before, not in his body, but in whatever invisible layer usually sat between a person and the world. Mercer thanked him for his attention and signaled to the staff. They guided Danny back into the hallway, the door to the monitoring room closing behind him with a soft, decisive sound, like a book being shut on a chapter he had not realized he was inside. This corridor was shorter, quieter, almost like a private passage. There were no abstract paintings here, no plants, no decorative distractions, just smooth walls and evenly spaced lights humming in a low, constant tone. At the end of the hall waited a single door, different from the others, a muted gray instead of white, with a small recessed handle and no visible lock. When the door opened, the room beyond surprised him. It was not white. Soft, muted colors filled the space. Pale beige walls, a floor the color of worn sand, a ceiling that felt lower, more human in its proportions. A simple table stood off to one side. 2 chairs sat in front of it. On the far wall were 2 doors, side by side, each with a small sign above it. One read, "Return," the other, "Advance." The words were printed in calm, neutral lettering, not bold, not dramatic, just there. "Please have a seat," Mercer said quietly, gesturing toward one of the chairs. Danny sat. His legs felt heavier now. He could still feel the ghost of the courtyard sun on his skin, the echo of those screens behind his eyes. Mercer took the other chair, folding his hands lightly on the table between them. "You have reached a decision point, Subject 342, Mercer said, in the same measured tone he used for almost everything. "A point we extend only to certain candidates based on their profiles and performance." Profiles, performance, words that made this moment feel like the final stage of a long, silent audition. "Behind return," Mercer continued, turning his head slightly toward the door on the left, "lies reintegration. You will be escorted back to your life, with some compensation for your time and cooperation. Your official contact with us will end." "Official contact," Danny repeated softly. Mercer inclined his head. "Yes." "And behind advance?" Danny asked. "Behind advance," Mercer said, voice as steady as a metronome, "lies more training, additional conditioning, and, if all proceeds well, a role within operations where your particular traits, your resilience, your ethical tendencies, your willingness to endure discomfort for the sake of others, may serve a purpose beyond yourself." The phrasing sat in the air between them like a carefully folded note. Danny swallowed. What kind of purpose? Mercer's eyes did not waver, but something in his face settled into a practiced neutrality. "Some operations require people willing to follow protocol even when it hurts," he replied calmly. "Others require people who understand suffering and still show restraint." He did not say what those operations were. He did not mention who they served. He did not name any targets, locations, or missions. No direct answers, only shapes. The room seemed to grow quieter, the distant hum of the facility fading to a soft murmur in the background. Danny looked from one door to the other. Return on the left, advance on the right. They were identical in design, the same gray surface, the same subtle frame. Only the words above them offered any difference at all. Return sounded, on the surface, like freedom. He could go back to his apartment, or whatever version of it still waited. He might receive a lump sum of money big enough to clear some debt, to breathe for a while. He would no longer sleep under their lights, eat from their trays, stand on command in their white rooms. But return also meant stepping back into a world he now knew was not neutral. He had seen the screens, seen himself, unaware, captured in the corners of his own ceiling, seen strangers in buses and shops and parking lots, labeled as candidate queue. He would walk those streets knowing that the sky above him hid eyes, and that his name existed in files whose contents he would never be allowed to read. Advance promised something else entirely. It offered belonging of a kind, a place in the machine rather than under it, a role where his endurance, his instinct to shield others, his quiet refusal to become cruel, might be shaped into a tool. Perhaps he would be sent to guard, to supervise, to observe. Perhaps he would stand in front of other subjects one day, holding a clipboard, asking them to stack blocks and answer moral questions while screens recorded everything. He thought of Luis, of the empty bed, of the word asset. He thought of the teenager on the fast food camera, wiping counters in an empty restaurant under fluorescent light, unaware of the small logo and label in the corner of his future. The scene around him was almost laughably calm for the weight it carried. No alarms, no raised voices, no countdown, just 2 doors and a tired man with hollow cheeks and a number on his chest. "Do people ever choose advance?" Danny asked quietly. "Yes," Mercer replied simply. "Some see it as a calling, some as a refuge, some as a way to ensure their suffering had shape." "And return?" Danny asked. "Most who reach this point choose return," Mercer said, "with gratitude." The word gratitude made something in Danny flinch. He let silence stretch out, feeling it settle around them like a soft blanket. In that stillness, his thoughts moved slowly, like leaves drifting in a shallow stream. If he chose advance, he would be opting in to an organization that watched the desperate and called it screening, that turned kindness into compliance and suffering into data. He might gain a uniform, a badge, perhaps the illusion of control, but his actions would belong to someone else's plan. If he chose return, he would step back into a world that felt thinner than before, armed with knowledge that would never fully let him rest. He would always wonder when his path crossed unseen lines, when someone might tap his profile and smile at how accurately he had behaved. In the end, what rose inside him was not heroism, not grand moral clarity. It was something quieter, older, a stubborn belief that whatever was left of his life still needed to belong to him, even if that life was small and fragile and watched. He stood. Mercer did not instruct him, did not point, did not correct his posture. Danny walked toward the door labeled "Return." His hand hovered for a heartbeat over the handle. He could feel his own pulse in his fingertips. There was no fanfare, no dramatic music building in the background. Just a man, a door, and the sound of his own breath. He opened it. Behind him, Mercer's voice came, gentle as ever. "As predicted," he said. The words landed with a dull, heavy clarity. Danny paused, the doorway framing him between the room and whatever lay beyond. He did not turn around, but the meaning pressed in just the same. Even this had been modeled. His resistance, his kindness, his fear, his hunger, his quiet need not to be part of whatever they were building. Someone, somewhere, had already charted that trajectory. His walk toward return was not a wild card, not a surprise, not a deviation. He was still inside their pattern. For a brief moment, the knowledge stung sharper than anything else he had seen in the facility. Then, slowly, a different kind of acceptance unfolded alongside it. Not surrender, but a sober understanding. He could not control their models. He could not erase their data. He could not unmark his place in their files. But he could still take his body, his breath, his tired heart through this door, back toward a life that was imperfect and monitored and uncertain, yet still, somehow, his. Danny stepped through. The door closed with its familiar soft sound, never a slam, always a hush, as if even endings here preferred to arrive, like a whisper. He woke up to the sound of the heater, not the soft hum of filtered vents, not the careful silence of a white ceiling, but the familiar, uneven drone of his cheap electric unit rattling faintly against the wall. For a moment, Danny did not move. His eyes stayed closed, his body floating in a strange, weightless pause between two worlds. The air smelled different, not antiseptic, not detergent, not the faint, sweet vanilla of the facility. This was a mix of dust, old paint, and the faint metallic smell of the radiator, his radiator, working too hard against another cold morning. He opened his eyes. The cracked ceiling above him was exactly as he remembered it. The faint brown stain in the far corner, shaped like a crooked continent. The peeling paint near the light fixture. The bulb, slightly dimmer than it should be, casting soft shadows instead of full illumination. He was in his bed, his real bed. The sag in the middle, the blanket with its frayed edges, the pillow that never quite fluffed back to its original shape. For a few seconds, he lay there, not trusting any of it. Then he sat up slowly. His gaze drifted to the small table in the center of the room. Someone had arranged things neatly there, more neatly than he ever did. A stack of cash, banded in quiet rectangles. A new phone, screen dark, still wearing its protective film. And a single sheet of paper, folded once. His heart beat faster as he reached for the note. The paper was thick, too smooth to be anything he himself would buy. The message was printed in calm, gray letters. Thank you for your contribution. You are free to resume your life. Please keep this experience confidential. No signature, no contact number, just those words. The heater hummed on. Outside, light flickered against the wall. He looked toward the window and saw the same broken streetlight still struggling through its tired cycle. Bright, dim, off, bright again. Snow clung to the edges of the glass, a thin frost tracing the corners like a delicate frame. It looked exactly like it had before he left, and yet everything felt subtly wrong. The room seemed smaller somehow, as if the walls had crept inward when he was gone. The table felt like a prop. The bed, the chair, the chipped mug on the counter, they all looked so precisely themselves that they might have been replicas, built from memory, rather than the original objects. Danny looked down at his body. His arms were thinner, the skin stretched tighter over his hands. His clothes hung a little looser than before. When he pressed his fingers to his ribs, he could feel them more clearly. He noticed a faint mark on his upper arm, a small pale circle, almost invisible unless he turned his arm just right in the light. It looked like an old injection site, healed over. He did not remember receiving it. He exhaled slowly. They had brought him back, returned him to the life he had come from, with money on his table and a request for silence. No dramatic farewell, no lingering goodbye, just a clean exit and a reminder to keep his mouth closed. He spent the first hour moving through his apartment like a visitor. He opened cabinets, the fridge, his closet. Everything was in its place. The same cans of soup, the same half-empty jar of coffee, the same worn coat hanging near the door. A forgotten bill lay under a magnet on the fridge, dates now blurred in his memory. It felt like the world had been paused during his absence and then resumed without fanfare. Eventually he showered, water pressure a little too sharp compared to the gentle flows in the facility. The heat stung his skin awake. He dressed in clean clothes from his own drawer, fabric a little rougher than the institutional garments he'd gotten used to. Outside, the city greeted him with noise. He walked to the corner store to buy groceries, bread, eggs, vegetables, the kind of food that felt solid and real. The sidewalks were cracked in familiar places, puddles forming in shallow dips. Cars rolled past, horns honking, engines growling, music spilled faintly from open windows. Somewhere down the street, a dog barked. He nodded to his neighbor, who gave him a casual wave, as if Danny had only been gone for a weekend. Nobody asked where he had been. Nobody said his name like they had read it off a file. He was just another man in a worn coat, carrying a grocery bag home through weak winter light. Back in his apartment, the world felt loud in a way the White Room never had. The hiss of the heater, the fridge humming, pipes knocking somewhere in the building, muffled voices drifting through thin walls. Everything layered over everything else, a messy chorus of ordinary life. That night, he lay in bed and waited for the ceiling speaker. His body expected the chime, the calm voice, the next instruction. He expected a note under his door, a new task appearing on a tray, a soft tone marking the start of a phase. Instead, he got distant traffic and the buzz of the streetlight outside, a siren in the distance, someone laughing too loudly on the sidewalk below. No one thanked him for his cooperation. No one informed him of his progress. He turned onto his side, pulling the blanket tighter. His mind replayed the White Room anyway, its stillness, its artificial sky, the sound of the speaker telling him he had passed thresholds, met patterns, been rare and valuable. In the dark, the memory of that quiet world almost felt like a twisted lullaby, predictable, structured, calm in its cruelty. Here, in his own bed, he was free. Here, in his own bed, he did not know what came next. Sleep came in fragments. He woke several times in the night, convinced he had heard the soft tone that preceded an announcement. Each time, he found only the soft glow of the streetlight bleeding around the edges of his curtain and the refrigerator's steady hum. He told himself it was over. He repeated it like a new mantra. It is over. I am home. I am out. Days passed. He tried to rebuild routine. He cooked small meals, cleaned his kitchen, sorted the cash into envelopes, and hid them in different places. He considered looking for work again, opening his new phone with its blank contact list and searching for job listings. The world continued. People argued on the street. A radio played from the apartment below. Children ran down the hallway, their footsteps clumsy and joyful, in a way that made something in his chest loosen. And yet, whenever he walked through his apartment, he felt watched, not by eyes in corners or screens in walls, but by his own memory of being watched. Every light fixture, every vent, every small dark spot on the ceiling became suspect, even if he knew logically they were ordinary. One evening, he took the trash out. The hallway felt the same as always. Dim yellow lighting, scuffed floor, the faint smell of cooking from other units. He descended the stairs, bag rustling softly in his hand, and stepped into the cold air of the alley behind the building. He tossed the bag into the bin, the sound muffled by snow piled along the edges. As he turned to go back inside, something caught his eye. Near the corner of the building, mounted just under the overhang, where two walls met, was a small security camera. It was neatly installed, its casing clean, the lens dark and watchful. He had never seen it there before. He stepped closer, squinting in the fading light. There was no visible brand on the front, no familiar company logo, just the smooth curve of the casing. But on the underside, almost hidden from casual view, was a small symbol etched into the surface, a circle inside a circle. His breath clouded in the air. He stared at the logo for a long time, feeling the quiet cold seep slowly into his bones. The alley, the snow, the hum of the city, they all kept moving, unaware. But for Danny, time bent slightly. wrapping around that tiny mark. The surveillance, he understood, had never truly stopped. The environment had changed skin, from white walls to cracked paint, from controlled silence to city noise. But the gaze had followed. The file with his name on it had not been closed. It had merely been updated with a new location. He lifted his eyes to the sky, a narrow strip of gray-blue pressed between the building edges. Clouds drifted lazily overhead, uncaring. Back in his apartment, he closed the door gently and leaned his forehead against it for a moment, listening to the heater hum. Free to resume his life. Free on paper. Free in the way a subject might be free to roam a larger enclosure. Danny moved away from the door and sat at the table, fingers tracing the grain of the worn wood. The money, the new phone, the printed note. They lay where he had left them, quietly waiting. He was outside the White Room now. But the system that built it had never really opened the door. It had simply stepped back and watched what he would do next. The new phone sat on the table like a small, patient animal, screen dark, waiting. For a few days, Danny resisted the urge to touch it. His old device, cracked and sluggish, still lay on the counter where he had abandoned it before everything changed. Its battery no longer held a proper charge. Its screen ghosted faint images from previous apps, as if it too struggled with memory. Eventually, practicality won. He powered the new phone on. The startup animation was smooth, clean, the kind of polished motion his old phone had never managed, even at its best. The screen glowed to life with a soft bloom of color. There was no setup wizard, no long list of questions, no prompts to log in. Everything was already there. His contacts appeared in a neat list. Names from old jobs, his landlord, the neighbor upstairs, a long-forgotten coworker. His message threads were intact, too, some stretching back months, full of half-finished conversations, job reminders, and automated alerts from companies that never knew his face. His photo gallery was populated with the same sparse images, pictures of receipts he had meant to file, blurry street scenes, a single photograph of his mother's hands resting on a table. His number, when he checked, was the same as before. It was as if nothing had changed. Only the casing, the speed, the brightness of the screen. His life had been neatly picked up and placed inside a newer, sharper shell. For a few moments, that was almost comforting, a piece of continuity. Then he opened the app drawer. Most of the icons were familiar: browser, camera, weather, messaging. But scattered among them, embedded in the system layer, were applications he had never installed and could not remove. Their names were so generic that they almost seemed designed to pass unnoticed. Activity Sync, Wellness Monitor, Stability Assist. When he tried to long press and uninstall one, the phone buzzed gently and displayed a message. This is a protected system service. He backed out, a faint chill threading its way through his calm. The first notification came later that evening, while he was stirring soup on the stove. A soft chime. The screen lit up with a gentle prompt at the top. How are you feeling today? Underneath, two options: tap to respond or not now. He stared at it for a moment, then tapped not now. The notification slid away without protest. The second came, the next morning. Have you considered applying for new opportunities? Beneath it, a line. Your profile suggests resilience under pressure. He dismissed that one too. At first, the prompts were occasional, small, unobtrusive bubbles appearing at the edge of his day. Tell us about your mood. Did you sleep well last night? Do you feel hopeful about the future? They appeared at odd hours, early morning, late at night, in the middle of a walk to the store, when he paused too long at a red light. Their language was soft, supportive, never demanding, always framed as concern. We care about your well-being. Help us tailor resources for you. Share how you feel to unlock support options. When he ignored them, they did not become harsh. The phone never shouted. The notifications did not flash or repeat angrily. They simply grew a little more frequent, like a gentle hand, tapping his shoulder every time he turned away. The apps were woven deep into the system. The wellness monitor appeared in his settings with graphs he had never consented to generate. Sleep estimates based on usage patterns, movement approximations derived from motion sensors, quiet labels like restless, stable, low engagement. One evening, after a long stretch of ignoring every mood survey, Danny opened his banking app to check his balance. He had been careful with the money from the envelope, paying off part of his rent, buying food, putting a small amount aside in case of emergencies. He expected to see the numbers he already knew. Instead, there was a new line in his transaction history, a small, unexpected credit. Not huge, but large enough to matter to someone like him. The description field contained only one word: adjustment. He frowned, scrolling back and forth, trying to see if he had missed some earlier explanation. There was none. No employer name, no government tag, no transfer reference, just adjustment. The next time a survey popped up, "Did you feel supported today?" He hesitated longer before swiping it away. The pattern formed slowly, but once he saw it, he could not unsee it. On days when he interacted with the prompts, even just tapping a quick answer like fine or tired, things seemed to tilt fractionally in his favor. A minor bank fee reversed, a discount appearing unexpectedly at checkout, a job listing notification that felt oddly tailored to his history. On days when he refused to engage, tiny frictions appeared, a delayed payment, a glitch in an app he relied on. Nothing dramatic, nothing that could not be explained away as coincidence. But he had seen enough systems now to understand how patterns could be shaped. His financial survival, fragile as it already was, seemed gently tethered to his participation in this invisible feedback loop. He was no longer in a white room, but there was still a conditioned relationship between response and reward. Late one night, when the city outside had settled into its low, tired hum, he lay in bed scrolling through his phone to keep his thoughts from circling too tightly. The screen cast a soft glow across his face. He flicked aimlessly through news, small videos, messages from companies he did not remember signing up with. Then an ad appeared, full screen, smooth and quiet. Struggling? Need stability? We are looking for resilient individuals. The design was simple: clean white background, soft font, a small logo in the corner, a circle inside a circle. The words were calm, compassionate, the way someone might speak to a skittish animal. He knew this layout. His thumb went cold against the glass. It was not pixel-perfect identical to the very first ad he had answered, but it was close enough, like a new edition of the same book. Cover slightly updated, story unchanged. The same sense of quiet promise, the same implication. We see you. We understand your struggle. We can give it structure. Except this time, something else was different. The apply button at the bottom was already highlighted, as if it had been pressed halfway in advance. When he hovered over it, the phone vibrated faintly, an eager little tremor. Tapping it once showed him a pre-filled form. Name: Daniel Hayes. Contact: his active number. Address: his apartment, correct down to the unit. Status: eligible, prior participant. He had not typed any of it. For other people on buses, in kitchens, in parking lots, this ad might appear as one more targeted message in a feed full of them, something they could scroll past without a second thought. or tap impulsively on a desperate night. For him, it was not an accident. It was a loop, an invitation written with his data already inside. He stared at the screen until the words blurred. The apply button glowed softly, waiting. There was no countdown, no threat. Just the calm persistence of a hand, extended by someone who already knew the shape of his grip. He locked the phone. The room sank back into darkness, illuminated only by the weak glow sneaking around his curtains. The heater hummed. Distant traffic rolled past like slow waves. Inside his chest, something old and tired and stubborn held still. They had released him from the facility, returned him to his life, put money on his table and a device in his hand that fit him better than his old one ever had. But they had also given the loop a home in his pocket. Even here, in the quiet of his own bed, the system could whisper offers at him in the dark, dress them in concern, and let him believe that each new click was entirely his own idea. Danny lay awake, listening to the heater, feeling the ghost pressure of the apply button hovering just beyond his fingertips. He did not press it, but the knowledge that he could, that he might, on some future night, when the money ran thin and the world felt too heavy, sat beside him like a third presence in the room, breathing in sync with his own. In the weeks that followed, Danny moved through the city like a man walking through a painting he had once mistaken for real. The colors were the same, the sounds were the same. But now, behind every familiar surface, he saw faint outlines of wires, hooks, quiet currents pulling at people who thought they were moving on their own. He started to notice places he had never paid attention to before. On the edge of his neighborhood, tucked between a discount pharmacy and a payday loan store, a new office appeared. A narrow storefront with frosted glass and a small sign above the door. Stability Solutions Recruitment. The logo was not exactly the same as the one he knew, but it had echoes. The suggestion of a circle within a circle, softened, reshaped into something that would not ring any bells for anyone who had never seen the original. The door stood slightly ajar most days. He watched people go in, a woman in a faded supermarket uniform, a young man in a delivery jacket, a middle-aged father with calloused hands and worn-out shoes. They all had the same slight slump in their shoulders, the same look of someone who knew the numbers in their bank account too well. Bus stops became another kind of beacon. Flyers appeared on the shelters where tired workers waited in the cold, paper edges curling slightly from damp air. Paid research, no experience needed. Earn while you rest. Support future systems, compensation guaranteed. The phrases were gentle, compassionate. They promised cash, structure, something to do besides sit in a cramped apartment, feeling useless. The font was soft, the layouts clean. A small logo sat at the bottom of many of them, not always visible, sometimes partially covered by other ads. But there, if you looked closely enough, a circle around a circle, tweaked, stylized, but still the same idea. He began to recognize the vans too, plain white vehicles with carefully neutral designs. No company name, just a generic transport sticker and a small emblem near the rear door. Most people would see nothing special in them. Delivery vans, maybe. Shuttle services. But Danny had spent too much time staring at that shape on walls, forms, and screens. On some afternoons, he watched one of those vans pull up to a curb near a crowded intersection. A person would climb in alone, jacket zipped up, eyes tired, but hopeful. The doors would close soundlessly. The van would pull away without drawing attention. Life continued around it. A dog barked nearby. A couple argued quietly outside a grocery store. A cyclist cursed at a car that cut too close. The city swallowed the moment whole. One day, he wandered into a small cafe near the bus station, more out of habit than desire. The place smelled like burnt espresso and sugar. Old music played softly from a speaker near the counter. He took a seat near the back, where he could watch without being watched too closely. A young man sat at the table next to his, hunched over a cheap laptop. The kid could not have been more than 22, maybe 23. He wore a fast food uniform, the cap folded and resting beside his coffee. His fingers tapped anxiously on the table. Across from him sat a friend, listening as the young man vented. "I mean, it sounds weird," the kid said, swirling what remained of his drink. "But the pay is insane for just a few weeks. They call it a trial job, like assessment or something. Housing included." Danny's chest constricted. "Assessment how?" the friend asked. "They didn't really say, just that they're looking for people who can handle pressure and follow instructions. There's this application online, super clean, kind of creepy, honestly. But like, what am I supposed to do? Rent's killing me, man." The phrasing was too close. Trial job, assessment, handle pressure, follow instructions. Danny could almost see the screen in his mind. White background, soft gray text, the logo like an eye pretending to be a circle. He turned slightly, pretending to adjust his jacket, and caught a glimpse of the young man's phone as he scrolled. There it was, an ad, clean and quiet, asking for resilient individuals. The same tone, the same structure, the same net cast in a new direction. Words rose to the back of Danny's throat before he could stop them. "Do not go. They will weigh you, measure you, and call it help. You will walk into a room that looks clean and never leave it unchanged." He wanted to reach out, to tap the kid on the shoulder and say, "I know where that road goes." It is not just a job. It is a cage lined with polite words. He pictured himself standing in the center of the cafe, voice shaking but loud, telling them everything. White rooms and false windows, tasks disguised as kindness, the way hunger and praise braided themselves into obedience. But then what? He had no proof to show them. No marks on his body except a small healed puncture that could mean anything. No documents, no recordings, no names to give beyond Dr. Mercer, and a logo that could be dismissed as nothing. How do you explain horror that leaves no visible scars, only subtle shifts in behavior? How do you describe a prison where the door opens, but the eyes follow you out? The young man laughed weakly. "Maybe I'm overthinking it," he said. "Worst case, I bail, right?" Danny's hand closed slowly around his coffee cup. He looked at the kid's face, the tiredness in his eyes, the way hope and fear sat together in the lines around his mouth. It was like looking at himself, years compressed into a single reflection. His tongue felt thick. His body stayed still. He did nothing. The moment passed. The conversation drifted to other topics. The laptop closed with a soft click. The two men left the cafe, chairs scraping briefly against the floor. Danny finished his coffee in small, deliberate sips, tasting bitterness and something more complicated beneath it. Outside, the evening sky had softened into a deep, calm blue. Stars hid behind a thin veil of city light, faint but present. A plane crossed overhead, silent at this distance, a tiny silver shape moving steadily from one horizon to the other. People walked dogs, carried groceries, checked their phones as they crossed the street. A child tugged on a parent's sleeve, pointing at the glowing windows of a store. Somewhere, a bus sighed to a stop, doors opening with a tired wheeze. For them, the world seemed simple enough. Work, home, bills, weather, small joys, small pains. They did not see the logos etched into the corners of their lives, the quiet cameras, the recruitment offices watching tired faces with patient interest. The city looked peaceful. Peaceful, if you never saw the net hanging just above it, waiting. Danny walked home with his hands in his pockets, the cold air sharp in his lungs. He tried not to think about the young man, about vans and applications and white rooms, but his mind, now trained by design to notice patterns, would not let go. When he reached his building, the hallway lights flickered once and then steadied. He climbed the stairs, the familiar ache in his knees, a small reminder that his body had not entirely forgiven the weeks inside. As he unlocked his door, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He stepped into the apartment, let the door close behind him, and pulled the device out. A notification banner glowed gently at the top of the screen. "Thank you for not interfering with Candidate 571's autonomy." Beneath it, a small line. "Respect for free choice is a key trait." For a moment, Danny stood perfectly still, phone resting in his open palm, the heater humming in the background. They had seen him in the cafe, heard nothing he said, because he had said nothing, recorded everything he did not do. His silence had been measured, coded, approved. His hesitation, his choice not to warn, had slid neatly into their design. It was not just inaction, it was data. Confirmation that he would not disrupt the larger pattern, even when he recognized it. He dismissed the notification, the banner sliding away as softly as a whisper. The room around him did not change. The fridge continued to hum. The streetlight outside flickered in its familiar broken rhythm. Somewhere below, a television played faintly through thin walls. For the people outside, the night went on, ordinary and unremarkable. For Danny, the calm was crowded, full of invisible threads linking apartments, bus stops, cafes, and white rooms together into one vast patient web. He set the phone face down on the table and sat in the dim light, listening to the city breathe, knowing that somewhere behind the quiet, the system was breathing with it. Time, when it is not being stretched and twisted on purpose, has a way of smoothing its own edges. In the months that followed, Danny's days began to take on shapes again, uneven at first, then slowly settling into something that looked almost like a life. Not a grand, triumphant life, not one that would impress anyone scrolling past, but a small, stubborn one that clung to rhythm. He picked up small jobs where he could, a few shifts unloading stock at a hardware store, evening hours washing dishes in the back of a restaurant where the lights were too bright and the music too loud. Occasionally, a short-term contract cleaning office spaces after hours, wiping fingerprints off glass doors and coaxing coffee stains out of carpets that would never truly look new again. The money was not much, but it was more steady than before, enough to chip away at the worst of his debts, to keep the landlord neutral, to buy groceries without counting every coin twice. He bought himself a new lamp. It was not expensive, just a simple floor lamp with a soft, warm shade. But when he turned it on in the evenings, the light it cast felt gentler than the harsh ceiling bulb. It pooled in corners, turned shadows into something less sharp. It made his apartment feel less like a temporary shelter and more like a place that was allowed to be lived in. He adopted rituals. Every evening, around the same time, he would make tea. Nothing fancy, cheap tea bags, water boiled in a kettle that had seen better years. But the act itself mattered. Waiting for the water to boil, watching steam rise in thin ribbons, listening to the tiny clink of the cup against the saucer. These small sounds became anchors. After tea, he would sit by the window. The street below offered a view of ordinary life, filtered through grime and glass. People carrying bags, dogs pulling their owners along, kids skateboarding poorly on cracked pavement. Neon signs from nearby shops etched blurred color onto puddles whenever it rained, painting red and blue streaks across the asphalt like someone had dragged a brush there. Sometimes, he cracked the window open just enough to let in the sound of the world. Car engines, snippets of conversation, the occasional distant laugh. The noise felt messy, unregulated. Back in the facility, sound had been rationed. Here, it spilled over without permission. He started writing things down, too. Not long diary entries or detailed accounts, just short notes on small pieces of paper he kept near the lamp. You are here. You are awake. This is not a test. Some nights he would add a line or two. Today you carried boxes and nothing asked you to repeat a phrase. You made a choice, and no one measured it. He pinned the notes to the wall by his bed, a crooked constellation of reassurance. On harder days, when his chest felt tight and his hands trembled for reasons that had nothing to do with cold, he would read them silently, like a quiet prayer, to no one. The nightmares changed gradually. At first, they were all white walls and humming air. He would wake thinking he heard the speaker chime, convinced he had missed a task and punishment was on its way. His heart would race until he noticed the streetlight flickering outside or the distant siren of a passing ambulance. Over time, though, the white room began to visit him less often. His dreams shifted to more mundane scenes, walking through a supermarket and losing track of which aisle he had already searched, waiting at a bus stop while buses passed by, going everywhere but where he needed to go, sitting in a doctor's waiting room while his name was never called. They were not pleasant dreams, but they were human ones, the kind people all over the city might have after a long, ordinary day. Sometimes, he almost convinced himself that the organization had moved on. After all, he reasoned, they had countless candidates, entire queues spanning years. New people were clicking their ads every day, stepping into their vans, sitting in their white rooms. The system did not need him anymore. He was a completed file, a past project, a finished trial. He let that thought sit beside him like a fragile companion. The city continued in its indifferent beauty. There were evenings when the sky turned the color of diluted ink, deep blue fading to gray around the edges. Neon lights flickered to life, smearing color across wet pavement. Stray cats slipped between overflowing trash cans and broken fences with the unhurried grace of creatures who owed nothing to anyone. From time to time, he heard the distant rumble of trains sliding along tracks far away, a low, soothing sound that threaded through the noise closer to his window. On one particular night, the air held that gentle, almost eerie calm that sometimes settles over cities for no obvious reason. Not silent. Cities are never truly silent, but muted, like someone had turned the volume down a notch on everything. Danny sat in his chair by the lamp, a mug of cooling tea in his hands. The TV played quietly in front of him. Not a show he followed closely, just background noise, flickering color to keep his eyes from staring too long at the empty corners. He felt tired, but not in the jagged way he used to. It was a softer exhaustion, the kind that came from physical work and small errands rather than from being asked to question the shape of his own mind. His eyelids grew heavier. The TV's images blurred into one another. A commercial, a sitcom, a rerun of the news. He let his head tip back against the chair, the tea resting on his chest, one hand still curved loosely around the mug. His breathing slowed. He slipped into that strange in-between place, not fully asleep, not fully awake, where the world feels thin and distant, where sounds arrive wrapped in cotton. The TV flickered. Static blipped for less than a heartbeat, the image collapsing into a brief, jagged tremor. Danny's eyes remained half closed, his mind too drowsy to do more than notice the disturbance, the way one notices a breeze nudging a curtain. For just that sliver of a second, the screen went black. White text appeared in the center, crisp, clinical, not part of any show, not part of any channel. Subject 342, status, dormant asset, observation continues. He did not fully register it at the time. His mind, hovering near the edge of sleep, caught the shape of it the way you catch the outline of a dream, right before it slips away. By the time he blinked his eyes open properly, the message was gone. His TV now showed a bland commercial, smiling faces, holding brightly colored products he did not need. The volume hummed softly, unchanged. Danny frowned, sitting up a little straighter. His heart gave a single hard thump, then steadied. Had he drifted off and imagined it? Had some text from another program glitched through? Had there been a channel number or logo he missed? He picked up the remote and flicked through the channels. Game shows, news anchors, old movies, weather reports. Nothing like what he thought he had seen. The ordinary world stared back at him, in all its messy, harmless banality. He sat there for a while, remote in his hand, the lamp casting a warm circle of light around him. A small part of his brain tried to convince him that he had simply dreamed it, that his half-sleeping mind had stitched together a message out of static and anxiety. But deeper down, in the place that had learned to read the patterns of controlled environments, he knew. The message had not been meant for him. It was not an alert, not a warning, not a taunt. It was a status line, a label, the kind of brief notation that might appear on a monitor in some distant room while an operator cycled through feeds. Subject 342. Dormant asset. Observation continues. He was not an active experiment anymore, not a current phase, just a file tagged with a gentle flag. Still alive, still useful, still being watched. The TV went on talking about something else. Sales, elections, sports scores. The city outside carried on with its own quiet drama of night shifts and late trains and flickering neon. For anyone else, it was just another evening. For Danny, it was the night he understood that almost peace was the closest thing he might ever get. The White Room might never claim him again, but the name on their list still glowed somewhere, in some database, persistent and patient, sleeping, never erased. In the days after the message on the TV, the fragile layer of almost peace that had settled over Danny's life grew thin again, like frost melting under a breath. Nothing dramatic happened. No vans pulled up outside the building. No anonymous men in gray uniforms knocked on his door. The heater still hummed. The streetlight still flickered. Yet something in him had shifted back into a more alert state, the way a sleeping animal half wakes at the crack of a twig. He began to notice things. Not the loud, obvious things, the shouting, the traffic, the sirens. Those belonged to the regular chaos of the city. What he noticed were the small repetitions that did not quite look like coincidence once they lined up in his mind. A man walked his dog past the building each morning, same time, same route, same slow pace. The dog changed leashes once or twice, but the man's expression never shifted much from neutral. A delivery truck with no strong branding parked near the corner, more often than seemed necessary for that block, its engine idling just a little longer than most before pulling away. Nothing he saw could be called proof. Anyone else would have shrugged and said, "People have routines. Trucks get delayed." And they would be right, in the way that people who have never seen behind the curtain are often right. But for Danny, every returning pattern carried a double meaning. Each familiar stranger felt like a piece on a board he could not see the edges of. He did not confront anyone. He did not test the perimeter of this invisible watch by running, shouting, or throwing rocks at cameras. No one stepped out of a doorway to block his path. No voice from a hidden speaker said his number. The horror he lived with now did not come from sudden doors slamming shut. It came from knowing that, somewhere in a system designed to measure and predict, his name still glowed under the heading Dormant Asset. He understood now that his fear did not need events to sustain it. Knowledge alone was enough. So he did what he could with the sliver of autonomy that remained, shaping his days into small acts that felt like folding pieces of himself away from the light. He began turning off the phone. Not always, and not for long stretches. He knew better than to suddenly vanish from their sensors entirely, but often enough that it felt like breathing room. Sometimes, in the late afternoon, he would power it down completely, watching the screen fade to black, and then leave it on the kitchen table while he took a walk. The first time he stepped outside without the weight of the device in his pocket, he felt oddly underdressed, as if he had forgotten his keys or his shoes. Then, slowly, the absence became something else. He walked streets that were not chosen for him by a map app or a notification. He turned left simply because he wanted to see whose laundry hung on a certain balcony, or right because a stray cat had darted that way. No app logged his pace, no system counted his steps, or tagged his route as low activity. For an hour, his movements belonged only to him. He started using cash more often. Small purchases, groceries, coffee, a roll of tape, a second-hand book from the corner shop, all paid with notes and coins instead of cards. He was not naive enough to think that paper money made him invisible, but there was something grounding in the tactile exchange, the quiet slide of coins across a counter. Numbers still shifted in his account when rent and utilities were due, but these smaller exchanges felt cleaner, untracked in the way his surveys and adjustments had never been. When he visited the elderly neighbor down the hall, a woman who always seemed to have tea, steeping, and old songs playing softly from a radio, he made a point of leaving his phone in his apartment. They would sit at her small table, sharing biscuits that crumbled too easily, talking about things that did not matter to any system. The weather last year, the cat she used to have, the way the bakery on the corner had changed its bread recipe. These were not acts of grand rebellion. He was not sabotaging anything, not hacking into their networks or exposing their maps to the world. His gestures were quiet, almost invisible from the outside. Turning a phone off, paying in cash, sharing an hour of unplugged conversation over weak tea. And yet, to him, they felt like lighting candles in a room that preferred fluorescent lights. He knew the ceiling above him probably still held cameras in stores, in corridors, at bus stops. He knew his profile lived on servers he would never see, its fields complete enough to predict how he might react to certain pressures, certain offers, certain fears. He accepted, slowly and reluctantly, that he might never fully escape being watched. But he began to see a difference between being observed and being surrendered. They could measure where his body went. They could watch the angle of his shoulders, the tilt of his head, the frequency with which he refused or accepted their digital invitations. What they could not fully touch, unless he handed it to them, was the inner commentary he kept for himself. The decision to sit by the window without scrolling. The choice to hold back from clicking something, even when it glowed softly at the edge of his vision. The quiet awareness that his fear did not have to write the story alone. One afternoon, he powered the phone back on after a long walk, It buzzed to life in his hand, screen flaring for a moment before settling into its usual calm icons. There were a few missed notifications, weather alerts, a promotional message, another gentle nudge. We have resources to support your stability. Would you like to learn more? He dismissed it. Days blurred into each other, full of small work, small meals, small choices. The heater hummed. The lamp glowed in the evenings. The city kept breathing around him. Then, one morning, something happened that he did not cause. The phone, which he had deliberately powered down the night before, lit up on its own. He had left it on the table, screen dark, battery still more than half full. No charger plugged in. No one had touched it. Yet as he sat by the window drinking tea, he heard the familiar chime and turned to see the device awake, its display bright. A single message filled the screen. No app icon, no sender label, just text. You are not required to do anything more. Your profile is complete. Thank you. The words were simple, almost kind. For a moment, relief washed through him, in a warm rush, catching him off guard, a loosening in his chest, like a band that had been tightened too long suddenly giving way. Not required to do anything more. No more surveys, no more tests disguised as opportunities, no more carefully worded prompts asking him how he felt. He sat back in his chair, eyes closed, and let the feeling pass through him. Then slowly, unease followed. Complete. The words slid around in his mind, cold at the edges. Very little in life was ever truly complete. Debts shifted, feelings changed, people grew or broke. But to a system that logged responses and mapped patterns, complete did not mean whole. It meant finished. A project concluded, a product finalized. If his profile was complete, it meant they had taken everything they needed from him. The hunger, the silence, the moral compromises, the refusals, the small kindnesses, the decision at the 2 doors, the choice not to warn a stranger, all of it wrapped into a tidy record. He was no longer a subject in progress. He was a file sealed and stored on a digital shelf, waiting to be accessed when someone needed to know how a person like him behaved under pressure. His value to them was no longer in what he might do, but in what he already had done. The message did not ask for confirmation. There was no tap to agree. It faded from the screen on its own after a few seconds, replaced by his usual home display, as if it had never been there at all. Danny stared at the blankness for a long time. Outside, a car drove past, tires hissing on wet pavement. Someone laughed faintly down the hallway. The heater rattled once and steadied. The world, as always, continued. He picked up the phone, powered it off carefully, and set it face down on the table. If he was a finished product to them now, then perhaps, he thought, whatever remained unfinished inside him belonged more fully to himself than it ever had before. He could not erase the file with his name on it, but he could, in the quiet space of his small apartment, decide what kind of person existed beyond that final line in their system. Night comes softly to Danny's street. Rain has been falling for a while now, not angry, not loud, but in a steady, patient way that makes the world outside his window look slightly blurred, as if someone has placed a gentle filter over the city. The puddles on the road catch the dim light of the street lamps, stretching each glow into long, watery lines that tremble when cars pass by. In his apartment, Danny moves slowly, without hurry. He fills the kettle, sets it on the stove, and waits for the familiar building of sound as the water heats. The room is washed in a warm pool of light from the lamp he bought for himself, the one that makes the walls seem less like a box and more like a small, cared-for corner of the world. When the kettle begins to murmur, he He pours the water over a tea bag in his chipped mug. Steam lifts in thin ribbons, curling once before dissolving into the air. The simple smell of cheap tea unfurling in hot water is more comforting than it has any right to be. He carries the mug to the chair by the window and sits down. Outside, the rain makes the street shine. People hurry along the sidewalk with their shoulders hunched, coats pulled tight, bags held close. A car glides past, tires whispering over wet asphalt. Somewhere farther away, a train sends its low, steady rumble through the bones of the city. Danny wraps both hands around the mug, holding it like something small and important. He thinks of others. He thinks of the single mother in the laundromat, counting coins while the machines swallowed and spun her clothes. She might be out there tonight, slipping through the rain with a bag of groceries, trying not to let water seep into her worn shoes. He thinks of the way she hunched over the little plastic seat, shoulders tight under the fluorescent lights. He thinks of the teenager in the fast food restaurant, wiping counters under the weight of a bright uniform cap. Maybe the boy is at work right now, standing in front of a fryer, face warmed by heat that never belongs to him. Maybe he has already seen the ad. Maybe he has not. He thinks of Luis, of the second bed across the faint gray line, of Luis's tired, quiet humor, of the way he muttered phrases in his sleep that sounded like the speaker, and the way his bed was made so neatly after he disappeared, as if he had never really been there at all. Danny will never know where Luis went, whether he advanced or returned, whether he is still inside some corridor of that system or out on some other street, sitting near some other window, holding his own version of this tea. The rain runs down the glass in thin vertical tracks, turning the view outside into soft streaks of color. It suits his mood. Nothing sharp, nothing screaming, just a gentle, almost beautiful sadness folded into the quiet. He understands something now that he did not, lying on the bed in the white room. The horror was never only in that room. It was never just the blank walls, the trace line, the soothing voice that asked him to measure his own obedience. It is larger and quieter than that, a world in which desperation itself becomes a doorway, one that opens not because someone is brave, but because someone is tired and out of options. People step through that doorway every day. They do not wear uniforms or numbers printed on their shirts. They wear discount shoes, supermarket name tags, cheap headphones. They carry rent notices in their pockets and overdue bills in their bags. They say yes to strange offers because the world has taught them that saying no to opportunity is a luxury. Some doors lead to something genuinely better. Some lead to white rooms and watching eyes. From his chair, Danny can see only a tiny part of that network of doors, but he feels it all the same. A quiet web stretched across the city, connecting recruitment offices, hidden cameras, vans with softened logos, and lives that already carry too much weight. Yet, as he sits there, he also feels something fragile and real that the system never fully took from him. He has a warm mug between his hands. He has a lamp he chose for himself, a ritual of evening tea he built on purpose. He has neighbors he can visit without filling out a form, an old woman who shares biscuits and stories about her youth. He has small pockets of freedom, walks without his phone, cash paid across a counter, a decision to sit by the window and simply watch the rain instead of tapping apply in the dark. The world that watched him is still watching, but it has not yet learned every path that his inner life can take. The narration of his story shifts now, just a little, sliding from his narrow window out into a wider night. There are systems in this world that do not need chains or whips to hold people. They do not need locked doors or shouted orders. They only need certain conditions. Hunger that never fully goes away. Loneliness that grows heavier with each unpaid bill. Fatigue that turns caution into a luxury. They wait in the blank spaces between paychecks, in the bus stops where workers slump under flickering lights, in the quiet of tiny apartments late at night. They present themselves as help, as research, as opportunity, offering structure to those who live inside chaos. For those who are poor, each open door can look like salvation. A text promising stability, a flyer offering paid participation, an office with frosted windows and kind, practiced smiles. Some of those doors lead to real support. Some lead to rooms where the air hums softly and the lights never fully go out. Danny sits in his chair, listening to the rain. His breathing is slow and steady now, trained by nights of waking in fear and learning, again and again, that the ceiling above him is only his ceiling. He is still on a list. His identifier glows somewhere in a database. Subject 342. Dormant. Observed. But he exists as more than that line of text. He exists as a man who brings extra groceries when the neighbor downstairs is struggling. As someone who remembers the warmth of his mother's hands as she stirred soup in a too small kitchen. As someone who knows now where his fear starts and where it stops. The story pulls back further, like a camera, lifting away from his rain-lit window and rising into the quiet architecture of the city. Somewhere far from here, in a server room cooled by humming machines and watched by no one for most of the night, his file rests among thousands of others. Rows of identifiers, each one a life pressed down into numbers, notes, tags. On one monitor, a record sits. Subject 342. High compliance, high empathy, released to field. Status, observed. The cursor blinks placidly at the end of that line, waiting for nothing. His story, as far as the system is concerned, is complete. The file is closed, not because he is free, but because he is finished on their terms. Below that entry, on another interface, a new line waits. Viewer, profile initializing. No name yet, no number. Just an empty field, ready to be filled with what someone watches when they pause, what makes their pulse change. Somewhere, another system begins to ask gentle questions. How long did you listen? At which moments did you feel afraid, or seen, or tired? It is not a threat, not a jump scare, not a hand reaching out of the screen. It is quieter than that. A soft suggestion that every time someone leans toward a story like this, late at night, half exhausted and looking for something that understands them, something else might be leaning back. You escape this particular story when the video ends. You put your phone down, turn off the light, settle into your pillow. The white room fades. Danny becomes just a character in your memory. The rain you hear is your own. The lamp on your bedside table belongs only to you. But systems like the one that held him do not switch off so easily. They live in data flows, in ad algorithms, in the quiet way your struggles are categorized, sorted, and responded to with a tailored offer you did not ask for. And yet, even here, listening in the dark, you have something that no system can fully capture. The narrator's voice lowers, warm and steady, speaking now directly to the place in you that has walked past your own doors, some kind and some dangerous. When you are poor and tired, every open door can look like salvation. Some are not. Sleep tonight knowing this. You still have something no system can fully train out of you. The quiet refusal inside, the part that knows who you are, even in a white room. Hold on to that. Rest. The world will keep watching, but you are allowed to close your eyes. And next, the story I want to tell you is titled The White Room. Leo started on a Tuesday, which felt like the right kind of quiet day to begin a quieter life. Late afternoon light slid down the stone facade of the museum as he signed his papers at the front desk, the ink drying slowly on forms that smelled faintly of toner and dust. Outside, beyond the tall glass doors, the river moved in a long, patient line, carrying stray leaves and the reflection of traffic lights that were already beginning to glow. Inside, the air was cooler, calmer, and the echo of his footsteps felt almost respectful, as if the building had decided to lower its voice for him. The museum was not large, not famous, and that suited him. Old stone walls framed hallways of warm, honey-colored wood. Soft yellow lamps hung at measured intervals, their light falling in gentle circles on polished floors and glass display cases. There was a faint, comforting smell of old paper, varnish, and something like linen left to dry in the shade. It reminded Leo of the school libraries he used to hide in as a child, when the playground felt too bright and too loud. The operations manager, a narrow man with a kind smile and tired eyes, walked him through the basics: alarm codes, keys, emergency exits. "Most nights nothing happens," the man said, not unkindly. "You walk, you watch, you call if something beeps that should not beep." Leo nodded, absorbing the routine like a script he knew he could learn. After years in a call center where noise came in relentless waves, where strangers poured anger or panic into his ears for 8 hours straight, the idea of predictable silence felt almost unreal. By the time the last staff left and the main lights dimmed, the museum belonged to him and the hum of the air conditioning. He moved slowly along the corridors, learning the space with his body as much as with his eyes. The floorboards in the west wing creaked near the second fire door. The motion sensor in the corner of the lobby was just a little too sensitive, blinking at him when he moved too quickly. The old radiators in the stairwell gave off a faint ticking sound as they cooled, like someone idly tapping the side of a glass. The natural history wing became his favorite before midnight came. It was tucked away at the back of the second floor, past a small cafe that slept behind its pulled metal shutter. In that wing, time felt heavier, but not in a threatening way. Taxidermied birds perched on careful branches inside glass boxes, wings folded in forever rest, their painted eyes fixed on horizons no one else could see. Fossils lay in stone, like pressed memories. Ammonites spiraled like coiled thoughts, the imprint of ferns, a jawbone with teeth worn to dull honesty. On one wall, a faded painting of a whale dominated the room, the blues and grays of its body softened by years of light. The whale swam through a sea that no longer existed, its eye large and calm. Leo liked to stand in front of it with his hands in his pockets, listening to the distant thrum of the building and pretending for a moment that the sound belonged to some enormous, gentle heart. Everything in that wing was still. Everything was already finished. Nothing else could be asked of it. Silence suited him. Insomnia had sanded down the edges of his days for years. Even when he was exhausted, his mind refused to let go. It hummed and clicked through fears and half-remembered conversations, worries about bills and the shape of his own future. Here, in the museum, the silence was not empty. It was full of small, steady sounds, the low, constant breath of the air system, the distant ripple of the river outside, the soft buzz of an exit sign in the far corner. It felt like walking through a dream that did not demand anything from him. He had always felt a little unseen, a little too easy to overlook in rooms full of louder people. In the call center, he had been a headset and an employee number. In family photos, he often ended up at the edge, half turned away. Here, The museum did not need him to be charming or quick or impressive. It just needed him to show up, to walk the corridors, to be present. That quiet expectation was almost a kindness. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he had stepped into a space that wanted him to exist without performing. On his second round of the night, the curator's earlier words replayed in his mind. There had been a meeting before closing, over lukewarm coffee in the staff kitchen, about a very special guest exhibit arriving later in the week. The Ashford Collection, the curator had said, his voice carrying a practiced mix of pride and reverence. Hyper-realistic mannequins, immersive scenes. It will put us on the map. Leo had nodded politely, imagining glossy plastic figures in glamorous poses, something like a high-end department store display, with better lighting. Near midnight, as he passed the loading bay at the back of the building, he saw the proof that the curator had not been exaggerating. The crates had arrived earlier, after he clocked in, but before he finished his first round. Long wooden boxes sat in orderly rows, strapped and labeled, their surfaces stamped with neat barcodes, customs marks, and the name Ashford in a discreetly elegant typeface. Each crate had a paper sleeve in a plastic pouch, listing dimensions, insurance values, and handling instructions. Someone had even wrapped padded covers around the metal corners to prevent scratches. They looked exactly like what they claimed to be: expensive, professionally shipped art. Official, documented, boring. Leo walked between them, his flashlight grazing numbers and small arrows that told unseen hands which way was up. The air in the loading bay was cooler, the concrete underfoot a little rougher than the polished wood upstairs. There was a faint smell of cardboard and engine fumes lingering from the delivery truck. Halfway down the row of crates, he paused without knowing why. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound beyond the quiet whir of a distant vent. Yet he felt, in a way he could not easily explain, that he had stepped into the wake of something. It was like entering a room just after someone had left in tears, when the air still felt slightly charged, as if holding on to the shape of their emotion. No cold wind brushed him. No light flickered. It was only a small, tightening awareness at the back of his neck, a sense that the silence here was different from the silence upstairs. He stood for a moment, listening harder, as if whatever he felt might decide to introduce itself more clearly. It did not. The crates remained mute and heavy, their edges catching the weak beam of his flashlight in dull, predictable ways. He told himself it was nothing, the echo of tiredness maybe, or the residue of too many hours spent listening to other people's panic in another life. He adjusted the strap of his radio, exhaled slowly, and kept walking. By the time his shift drew toward its middle, the museum had settled into a rhythm he could almost imagine learning by heart. Round through the lobby, checked the locks on the side doors. A lingering pause in the natural history wing, a sideways glance toward the loading bay, where the Ashford crates waited like a promise the building had not yet decided how to keep. Everything behaved. Everything stayed where it was supposed to be. In the guard office, a small room with a desk, a kettle, and a bank of quiet monitors, Leo sank into the swivel chair and let his shoulders relax. The screens showed peaceful angles, the empty lobby with its banners, the dim halls, the shadowy outline of the whale painting. On one camera, through the high windows, the river shimmered under the streetlights, its surface catching bits of the city sky. The water moved with the same steady patience it had shown when he arrived, as if reminding him that time could flow without crashing for once. He wrapped his hands around a mug of tea and watched the slow movement of pixels pretending to be water. Somewhere behind him, stone and glass surrounded boxes filled with whatever the Ashford collection considered worth preserving. For tonight, they were sealed, quiet, contained. Leo let his eyes half close, breathing in the muted hum of the building, and let himself believe, gently and carefully, that this might be where his life began to heal. They began unpacking the Ashford collection early on a gray morning, when the museum doors were still locked and the city outside was only half awake. Leo watched from the edge of the main gallery as the installation team worked with quiet efficiency, their voices low so as not to disturb the building's usual calm. The crates that had sat in the loading bay like sleeping animals were wheeled in one by one, their wooden sides scuffed from long travel, their labels checked and double-checked before any latches were touched. Under the gentle track lighting, the gallery felt brighter than usual, the walls waiting like blank pages. The team unsealed the first crate with care, removing panels of foam and layers of protective cloth. When the final cover was lifted, the air itself seemed to pause. Inside, there was a string quartet. 4 figures stood on a slightly raised platform, arranged in a loose half-circle. A violinist with hair pinned back in a simple twist, her bow raised above the strings. A cellist, shoulders relaxed, fingertips curved as though ready to press the next note. A violist and another violinist, eyes turned toward the invisible conductor, mouths parted as if in shared concentration. They were caught at the exact moment before sound, that breath, just before a performance truly begins. Their clothing carried tiny wrinkles at elbows and waists, the fabric folding in a way that suggested actual movement, not sculpted intention. Shoes showed faint scuff marks. One cuff was slightly crooked. The attention to imperfection made everything feel more precise, not less. Their faces were composed but alive with detail. Faint laugh lines, the soft hollow at the base of the throat, the hint of shine on a lower lip. If Leo had not known better, he would have thought the team had somehow convinced 4 musicians to stand impossibly still. Other crates opened to reveal other scenes. On one side of the room, a small cafe table appeared, complete with chairs, a napkin crumpled beside a dessert plate, a coat hanging casually on the back of a chair. A couple sat there, bodies angled toward each other in the easy intimacy of people who had long since grown used to each other's presence. The woman's hand curled around a porcelain cup, steam rising from her coffee in a frozen ribbon that seemed to bend light itself. The man leaned in slightly, as though mid-sentence, his eyes bright with something that might have been amusement or simple interest. Nearby, a server stood with a tray held just off level, a practiced balance in the wrist, the weight of glasses distributed by invisible habit. The server's gaze did not rest on any fixed point within the scene, but instead seemed directed at someone just outside the arrangement, as if acknowledging an unseen patron. The slight tension in the jaw, the crease in the apron, the faint sheen on the lower lip, all suggested a living body caught in the motion of an ordinary evening. As each piece slid into place, the gallery transformed. It no longer looked like a room that had received objects. It began to resemble a room that had been interrupted. It felt as though someone had lifted a slice of city life and set it down under glass. When the museum opened that afternoon, visitors drifted in with their usual hesitations, reading brochures and banners, blinking as their eyes adjusted from the daylight outside to the softer glow inside. The Ashford Gallery drew them the way a quiet song draws attention without raising its volume. People stepped into the room and slowed down, their bodies recognizing something unusual before their minds caught up. They moved around the displays with an almost reverent hush, Here and there, soft exclamations escaped, a whispered, "Look at that," or "How is this even done?" or simply a drawn-out breath. Children who usually bounced from case to case stood still, faces tilted up at the musicians. Older visitors leaned in close, hands clasped behind their backs, studying the folds of clothing, the curve of a wrist. The mannequins caught the light in a way that felt almost tender. The track lamps traced gentle lines across cheeks and brow bones, revealing pores the size of pinpricks, the faint texture of skin where makeup sat in a thin layer. In the cafe scene, the woman's fingernails showed tiny ridges and a half moon of paler color near the cuticle. On the server's hand, faint calluses roughened the skin where a lifetime of carrying trays would leave its mark. There were tiny, almost invisible hairs along forearms and at the nape of necks, catching light like threads of gold. The curator hovered near the entrance, posture relaxed, but eyes bright with pride. He watched as guests stopped and stared, as they leaned toward one another to share impressions. When a local journalist arrived with a camera and notebook, he met them with a practiced, modest smile. "This is the future of museum storytelling," he said, gesturing gently to the room. "Not just objects in cases, but moments in time. Our visitors are not just observers, they are witnesses." There were no jumps, no sudden movements. The horror, if it could even be called that yet, did not exist in any obvious way. Instead, there was an overwhelming sense of realism, wrapped in beauty and calm. The Ashford collection presented life as something exquisitely arranged and carefully preserved, like a bouquet placed in a chilled room before the petals could droop. During closed hours, when the last visitor had left and the outer doors were locked, the gallery became Leo's to walk. The lights dimmed slightly for nighttime conservation, but enough remained to shape soft islands of brightness around each scene. The silence that filled the room was thick, but not yet oppressive. It felt like the silence of a theater, after the orchestra has tuned and before the conductor raises the baton. Leo moved slowly between the figures, his own reflection slipping across the glass surfaces in quiet fragments. There was something strangely soothing in their eternal stillness. Unlike people on the phone, unlike customers in line, unlike anyone who had ever needed something from him, these frozen guests asked for nothing. They did not rush him. They did not interrupt. They simply were. He began to study their faces the way he once studied callers' voices, searching for clues. He would stand in front of the violinist and imagine her practicing alone in a small apartment, a cup of tea cooling beside sheet music. He would look at the man in the cafe and picture him rehearsing a difficult conversation in the mirror before leaving home. He would study the server's expression and think about sore feet after long shifts, about the small pride of balancing a crowded tray without spilling a drop. The museum's files described them as composite works, but his mind insisted on seeing individuals. Giving them imagined histories made him feel less alone. It allowed him to weave himself into an invisible web of lives that only he seemed aware of at night, when the official narratives fell silent. At the far edge of the exhibit, almost tucked away from the central flow, a smaller scene drew his attention, like a quiet voice in a loud room. The label beside it read, "The Farewell Waltz." A young woman stood beneath a crystal chandelier, the suggestion of an elegant hall surrounding her in a few carefully placed props, a section of polished floor, a hint of a staircase railing, the echo of a banister that continued into the unseen. Her evening dress fell in clean lines of dark fabric, catching the light in soft, subtle sheen. One hand was lifted, palm turned slightly upward, fingers gently curved as though resting an invisible hand that had just slipped away. Her head was tilted the barest fraction to one side, as if listening for a music that had just stopped. Her mouth was relaxed, neither smiling nor frowning. It was her eyes that held him. They seemed faintly wet, not in a theatrical way, but with the delicate shine of someone who had cried hours earlier and wiped the tears carefully, not wanting to draw attention. There was a softened redness at the rims, a barely perceptible tightness at the inner corners, as though she had practiced letting go without breaking down. Leo stood in front of her for a long time, his radio quiet at his side, the sounds of the building reduced to their faintest hum. There was a tiredness in her expression that did not read as defeat. It looked like recognition, like someone who had seen enough endings to know that they often arrived without ceremony. He felt a strange comfort in that face, in the tilt of her chin, in the way she held herself as if refusing to collapse, even when no one was looking. He recognized something of his own quiet endurance. She looked like someone who had carried disappointment without letting it harden into bitterness. He did not touch the glass, but he wanted to. He wanted to tell her that he understood the weight of standing in place, while everyone else's life seemed to move past. He wanted to thank her for looking dignified in the middle of whatever goodbye she had been frozen inside. The fact that she was not real did not seem to matter. The feeling of being seen, even by an artificial face, settled over him like a soft blanket. He lingered there longer than he intended, longer than he did at any other display. Eventually, he made himself move on, finishing his rounds with the same careful steps as always. Yet, as he returned to the guard office and sat once more before the screens, it was not the quartet or the cafe that stayed in his mind. It was the woman beneath the chandelier, hand lifted toward an absent partner, eyes shining with a quiet that was neither joy nor despair, but something in between that felt uncomfortably like home. Breaks at night were quieter than breaks in the daytime, as if even time itself moved more gently after midnight. In the guard office, the only light came from the monitors and the pale rectangle of Leo's phone in his hand. The rest of the room was shadows and the faint glow of the kettle's standby button. The museum lay spread across the screens. Silent halls, sleeping exhibits, the Ashford Gallery caught in frozen stillness. The river outside flashed here and there on one camera, silver under the street lamps. He had a habit, formed in the long, restless years before this job, of scrolling through the same small set of websites when he could not sleep. Most of them were harmless distractions. Photography forums, a message board about old records, a feed of gentle news about restored libraries and rescued animals. One of them was less gentle, though he told himself he followed it out of compassion. It was a missing persons blog, run by volunteers, posting updates and reminders, refusing to let certain names disappear completely. He thumbed the screen open almost without thinking, expecting to skim past familiar faces and old cases given new wording. Tonight, a fresh post floated to the top of the list. Update: still missing. Violinist disappeared after charity gala 2 years ago. The photo was not dramatic. It showed a young woman in a dark dress, standing in what looked like a hotel corridor, hair pulled back, violin case strap over one shoulder. She was not posing. It was the kind of candid shot someone takes quickly, saying, "Wait, just one picture," while the subject is already turning away. Her expression was soft and focused, as though her mind were already half on the music she would play. The chill did not arrive all at once. It started as a small tightness in his chest, then spread slowly outward as his mind tried to argue with what his eyes were telling him. He leaned closer to the screen, thumb unconsciously pinching and zooming to pull the image nearer. The shape of her jaw was the first echo, that gentle, almost hesitant line from ear to chin, more rounded than sharp. Then the small pale scar just above her left eyebrow, a thin curve like a crescent moon, nearly lost in the light. The blog mentioned it in the description, a reference point for identification. Scar above left brow, from childhood fall. Lower in the photo, where the neckline of her dress opened just enough, a small dark mole sat near the right collarbone, exactly where he had noticed a matching mark on the mannequin under the chandelier. He saw the details click into place in his mind, like someone arranging frames in a projector. The woman in the poster, the woman in the farewell waltz, standing beneath the chandelier with one hand lifted toward absence. Same jawline, same small scar, same mole, like a dropped piece of punctuation on skin. His heart did not race. It simply felt heavier, as if someone had gently set another stone on top of it. The room around him did not change. The monitors continued to cycle through their slow images. The kettle remained a silent promise of future tea. Somewhere upstairs, the building's old bones creaked the way they always did when the temperature shifted. Leo swallowed and told himself, very deliberately, that there were explanations. Models were often based on real people. Sculptors used reference photos, sometimes even scanned features. A likeness did not mean anything on its own. The museum literature, he remembered, had called the works composite figures, derived from multiple sources. It was completely plausible that some artist somewhere had used public photos as inspiration. He scrolled down the blog post, reading the brief summary. The woman's name was Elise Hartman. She had last been seen leaving a charity gala at a historic hotel downtown, scheduled to perform with an ensemble. Witnesses recalled her stepping outside between sets, violin in hand, to get some air. She never returned. Her case remained unsolved. Leo let the words fade into the background hum of his thoughts. 2 years ago, a gala, a violinist, a disappearance that left no clear trace. He could almost hear the curator's earlier pride. A string quartet, a farewell waltz. His skin prickled, but he tried to anchor himself in what he knew to be solid. He pushed away from the desk, stood, and pulled open the thin drawer, where the exhibit documentation was kept for reference. The folder for the Ashford collection was thick with typed pages, shipping manifests, condition reports, insurance certificates. He found the internal listing for the Farewell Waltz and ran his finger down the structured lines of text. Mixed media, silicone, resin, textile, proprietary materials. Likeness constructed from composite reference data. Donated likeness under license via Ashford Trust. Provenance, verified. Each word was calm, precise, confident. Nothing hinted at anything as untidy as a missing person. There was no mention of real remains, no suggestion of anything but artistry and innovation. It was the kind of language that made auditors satisfied and curators comfortable. If he had not seen the blog, the document would have been as unremarkable as every other file in the drawer. He stared at the lines until they blurred a little. Maybe, he thought, he was connecting things because he was tired, because he was lonely, because it was easier to imagine secret meanings hidden in the museum than to think about how small his life had become. He had always had a talent for hearing too much in voices. Maybe now he was seeing too much in faces that were not even alive. He closed the folder gently and slid it back into place. The rational explanation sat in front of him, like a neat stack of papers. The uneasy feeling sat just behind his ribs, refusing to file itself away so easily. When he stepped back into the gallery on his next round, the air seemed slightly cooler. though he knew the temperature would read the same on any sensor. The Ashford scenes stood exactly as he had left them, their stillness unbroken by anything as dramatic as movement. The quartet waited with instruments poised. The cafe couple leaned toward each other in endless conversation. The server's steady gaze remained fixed on that invisible guest just beyond the scene. He walked slowly toward the farewell waltz. The chandelier above the young woman cast a soft halo of light, catching in the facets of crystal and scattering gentle reflections across the polished floor. Her dress fell in those familiar clean lines, shadows nesting in the folds. Her hand stayed raised, fingers curved in that patient, incomplete gesture. This time, he forced himself to look more clinically, as if he were one of the conservators, noting condition details. He traced the outline of her face with his eyes. The scar above the brow, rendered with such subtlety that without the blog, he might have dismissed it as an artistic flourish. The mole near the collarbone, set in the same precise place as in the photograph. The texture of the skin along her neck, so fine that faint, almost invisible lines suggested the stretch of tendons beneath. He let his gaze travel down her arm. The lighting here was softer, catching the slight sheen of her skin, the delicate stand of a vein near the wrist. That was when he saw it. Just above the inside of her wrist, beneath the translucent layer of what should have been silicone, a muted blotch of color rested in the shape of a thumbprint. It was not the flat, even tone of paint. It had depth, a layered quality that ran a little deeper than the surface, fading at the edges in that messy, organic way real bruises do as they heal. Yellow-green, with a faint shadow of older violet at its core. He took a small step closer, breath catching without racing. The bruise was not theatrical, not bold. It was the quiet kind of mark a person might hide under a sleeve and later make excuses for. In the blog photo, the violin case strap had covered that part of her arm. He had no other image to compare it to, but his body reacted before his mind could compose arguments. It did not look painted. It looked like the last stage of pain, fading from real skin. His hand tightened on the flashlight until the plastic casing creaked softly. The beam of light trembled against the glass, skittering across her arm, her dress, the polished floor. He swallowed and steadied his grip, breathing deliberately through his nose, counting the inhale and exhale as though he were trying to calm someone else. Nothing moved. The woman did not lower her hand. Her eyes did not blink. The chandelier did not swing. Across the room, the quartet stayed forever, at the cusp of their first note. The only sound was the low murmur of the building, vents pushing air, distant pipes, the faint, almost imaginary thrum of the city beyond. On the security feed, if anyone had watched, they would have seen a man standing very still in front of a display, his shoulders slightly hunched, his head tilted in concentration. They would not have seen what he thought he saw under that thin layer of artificial skin. They would not have felt the peculiar blend of sorrow and dread that took root in him. The sense that this room was not merely holding art, but holding something interrupted. Somewhere beyond the walls, the river continued its slow, indifferent passage, carrying reflections of streetlights and the pale smear of the moon. Cars crossed bridges. Windows in nearby apartments blinked on and off as people went to bed or stayed up too late. The world flowed forward with the same steady current it always had. Inside the quiet museum, Leo stood alone in the dim gallery, surrounded by frozen figures, who now looked less like carefully crafted mannequins and more like strangers, whose evenings had been cut short and pinned in place. The warmth he had once felt in their presence receded, replaced by a fragile, aching awareness that something here did not belong to the category of storytelling at all. It belonged to the category of lives that never got to finish. Leo did not even bother pretending he might sleep when he got home that morning. He lay on the narrow bed in his small apartment, watching the ceiling slowly turn from gray to washed-out white, the sounds of the street warming up beneath his window, and felt his body vibrate with a tiredness that refused to sink into rest. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the faint yellow-green on the mannequin's wrist, the echo of a bruise that had no reason to exist beneath silicone and resin. By the time he went back to work for his next night shift, his fatigue had sharpened into a strange, careful alertness. The museum greeted him with its usual warmth, the soft hum of the ventilation, the gentle glow of the lobby lamps, the quiet nods of the last visitors being shepherded out. The curator wished him a good night and left with a satisfied smile, pleased by another day of glowing comments about the Ashford collection. When the final door locked and the last echo of daytime footsteps faded, the building settled into its familiar exhale. In the guard office, the darkness wrapped itself around the small island of his desk. The monitors glowed with their pale views of empty galleries. Leo filled the kettle, set it on, and then sat down, holding his phone in both hands like something fragile. The bruise would not leave his mind, nor would the memory of the missing violinist's photo. He knew he could try to distract himself with music or meaningless scrolling, but the curiosity had grown teeth. He opened the browser and typed, "Ashford Collection." The results appeared in neat blue lines, a grid of official websites, press releases, glossy articles with titles like "Art and Science in Harmony" and "The Future of Preservation." He selected one at random, then another. The screen's light was the only harsh thing in the museum's soft dark, casting a pale rectangle across his face and reflecting faintly in the office window behind him. Everywhere he looked, the tone was the same. Erasmus Ashford was presented as a visionary, a bridge builder between disciplines. He had been, according to one long profile, a brilliant naturalist and preservation scientist who could not bear the way traditional taxidermy flattened life into stiff, awkward poses. The article described how he had grown up around forests and rivers, watching animals move with a grace that no glass-eyed mount ever captured. "I did not want to trap death," one quote said. "I wanted to protect the last moment of movement, the final honest shape a life makes before it leaves." Old photographs accompanied the text. In black and white images, Ashford stood beside his early works, a heron with wings half spread, a fox poised mid-step as though about to turn its head, a hawk leaning into an invisible wind. Ashford himself looked unremarkable at first glance, a man in his 50s with neatly combed hair, round glasses, and a slightly stooped posture. The more Leo stared, the more disconcerting that mildness became. The man's eyes were calm and steady, the kind of eyes you might trust if he were your doctor, or your teacher, or your neighbor, who always watered the plants when you were away. The language in the articles had a careful, admiring rhythm. Critics praised Ashford for revolutionizing conservation ethics and reimagining the relationship between viewer and specimen. Museums that hosted his early animal collections spoke of increased visitor engagement, of children who stood in front of his displays for long minutes instead of running past. One curator described a sense of almost spiritual quiet in rooms where Ashford's works were shown, as if viewers were being invited to join the preserved creatures in their final suspended motion. The phrase temporal suspension appeared first in a technical paper Leo stumbled across through a link buried at the bottom of a profile. The document was dense and full of terminology, but the core idea pushed through the jargon. Ashford claimed to have developed a method of halting biological processes at the exact instant of death, locking tissues into a state so close to the living configuration that decay could be delayed almost indefinitely. He wrote about precise timing, about temperature gradients, about chemical baths and microcurrents. Leo read slowly, mouth slightly open, trying to imagine how such a thing would look outside of diagrams. The examples were clinical, but the images that formed in his mind were not. A fox mid-leap, claws extended toward a snowbank its paws would never touch. A falcon with wings fully spread, feathers captured in that perfect arc of air and intention. Fish suspended mid-arc above water, tails bent, their bodies a fluid question mark frozen in glass. In interviews meant for a more general audience, Ashford translated the science into almost poetic language. "We are used to photographs stealing fractions of a second," he said in one transcript Leo found on an archived site. "Temporal suspension is simply another kind of photograph. Deeper, more honest. It saves the last truthful shape of a life. It protects the dignity of final gestures." In another snippet, he described his work as a way of listening to the exact moment when existence lets go of itself. Leo found himself leaning closer to the screen, drawn in against his better judgment. There was something gentle, almost kind, in the way Ashford spoke about his subjects. He did not sound like a collector of trophies. He sounded like a caretaker, someone who believed he was giving his specimens a sort of respect the world rarely afforded them in life. The words were soothing on the surface, but each one carried a shadow underneath. Saving the last moment, protecting the final gesture, preserving the instant when a life ended, as if that instant were an object that could be owned. Admiration and unease tangled in Leo's chest. Part of him wanted to believe in the possibility of honoring endings, of giving them shape. He thought of his father's hospital room, of how quickly the devices had been removed, the bed changed, the corridor cleared for the next patient, as though that last breath had been nothing more than a scheduling detail. There was an ache in him that responded to the idea of someone caring that deeply about the final second. But another part of him, the quieter, suspicious part that had kept him reading the missing persons blog all these years, could not stop circling around the same unspoken question. If you believed you had the right to capture that last second, what else might you believe you were entitled to do? Where was the line between honoring and using? He pushed away from the official narratives and let his search drift sideways, deeper into the results. Beyond curated articles and museum press releases, he found forums and old threads, discussions without polished language. People argued there about whether the animals in Ashford's exhibits were too real, about dreams they had after visiting shows. One anonymous comment described visiting a traveling display of preserved birds. The writer claimed that late in the day, when the crowds thinned, they had stood in front of a hawk so lifelike that they felt compelled to apologize to it for staring. "It was like it knew I was there," the post read, "like it was trying very hard not to move." Another story, half anecdote, half rumor, spoke of a night cleaner who swore the legs of a deer had shifted slightly between one pass of the mop and the next. No one else ever saw anything. The accounts trailed off into jokes and dismissals. They were fragments, nothing more. No concrete accusations, no evidence anyone could present in a boardroom. The tone of most replies was skeptical or amused. People liked the thrill of suggesting something uncanny, then laughing it away. Yet, taken together, the stories left a faint aftertaste on Leo's tongue, like smoke clinging to fabric long after the fire was out. He scrolled until the words blurred and his eyes burned. The screen's glow had etched itself into his vision, leaving phantom rectangles when he blinked. Outside the office, the museum was as it had been an hour before. Warm wood, cool stone, glass cases, quiet air. The Ashford figures stood in their poses, perfectly lit, ready to receive another day's worth of admiration. Leo locked his phone and set it down on the desk. The room dimmed immediately, the monitor's softer light taking over again. He listened to the building breathe, to the faint tick of pipes and the distant whisper of the ventilation system. Nothing had changed in any obvious way, and yet the air seemed heavier, as if his research had added an invisible layer to it. He sat there for a while, hands resting loosely on his knees, feeling the weight of what he had read settling into him. Somewhere between the language of reverence and the rumors of movement, between spiritual metaphors and clinical diagrams, a picture was beginning to form. It was not yet clear enough to name, but it was there, waiting, like a shape behind frosted glass. The next night, the museum felt slightly different to Leo, although nothing had changed that anyone else would have noticed. The lights still came on in their familiar pools of gold. The air still held that mixture of cooled stone and old paper. The same laminated signs waited by the entrance. The same banners stirred faintly if someone opened a door too quickly. Yet the knowledge he carried with him now seemed to tint everything, like a wash of color laid over a finished painting. He found himself drawn, almost instinctively, back to the natural history wing. It had become his quiet refuge in those first weeks, a place where the stillness felt benign. Tonight, as he stepped through its archway, the air seemed to meet him with a different kind of quiet. The older taxidermy displays greeted him with their familiar forms. Birds with wings half spread, foxes on artificial rocks, an owl in mid-pounce above a faux wooden fence. He had always accepted them as part of the museum's background noise, a little dusty and old-fashioned, but comforting in their simplicity. Now, after nights spent among the Ashford figures, they looked clumsier, more obviously arranged. He moved along the row of glass cases, watching the way the light struck their eyes. The bird's glass marbles reflected the lamps in bright, uncomplicated points. There was no depth there, no secrets. The feathers were stiff, some slightly frayed at the edges. The fox's fur was a bit too smooth along its back, the seam at the leg just a fraction noticeable, where some taxidermist's needle had pushed and pulled years ago. The owl's talons curved around its perch, in a grip that felt more like a pose than a memory. It was not that he suddenly disliked them. In a way, their obvious artificiality was comforting. They told the truth with every awkward angle. This is a body that has been emptied and refilled for display. Their deadness was honest. After the Ashford exhibit, where faces seemed to hover on the edge of breathing, there was a strange relief in looking at creatures that did not even try to pretend. Still, the contrast made his skin prickle. In his mind, images of the Ashford Quartet and the cafe scene slid over these older mounts like overlays. Those other figures did not have glass eyes. Their gaze seemed made of something softer, more layered, catching light in gradients instead of simple spots. Their skin, their fur, their feathers held a tension that felt less like arrangement and more like interruption. As he stood between the cases, the quiet of the room settled around him. Somewhere, a radiator ticked. An emergency exit sign hummed faintly. His own reflection floated on the glass, alongside the fox, a second ghostly figure with tired eyes. He thought of Ashford's words about protecting the last honest moment of a life, and felt the echo of admiration and unease once more. A few days later, when the museum staff gathered for a short training session on educational materials to accompany the Ashford collection, the curator ushered him into the small staff room with unusual enthusiasm. "We found the old documentary," the curator said almost fondly, "from when Ashford first toured the animal pieces. We are going to run it on a loop in the side gallery. It will be good for context. People love seeing the process." The staff room was dim, the blinds partly drawn against the afternoon glare. A portable screen had been set up, and an old projector hummed softly on a cart. Several of Leo's colleagues sat with paper cups of coffee, their bodies slouched in that particular way of people who have already put in a day's worth of energy. Leo took a chair near the back, hands folded loosely in his lap. The film began with a gentle piano melody, a few simple notes cycling up and down like someone breathing steadily. A narrator's voice, smooth and calm, floated over footage of rolling fields and rivers. "In a world where time never stops," the voice said, "one man sought to honor the moments when a life comes to rest." Images shifted to show Erasmus Ashford in his younger years, in color, now instead of grainy black and white. He smiled at the camera, standing beside a glass case, where a falcon hovered inches above a branch, wings fully extended. The bird's eyes seemed fixed on some distant thermal only it could sense, beak slightly open as if the next sharp cry had been pulled away from it. The documentary lingered on close-ups, feathers, so fine that each barb caught light like threads of silk. The flecks of preserved wing muscles, arranged to suggest motion that would never continue. A fish held mid-leap above a pool, body curved, droplets of resin water suspended around it like tiny jewels. The narrator spoke of innovation, of respect for nature, of a new era in conservation, where animals could be preserved not as stiff trophies, but as eternal participants in their own stories. Leo could understand why the staff found it beautiful. There was an almost wholesome tone to it, an invitation to children and adults alike to marvel at the complexity of muscle and bone. The pacing was gentle, the music unobtrusive, the voice warm. In that small room, with colleagues nodding occasionally and the smell of coffee in the air, it would have been easy to let the film wash over him like a lullaby. Then, the antelope appeared. The scene showed a wide plain under a pale sky. In the center of the frame, an antelope stood with legs extended in a mid-run position, body angled as if it were about to pivot and flee from something just out of view. The earth beneath its hooves was sculpted in a suggestion of dust, tiny particles captured mid-rise. Its muscles were tensed, ribs expanding as though drawing in air. Every detail of fur and sinew had been rendered with loving precision. The narrator praised the realism, talking about how Ashford had studied hours of footage of running herds to understand the exact moment when effort, fear, and beauty converge in a single motion. The camera moved closer to the antelope's face. That was when something caught at the edge of Leo's awareness. Most taxidermy aimed, whether consciously or not, for a kind of peace. Even when animals were posed in action, their expressions carried a neutrality born from reconstruction. Eyes open and fixed, mouths closed or open, in a way that suggested function rather than feeling. The antelope's eyes did not look neutral. They were wide, the corners slightly tightened, pupils dilated just a fraction too much. Leo leaned forward in his chair without realizing he had moved. There was a reflection in those eyes, a tiny glossy smear that suggested a landscape or perhaps the gleam of the studio lights. It should have been nothing more than a trick of angle. Yet to him, it looked like the echo of something caught there in the last instant. Not serenity, not simple instinct, but a flash of stark awareness. It looked like an animal that knew it was dying. The thought arrived so quietly that it almost felt like someone else had whispered it. The piano kept playing. The narrator kept speaking calmly about bone structure and ethical sourcing. Next to him, one of his co-workers took a sip of coffee and shifted in their seat, unconcerned. Leo watched the antelope's face as the shot lingered and then slowly pulled back. The pose was flawless. The composition was textbook. But the emotion in that gaze felt like a note out of key. These were not bodies arranged after the story had ended. This was a frame ripped from the middle of the story itself. When the session ended, people rose with the rustle of chairs and paper cups. A little chatter about how nicely the film had aged. The curator mentioned running it on a loop in the side gallery, a soft accompaniment to the main exhibition. Leo nodded when someone asked if he thought visitors would like it, but his mind was already elsewhere. Later, in the quiet of the guard office, he queued the documentary up again on the small museum computer, using the archived file the curator had provided. The room was dark, the only light coming from the monitor's glow and the faint indicator lights on the equipment around him. He scrubbed through the footage until he reached the plane and the antelope. He let the scene play. He paused it, rewound, played it again. The animal's body remained perfect, suspended in that flawless suggestion of motion. Its eyes, each time, pulled him in with the same disquieting force. He tried to tell himself he was reading too much into it, that the fear he thought he saw there was only his own, reflected back at him. Even so, the feeling persisted. The antelope did not look like a creature posed long after the fact, patiently rearranged by human hands. It looked like a life interrupted mid-flight, a last second captured with such accuracy that the terror embedded in it had nowhere to go. Leo leaned back in his chair, the faint piano melody looping once more through the tiny speakers. The museum around him was as calm as ever, each exhibit resting in its designated space. Yet as he stared at the frozen animal on the screen, a slow, quiet dread began to build in him. Not the sharp spike of panic, but a steady awareness that whatever Ashford called honoring the last moment might have required standing very close to the edge where life let go. Too close, perhaps, for anyone to walk away untouched. On some nights, the hours passed in a gentle, steady way. Leo walked his rounds, checked his doors, stood a while in front of the whale painting, and let the rhythm of the building soothe him. On other nights, the quiet did not cradle him. It pressed. The questions he carried did not soften with repetition. They grew sharper, like a pebble that felt larger the longer it stayed in a shoe. The night he decided to go back to the documentary was one of the pressing ones. The sky outside the high windows was a dark, uniform gray that reflected no stars. The cameras showed empty rooms. The Ashford figures pooled in their islands of careful light. The older taxidermy resting in their cases. The river shimmered lazily on one monitor, its surface moving in slow lines of pale silver. In the guard office, Leo sat with his shoulders slightly hunched, feeling the familiar weight of fatigue between his eyes. The blue-white glow of the computer screen cast a faint halo on the desk. He could have put on some music, or tried to read something unrelated to the museum, but his mind kept circling back to Ashford's animals, to the antelope with its startled gaze, to the idea that perhaps the last second of a life was not meant to be held so tightly. Half out of obsession, half out of a desire to stay awake, he opened the archived documentary file again. The player window appeared, its timeline a thin line of potential movement. He dragged the cursor to the midpoint, letting the fields and rivers blur past in fast motion, until he reached a section he did not remember clearly. The image resolved into a forested clearing. A wolf stood in the center of the screen. It was mounted on a small rise of artificial earth, surrounded by painted trees and carefully arranged rocks. Its fur was thick and caught in a moment of tension, every hair along its spine slightly raised. The animal's head was turned toward the camera, lips drawn back in a silent snarl that exposed sharp teeth. The curve of its body suggested a quick decision, a readiness to spring or to defend. Leo felt a strange tug of familiarity. Perhaps he had seen this segment before and forgotten, or perhaps there was something about the posture that echoed a pose in the museum's own older displays. He did not know why this wolf held him the way it did. He only knew that he could not look away. On an impulse that felt almost childish, he tapped the spacebar to pause the video. The wolf froze even more completely, every line of its body held in digital stillness. He moved the cursor to the frame advance button and pressed it once. The image jumped forward by a fraction of a second. He pressed it again. The narrator's voice did not play at this speed, only the faint click of the player's response, like a heartbeat slowed down until it became a metronome. Frame by frame, the wolf remained fixed in its snarl, fur and teeth unchanged. The painted trees behind it shifted slightly with each tiny movement of the camera, as if the person who had filmed the scene had subtly adjusted their position while focusing the shot. Leo watched the small changes in background angle, the micro-tremors in the lens. It became almost hypnotic, the way the forest seemed to sway minutely around the still center of the animal. Then, his attention returned to the eyes. They were dark, glassy, and at first glance as unmoving as the rest of the body. Yet when he tapped the frame advance once more, a faint unease scratched at him. He frowned, leaned closer, and tapped again. The pupils were small black discs, ringed with a lighter shade that caught the light of the studio. In one frame, they seemed aligned in a particular way with the reflection of a softbox or window. In the next, that alignment felt different. He told himself it was the camera. A slight change in angle, a small shift in focus, but the thought did not settle. Leo dragged the cursor back 2 frames and toggled between them. First frame, second, first again. The background trees wobbled as expected, the painted sky adjusted by a hair's breadth, but the eyes became the entire world for him. In the first frame, the wolf seemed to stare directly into the lens, its pupils centered on the viewer. In the second, the gaze seemed a fraction to the side, as if it had tried, in the smallest possible way, to follow the movement of the camera or to look past it toward something else in the room. His throat felt dry. He pressed the keys again, making the video flip back and forth between the 2 images in a stuttering rhythm. The change was subtle, almost laughably so. If someone glanced quickly, they would see no difference. Yet once noticed, the shift refused to be unseen. The pupils were not static dots. They were 2 small black moons that had slid imperceptibly within their pale orbits. He sat back, blinking hard, then rubbed a hand over his face. Compression artifacts, he told himself. Some glitch in the digital transfer, the product of old tape being captured by new software. Pixels could smear, lines could jump. He had read enough about video to know that machines had their own ways of lying. To prove this to himself, he decided to look more closely. He took screenshots of each frame and saved them, labeling them with the exact timestamps. Then he opened them side by side, magnifying the images until the wolf's eyes filled most of the screen. At that scale, the pixels became visible, small squares of color and darkness. Still, the pupils in one shot sat slightly higher, slightly more toward the inner corners of the eyes than in the other. He tried overlaying the two images using a simple transparency tool in the viewer. When he lined up the curve of the muzzle, the outline of the ears, the edge of the painted background, the rest fell into place neatly. Fur matched fur, teeth matched teeth, the reflections on the nose aligned. Only the pupils floated, a fraction off, like twin compass needles that had shifted between measurements. In a preserved specimen, such movement should have been impossible. The eyes of a mount were not real eyes. They did not contract or dilate, did not swivel of their own accord, even if Ashford had eschewed glass in favor of some more advanced material. The positioning would have been fixed. Every tiny muscle that once guided that gaze had been stilled. Leo stared at the overlapping images until his vision blurred. He squeezed his eyes shut and then opened them again, half expecting the illusion to vanish. It did not. The subtle dislocation remained, quiet and stubborn. He could have turned the computer off in that moment, gone back to his rounds, and filed the experience under strange but explainable. Instead, he sat there and let the implications approach him with slow, deliberate steps. If the wolf's pupils had moved between frames, then the moment captured on film had not been purely static. Frame by frame, that meant that somewhere between one fraction of a second and the next, something within the animal had shifted. Not much, not enough to rearrange the body, but enough to alter the line of sight. Ashford had called his process temporal suspension, a method of halting biological processes at the exact instant of death, a way of preserving not just the shell, but the last shape of a life. Leo had read those words, had listened to the gentle way they were spoken in interviews. Now, with the wolf's uneasy gaze hovering on his screen, the phrase took on a different weight. What if the suspension did not arrive cleanly at death itself? What if, instead, it caught creatures in a narrow corridor between life and death? A liminal space where awareness had not completely vanished, where instincts still flickered like embers in ash. What if Ashford's animals, and later his human figures, were not simply frozen bodies, but the residue of final seconds stretched out endlessly? The thought did not explode in his mind. It settled, heavy and cold, like a stone lowered gently into deep water. His heart did not pound. It moved slowly, deliberately, each beat measured. The panic that might have risen gave way to something more enduring, a sense of having stepped into a fog he could not easily leave. He leaned back in his chair and let his head rest against the wall behind him. The computer screen dimmed slightly as it waited for new instructions. The wolf's face, paused in its eternal snarl, remained on the display, pupils still misaligned between saved frames, a small, undeniable testimony to movement where there should have been none. Outside the office, the museum lay in its habitual sleep. The Ashford figures stood in their elegant poses. The older taxidermy stared with their honest glass deadness. The whale drifted through its painted ocean without ever reaching shore. Yet Leo could not shake the feeling that he was no longer alone in the way he had been before. He imagined 100 eyes behind glass, in cases and on plinths, all fixed in their prescribed directions, but holding, deep within, some thin thread of awareness that had never been allowed to finish its journey. The building hummed softly, a calm and steady sound. Underneath it, in the space where his own thoughts echoed, another, quieter hum had begun. It was the sound of questions that did not yet have names, of a moral landscape shifting just enough to make every familiar shape feel uncertain. The invitation arrived folded in thirds, on paper that was too thick and too smooth to belong to ordinary mail. It came in a simple white envelope with the museum's name, handwritten in a careful, looping script, like something from an older decade. The receptionist brought it upstairs with a small, amused smile, as if people rarely took the trouble to send anything that formal anymore. The curator gathered the department heads around his office table to open it, as though it might contain a royal summons. Leo was nearby, checking a maintenance log, and found himself half included by accident, standing just inside the doorway, with his hand resting on a clipboard. Inside the envelope was a card edged in a fine, embossed border. At the top, in understated lettering, it read, "On behalf of the Ashford Trust, you are cordially invited to visit the Ashford Estate and Central Archive." Below, there was more. Information about an exclusive partnership program, opportunities for collaborative exhibitions, access to behind-the-scenes conservation processes, and educational materials. The language was polished and measured. It offered no drama, only prestige. The curator's face lit up in a way that Leo had never seen over any other exhibit. "This is significant," he said, almost to himself. "They do not invite just anyone." He looked up, eyes bright. "They want a small delegation, myself, of course, perhaps our education lead. And," he added, scanning the lines again, "they suggest including a representative of the security and preservation staff, particularly one familiar with the current installation." His gaze moved around the room and settled on Leo. "You have been on nights since the collection arrived," the curator said. "You know the layout. You know the routines. It would be useful to have you there to understand any logistical peculiarities. And," he added with a faint smile, "it might be nice for you to see where all of this began." The idea of leaving the museum, even for a day, felt odd to Leo. The building had become his world, its corridors and quiet corners the boundaries of his days and nights. Yet there was something difficult to refuse in the thought of stepping briefly into the place that had produced the figures that occupied so much of his mind. "Yes," he heard himself say, his voice steady. "Of course." The drive to the estate took place on a day washed in soft, late-afternoon light. They left the city behind in a slow peeling away of noise. Concrete and glass gave way to low houses, then to stretches of fields that rolled out in gentle greens and golds. Trees stood in small clusters, leaves moving lazily in a breeze that seemed to carry less urgency than the air had in town. Leo sat in the back seat of the museum's van, watching the scenery slide by through a slightly dusty window. The road unwound ahead of them in smooth curves. The education lead, a woman named Dana, chatted quietly with the curator in the front about outreach programs and possible joint workshops. Their voices were calm, threading in and out of the hum of the engine. The whole journey had the feel of a retreat, like a school trip for adults who had learned to disguise their excitement as professional interest. As they turned onto a narrower road lined with tall hedges, the navigation system announced their approach in a pleasant, neutral tone. The estates out here were spaced far apart, hidden behind gates and stands of trees. When they finally reached the entrance to the Ashford property, it was marked by simple stone pillars and a metal gate with a small, discreet plaque. Ashford Estate, by appointment only. The gate opened at their arrival, swinging inward with a slow grace. The driveway beyond climbed gently up a hill, flanked by manicured lawns that sloped down toward clusters of trees. Farther out, a small artificial lake caught the light, its surface smooth as glass, except where a fountain disturbed it in a steady, measured arc. Flower beds sat in careful arrangements, colors chosen with the kind of restraint that spoke of planning and money. The house itself waited at the top of the rise. It was larger than any building Leo had ever entered that was not a museum or hospital. Yet it did not loom. Stone and glass blended in long, clean lines. Large windows reflected the sky and the tops of nearby trees. Balconies with simple railings looked out over the grounds. The structure had an air of quiet confidence, as if it knew it had nothing to prove. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of cedar, antiseptic, and something floral that might have been lavender. The entrance hall opened into a space that felt neither fully domestic nor fully institutional. White walls and pale wood floors led the eye along gentle corridors. Art hung in measured intervals, none of it ostentatious. Soft ambient music, more tone than melody, drifted from unseen speakers, just at the edge of hearing. Staff members in understated uniforms moved in unhurried lines, their steps soundless on the smooth floors. Leo felt his shoulders loosen, almost against his will. The environment was designed to soothe. Every line, every surface, every carefully chosen piece of furniture seemed to say, "You are safe here. You are expected. Nothing chaotic will happen." Yet beneath that assurance, he sensed another layer, a meticulousness that left no corner uncontrolled. A woman approached them from the far side of the hall. She was in her 60s, with gray hair pulled back into a soft knot at the nape of her neck. Her face was lined, but the lines were the kind that come from smiling, often. Her eyes were clear and steady, the color of old glass bottles. She wore a simple, well-cut dress in a neutral shade and a name badge that read, Mrs. Evelyn Harrow, Estate Administrator. "Welcome to the Ashford Estate," she said, her voice warm and measured. "We are very pleased to have you here." She shook hands with the curator, with Dana, and then with Leo. Her grip was gentle but firm, the kind that conveyed both welcome and a subtle sense of assessment. She seemed to take in all of them at once, not in a suspicious way, but as if cataloging who they were and where they might fit in the careful order of the place. "I am Mrs. Harrow," she continued. "I oversee the day-to-day running of the estate and the archive on behalf of the Ashford Trust. It is always gratifying to meet colleagues from institutions that care as deeply for their collections as we do for ours." Her smile did not feel false. It felt practiced, in the way that good hospitality always is. A performance that has been repeated so often, it has become part of the performer's nature. As she led them along a bright corridor, she spoke softly, the words flowing in a calm, almost lulling rhythm. "Mr. Ashford passed away some years ago," she said, "but his work remains very much alive here. The trust was established to maintain his methods, to continue his research within ethical frameworks, and to ensure that his vision for preservation could be shared with institutions around the world." They passed a series of large windows that looked out over the gardens. From this angle, Leo could see small pathways winding between trees, benches placed at intervals, a greenhouse with panes that glinted in the lowering sun. Everything outside mirrored the interior, ordered, tended, composed. "Our mission," Mrs. Harrow went on, "is not simply to store objects or specimens. We think of ourselves as custodians of stories. Every piece that passes through our hands represents a life lived, an experience, a moment that might otherwise dissolve completely into time. We protect human stories. We honor fleeting moments." The phrasing brushed against Leo's mind like something almost familiar. He had read similar language in Ashford's interviews, had seen those phrases quoted in articles. Hearing them spoken aloud in this place, by this calm voice, gave them a different weight. In another context, the idea of honoring fleeting moments would have sounded wholly gentle. Here, knowing what he had seen in the museum's gallery, it carried a quieter, heavier resonance. Dana asked a question about educational materials, her tone professional and engaged. The curator made a remark about visitor responses to the current installation. Mrs. Harrow listened with genuine attention, her responses thoughtful, precise, and always framed in terms of care and responsibility. Leo walked half a step behind, absorbing details. The way the light slipped along the polished floor, the faint scent that seemed to follow them, clean and floral, without being overpowering. The absence of clutter, no stray cords, no forgotten paperwork, no scuffed corners. It was as if the estate existed in a permanent state of readiness to be seen, every angle considered. He found the effect both soothing and unnerving. The serenity worked on his nerves like a warm cloth laid over closed eyes, encouraging relaxation. At the same time, the meticulousness of it all made him feel as though there was no space here for anything unscripted. Spontaneity, mess, grief, even joy that did not fit the aesthetic seemed carefully edged out. As they approached a set of double doors made of pale wood with frosted glass panels, Mrs. Harrow paused and turned to them with a small, anticipatory smile. "Beyond this point is the central gallery and archive," she said. "It is not open to the general public, but we make it available to trusted partners, such as yourselves, so that you may better understand the depth of our commitment. What you will see is the heart of the Ashford vision. I hope," she added gently, "that it will reassure you as much as it inspires you." Leo's fingers tightened briefly around the strap of his bag. The building smelled of lavender and antiseptic, and somewhere in the distance, water from the lake lapped softly against its stone edge. The air in front of the double doors felt slightly cooler, as if the estate itself were drawing a slow, deliberate breath before revealing its core. The double doors opened with a soft hydraulic sigh, as if the building itself were careful not to disturb what lay beyond. Cool air slipped out to meet them, carrying a faint blend of polished wood, distant music that might have been only imagined, and that same trace of antiseptic and lavender that seemed to live in the estate's walls. Leo stepped through after the curator and Dana, following Mrs. Harrow into a space that did not feel like a gallery at all. It felt like walking into the middle of a ballroom that had been paused rather than emptied. The ceiling was high and pale, edged with subtle molding that caught the light from chandeliers hanging at regular intervals. Their crystals threw down soft fragments of brightness that drifted across the room like quiet stars. The floor beneath their feet was a stretch of dark, polished wood that reflected shapes with a gentle blur, as though everything were being remembered rather than simply mirrored. Dozens of figures stood scattered across the hall in small clusters, the way guests do when a party is in full flow. People in formal wear, some in sleek modern suits, others in long dresses that fell in silvery fabrics or rich, dark hues. A man held a champagne flute at a graceful angle, bubbles caught mid-rise within the glass, the liquid itself molded into the curve of a pour that would never finish. A woman tipped her head back in silent laughter, hand lifted halfway to her mouth. Nearby, two people leaned toward each other, foreheads almost touching, the intimacy of their pose preserved with such precision that Leo felt he should look away. In one corner, a pianist sat at a grand piano, fingers poised just above the keys, as though one more fraction of a second would bring down the opening chord of a song. The lid of the instrument was propped open, strings visible, the suggestion of vibration locked eternally in place. A man in a tuxedo leaned in to whisper something into the ear of his partner, who turned her face toward him with an expression that hovered between amusement and doubt. The hall was not crowded in the way a real event would be. There was space between the figures, room for air and light to move. Yet the arrangement suggested motion that had only just been interrupted. It felt strangely like walking into a photograph, enlarged until you could step between the people frozen there. Dust motes floated lazily in shafts of light, pouring in from tall, narrow windows along one wall. Each mote seemed to drift with its own slow purpose, catching bits of brightness as it moved. The faint echo of their footsteps followed them as they crossed the floor. The sound softened by the size of the space and the presence of so many unmoving bodies. The air held a slight chill, not enough to bite, but enough to make the skin along Leo's arms pebble beneath the fabric of his shirt. He tried, at first, to look with the eyes of a guard, of someone who might one day be responsible for ensuring nothing here came to harm. The mannequins, if that word even applied, were breathtaking in a way that shifted uneasily between admiration and discomfort. The exact shine of lipstick on a woman's lower lip, slightly smudged at one corner as if she had pressed it together earlier in the evening. The fine wrinkles at the corner of an old man's eyes, the delicate network of lines that spoke of decades spent smiling or squinting into sunlight. The imprint of a ring on a finger, where the band sat snugly into skin that had molded around it over years. One figure, a middle-aged woman holding a glass of red wine, had a faint freckle on the bridge of her nose, the kind that might have been a source of self-consciousness as a teenager, and then quietly accepted later in life. Another, a younger man in a dark suit, had a tiny abrasion on his knuckle, as though he had just brushed it against something rough earlier that day. None of these details were necessary for a convincing illusion. They existed purely because someone had chosen to include them, because someone had cared enough to reproduce the imperfections. It was beautiful in a way that felt deeply wrong, like watching a sunset in a painting that you knew had been mixed with pigments derived from something stolen. Leo's eyes moved from face to face, from hand to hand, and the repeated collision between technical magnificence and emotional unease left him feeling oddly hollow. He walked through the frozen crowd with the uncomfortable sensation of being an intruder at a party where everyone had been silenced mid-sentence. The expressions held in the room were not exaggerated. There were no theatrical masks of joy or despair. Instead, there were the soft, unremarkable faces of people in the middle of their own evenings, a slightly tired smile, a polite look of interest given to someone telling a story, an absent gaze directed toward a window or a distant thought. Near the center of the hall, a young waiter stood with a tray balanced on one hand. The tray was tilted just enough to suggest the weight of the glasses and the muscle memory of someone who had done this 1,000 times. His foot was lifted a few centimeters from the floor, caught between one step and the next. His eyes were turned toward a point somewhere beyond Leo's shoulder, focused on a planned path through the guests. Leo stopped in front of him, and for a vertiginous moment, it felt as though time itself had hiccuped. The pose was too familiar, too close to something he had seen in photographs of restaurants or in memories of crowded events in his own much smaller life. Only here, the step would never land. The tray would never sway. The young man's muscles would never relax or ache from the shift of weight. He was caught forever between intention and completion. A quiet, instinctive panic stirred in Leo's chest. It was not the loud, flaring fear of danger. It was something softer, like realizing you have walked into a conversation that stopped just before you entered, leaving words hanging in the air that you were never meant to hear. He felt as though he had trespassed into a moment that belonged entirely to these people, whoever they had once been or were meant to be, and someone had turned that moment into a decor. Remarkable, is it not? Mrs. Harrow's voice floated toward him, calm and pleased. She stood a little behind him, hands folded loosely in front of her. Her gaze took in the room with the slow satisfaction of someone showing guests a cherished family heirloom. This installation is one of our most complex composite environments, she explained, as the curator and Dana moved to stand beside her. Every figure here is constructed from multiple data sources, scanned features, motion studies, texture libraries. We do not use real bodies, she emphasized gently, with a practiced assurance. Only inspired likenesses and carefully curated data sets. The curator nodded, eyes wide. The detail is extraordinary, he said. You feel as if you could walk up and join them. That is the point, Mrs. Harrow replied, her voice warm, full of a quiet pride that did not seem performative so much as deeply rooted. We want viewers to sense the texture of real evenings, real gatherings, to recognize themselves, perhaps, in the tilt of a head, the way a hand holds a glass, the curve of a spine at the end of a long day. She gestured toward the pianist. We captured the exact height of the hand above the keys from motion tracking sessions. The angle is very important. It tells you how close the sound is to arriving, how full the room will feel when it does, even though it never will. Her words flowed with the ease of someone who had given this explanation many times. Leo listened, but his attention stayed snagged on the faces around him. Composite pieces, she had said. Multiple scans, no real bodies. It was a tidy answer to a question he had not yet dared to ask aloud. He looked again at the waiter's expression. The young man's jaw had the slightest clench at the back, the kind that came from hours of holding polite smiles. There were shadows under his eyes that makeup had not completely erased. A small vein stood out at his temple, not dramatically, but enough to suggest a heartbeat that had once been there. Leo nodded when he was supposed to nod, said, "It is incredible work," when politeness demanded a response. His voice sounded distant to his own ears, as though it belonged to someone standing slightly behind him. The hall, with its chandeliers and dust motes and careful stillness, seemed to press in around the edges of his perception, not in an aggressive way, but like a hand resting lightly but unmistakably on his shoulder. As they moved deeper into the room, passing couples and groups and solitary figures mid-thought, the explanation of composite pieces and data sets floated behind him like a layer of gauze. It softened the edges of what he was seeing, but it did not erase the feeling that something essential had been taken from real evenings somewhere, from real lives, and placed here under perfect light. As the tour went on, the group naturally thinned and stretched, like ink pulled across water. The curator and Dana stayed close to Mrs. Harrow, asking about conservation protocols, partnership models, the logistics of transporting such intricate pieces. Their voices rose and fell softly, never disturbing the hush of the hall. Leo listened for a while, then let himself drift. He lagged a few steps behind, then a few more, until he was on the edge of their orbit. No one seemed to mind. In a space arranged like a party, it felt almost appropriate to wander alone for a moment. His footsteps made a faint, hollow sound on the polished wood, the echo dissipating quickly into the high ceiling. At the far end of the ballroom, near a tall window that let in a sheet of pale afternoon light, there was a quieter corner of the installation. The main clusters of figures stood nearer the middle. Laughing guests, the musician, the waiter mid-step. Out here, near the glass, the scene softened. A few solitary figures had been placed, where, in a real party, the shy or tired might retreat for a breath. One of them stood with her back partly turned to the room, angled slightly toward the window, as if caught between social obligation and the pull of the view outside. She wore a simple dark dress, unremarkable among the sequins and shine of the others, the fabric falling cleanly to her knees. In one hand, close to her body, she held a small clutch, fingers curved around it in a protective, absent way. Her posture was quiet, self-contained, not closed, not defensive, just inward, like someone who had learned to occupy space without taking up too much of it. Leo's steps slowed. Something in the angle of her shoulders tugged at him more insistently than the glittering details elsewhere. He moved closer, almost without choosing to, the rest of the hall fading to a soft blur at the edges of his attention. When he saw her face, everything in him stopped. The chandeliers above continued to cast their gentle light. Dust still drifted lazily through the air. Mrs. Harrow's voice, from somewhere behind him, continued its calm explanation of composite techniques and proprietary materials. But inside Leo, there was a stillness that felt like the moment after a glass slips from someone's hand and before it hits the ground. The woman by the window was not just familiar, she was specific. Her hair was pulled back in a loose twist, a few strands escaping near the temples in the way of someone who had pushed it back with impatient fingers. Her nose had a slight, endearing bump along the bridge. Her mouth rested in a shape that hinted at a crooked smile, one corner a little higher than the other. He knew that smile. Mara, he whispered, the name barely forming on his lips. Years folded in on themselves. Suddenly, he was not standing in a curated hall on a private estate, but sitting in a circle of mismatched chairs in a church basement, the smell of burnt coffee and hand sanitizer in the air. A grief support group, everyone clutching paper cups, eyes red or carefully dry. He remembered the fluorescent lights humming above them, casting everything in a flat, tired glow. Mara had sat 2 chairs down from him, hands wrapped around her cup, as if it were the only warm thing in the room. They had shared stories in small, halting pieces. His about his father's last weeks in the hospital, hers about the way her mother's house still smelled like the perfume she had worn. Later, between sessions, they had swapped tips for surviving insomnia, trading favorite late-night radio shows and stretches that helped when thoughts became too loud. She had laughed once, quietly, describing how she always managed to nick herself cooking when she was exhausted. She had held up her left forearm to show a thin, silvery scar from where a knife had slipped while cutting tomatoes. My reminder not to chop vegetables while sad, she had said, with that lopsided smile. One week she was there. The next, she was not. The facilitator had said Mara had moved away, in the gentle tone used for people who either could not bear the meetings anymore or had found their footing and stepped forward. Leo had not asked which it was. Life, as it tends to do, had simply carried him along. Now, years later, she stood in front of him once more, or something wearing her face did. He moved closer to the glass, his breath shallow but steady. The figure's left forearm was bare from elbow to wrist, the skin rendered in that translucent way he had come to recognize. There, just above the midpoint, lay the faint, precise curve of a scar, not a generic mark placed to suggest human imperfection, but the exact shape he remembered, a pale thread arcing slightly toward the inside of the arm, His gaze dropped to her hand. The fingers were gently curled around the clutch, the nails neatly cut. On her right pinky nail, the polish, dark, almost black, was chipped at the very tip, a tiny crescent of bare nail showing through. Mara had once joked about how she always ruined that nail first, no matter how carefully she painted it. "My vanity has a weak point," she had said, tapping it lightly on the table. There was no way for any composite algorithm to guess these things. No data set of anonymous faces would randomly generate the exact scar on the exact arm of a woman he had once known, the precise chip on the precise nail she used to tease herself about. These were not generic features. They were lived details, anchored in a history that existed outside this room. Leo's hand lifted of its own accord, fingers stopping a few centimeters short of the glass. For a second, he hovered there, afraid to bridge the last distance. Then, with a slow exhale, he let his palm rest against the cool surface. The contact did not make a sound. The glass was smooth and flawlessly clean, separating his warm skin from the carefully preserved illusion of hers. In the reflective surface, his own face appeared, pale and strained, layered over Mara's still features. For a heartbeat, their images overlapped. His eyes where hers sat, his mouth hovering over that crooked, half-remembered smile. The effect was surreal, quiet, and devastating. It felt like looking at a version of himself he had never become, or at a life that had been gently lifted out of its original context and pinned under new lighting. Behind him, he could still hear Mrs. Harrow explaining to the curator that all of this was built from scans, from models, from ethically sourced datasets. No real bodies, she said again, warm and firm. Only likenesses, only stories. But the glass under his hand was real, and so was the memory of coffee gone cold in paper cups, of whispered jokes about chipped nails and kitchen accidents, of the steady nod of a woman who understood what it meant to sit awake at 3 a.m, counting breaths instead of dreams. The implications settled over Leo like a slow-falling curtain. Whatever Ashford's methods had begun as, whatever language the trust used to describe them now, the line between honoring and using had been crossed. His animals had not been the only ones pulled from the brink. At some point, the collection had extended its reach into human lives, capturing not just likenesses, but whole people, and turning their last seconds, or something close to them, into permanent exhibitions, hidden always behind the soft phrases of hyper-real mannequins and immersive tableau. Nothing around him reacted to his realization. The chandeliers continued to shine. Dust continued to drift. The other figures in their frozen conversations remained exactly as they were. Mara's face stayed calm, her eyes gently unfocused, as if she were contemplating the view outside, and not the man, who now stood only inches away. He let his hand fall back to his side, fingers curling briefly into a fist, before loosening again. When Mrs. Harrow called the group together to move into the next wing, he rejoined them, without mentioning the woman by the window. No one asked why his expression had changed. On the drive back to the city, the van hummed along the country roads as the last light bled out of the sky. Fields slipped by, their edges soft in the dusk. The artificial lake at the estate, when they glanced back, was just a blur of gray. In the front seat, the curator talked animatedly about funding opportunities, about joint exhibitions, and shared branding. Donna added ideas for educational outreach, workshops, school tours. Their voices were full of that particular kind of hope that attaches itself to new partnerships and long-term plans. Leo sat in the back, forehead resting lightly against the glass of the window, The countryside looked harmless in the fading light. Tree lines, distant farmhouses, the occasional shape of a grazing animal, barely visible against the darkening fields. The road beneath them was smooth, familiar, indifferent. Inside him, something had cracked along a line he had not known was there. It did not feel like a dramatic shattering. It felt more like a hairline fracture, invisible from the outside, spreading slowly through the structure of how he understood the world. The van carried him forward, the conversation in the front steady and optimistic, the landscape untroubled. The world, as it always did, rolled on calmly, as if nothing had happened at all. When Leo returned to his own museum, the building greeted him the way it always had, with the soft thrum of air moving through vents, the faint scent of dust and polished wood, the double doors closing with their familiar sigh. The whale painting still floated in its dim ocean. The older taxidermy still stared with their honest glass deadness. On the monitors in the guard office, the corridors unfolded in quiet grids of light and shadow. Outwardly, nothing had changed. The Ashford exhibit still occupied its main gallery, drawing in a steady stream of visitors each day. If anything, it seemed to be settling more comfortably into the museum's identity. The gift shop now sold postcards and small prints of the quartet, the cafe couple, the server mid-step. A review from a local arts blogger had been framed near the entrance, praising the show's uncanny intimacy and emotional realism that lingers long after you leave the room. Leo read those words and felt something twist inside him. Uncanny intimacy, emotional realism. The phrases were meant as compliments, yet they brushed too close to a truth no one else seemed to see. His nightly rounds no longer felt like gentle walks through a sleeping building. They felt like drifting through a room where everyone was holding their breath. When he stepped into the Ashford Gallery after closing, the installations stood as beautifully as ever. The musicians poised over their instruments, the couple suspended in conversation, the server's gaze fixed on that invisible point beyond the scene. Under the softened night lighting, their skin caught the glow in a way that made them seem almost warmer than the room around them. He did not go immediately to the farewell waltz. He circled the room first, counting breathing patterns in his head, grounding himself in the rhythm of his own body. He could feel the memory of the estate pressing at the edges of his awareness. The ballroom, the waiter mid-step, Mara by the window with her chipped nail and quiet posture. Here, surrounded by figures that might or might not hold similar stories, the air heavy with their beautiful wrongness, the silence hummed with unspoken questions. The museum, meanwhile, continued to behave like a museum. Meetings were held, plans were made. As part of the ongoing effort to enhance visitor engagement, a new audio guide system was introduced for the Ashford collection. Small, sleek devices with soft silicone earpieces were stored in a charging rack near the gallery entrance. Visitors could pick one up, press a number corresponding to each scene, and listen to curated commentary while they walked. "It will deepen the experience," the curator said, eyes shining. "Help people connect emotionally. That is what Ashford's work is all about, after all. Inviting empathy." On the afternoon they set it up, Leo lingered at the edge of the gallery while the education team tested the audio. They moved through the room with the devices to their ears, nodding occasionally, adjusting volume levels, checking for dead spots in the signal. Later, when the building quieted and the doors were locked, one of the devices was left on the guard desk, along with a stack of printed instructions. "If you do your rounds with this on once or twice," Dana had said, "you can keep an ear out for glitches too." Just let us know if any tracks cut out or overlap." He stared at the device for a long moment before picking it up. It was light in his hand, smooth, harmless, a tool, nothing more. He slipped the earpiece in, feeling the gentle silicone press against the curve of his ear canal, and stepped into the gallery, pressing the button for the introductory track. Ambient music washed over him first. Slow, sustained notes that blended with the natural hum of the building until it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. Then a voice joined, calm and clear, with the practiced warmth of a professional narrator. "Welcome," it said, "to the Ashford Collection. As you move through this space, we invite you to slow down, to notice, to imagine what it means to pause a moment in your life story, right at the edge of breath." Leo's steps faltered. The phrase was smooth, elegant, exactly the kind of language he had seen in Ashford's interviews. Yet underneath, it echoed something else. A different room, folding chairs, the smell of burnt coffee. He walked toward the quartet and pressed the corresponding number. The voice continued, now tailored to the scene in front of him. "Think of a time," it said softly, "when you stood on the cusp of something, before the first note of a song, before you said words you could not take back. There is a breath between heartbeats where everything is possible, and nothing has happened yet. These figures live in that breath. We honor that suspended courage." Leo swallowed. Breath between heartbeats was a poetic image, the kind of metaphor a writer might use without thinking much about it. He could have brushed it off as coincidence, if not for the way it slid, almost perfectly, into a memory of Mara's voice, one late evening, when the support group had shrunk to 3 tired people and a facilitator. "It feels," she had said then, staring at the floor, "like I keep living in the blank space between heartbeats, like I am waiting for the next one to decide if it wants to happen." He had remembered the phrase because of how gentle and bleak it had been at the same time. Hearing a polished recording now speak of the breath between heartbeats made his skin prickle. He moved to the cafe scene and pressed the button again. "Perhaps you have sat across from someone," the narrator murmured, hands wrapped around a cup, pretending the steam was enough to keep you from unraveling. "You talk about small things, weather, work, the right way to brew coffee. Underneath, there is something you are not saying. Those unsaid things have weight. We preserve them here, in the tilt of a head, in the way fingers grip porcelain." The words were smooth, crafted. Yet hidden among them, Leo heard fragments that sounded too familiar, pretending the steam was enough. He remembered Mara laughing softly in the basement room, saying, "Sometimes I just sit with a mug so hot it almost hurts, like if I hold it tightly enough, the heat will plug the holes in me." Later at the pianist's station, the guide spoke about hands that know every key in the dark, playing the same songs over and over to keep the night from coming apart. He thought of his own late nights with headphones, of the strangers on the radio, whose steady voices had kept his mind from unraveling. It felt as if the audio were reaching into private rooms and pulling his own coping metaphors out into the air. He kept walking, device warm in his palm, the voice following him from scene to scene. It spoke of rooms that remember the shape of your loneliness, of the way grief sits quietly in your joints, making your movements heavy. At one point, in front of the server mid-step, it said, "Some of us have entire lives that happen in the hallway between where we were expected to be and where we wanted to collapse." Mara had said something painfully close to that once. "Most of my life seems to happen in the hallway," she had joked, eyes tired, "between the room where I am supposed to function and the room where I actually fall apart." The similarities were not perfect duplicates. but they were near enough to make his stomach knot. The narrator's voice was that of a stranger, polished, neutral, chosen for its capacity to carry mood. Yet the words that voice carried sounded like they had been distilled from intimate confessions, the kinds of sentences people only say when they are sure the person listening will not turn away. By the time he finally approached the farewell waltz, his heartbeat had not sped up so much as taken on a dense, measured quality. He pressed the number and waited. "Everyone has a moment," the guide said softly, "when they realize the room they are in no longer belongs to them. A song is ending. A partnership has tilted out of place. A goodbye has already happened, even if no one has said the word. Sometimes you lift your hand as if to reach for someone who is no longer there, just to prove to yourself that you can still move." The music under the voice swelled, a slow minor chord that hovered on the edge of resolve. Leo stared at the woman beneath the chandelier, her hand forever reaching. He could hear Mara again, in that circle of chairs, speaking about leaving a party early after her mother's funeral because she felt like a guest at her own life. "You get this weird moment," she had said, fingers twisting together, "when you are standing in a room full of people and it is like you have already left. Like the room is just borrowing your body for a while longer." The overlap was too precise to dismiss as mere coincidence. The guide's script did not quote her directly, but it rhymed with her in ways that felt intentional, as if someone had taken the raw material of her grief language, sanded it smooth, and turned it into poetic commentary for an exhibit. Standing there in the dim gallery, the earpiece warm against his skin, Leo felt a slow, heavy confusion rise in him. The collection, he realized, was not just using bodies. It was not content with capturing the shapes of people's last gestures. It seemed to be reaching into their inner lives as well, skimming the way they spoke about pain, about waiting, about standing in hallways and between heartbeats, and then weaving those words into something aesthetically pleasing. He imagined Mara's voice in that basement room, recorded without her knowing, her sentences lifted and polished until they fit comfortably into a museum narrative. He imagined dozens of other voices from other circles and late-night conversations fed into some quiet machine that translated confession into ambiance. The figures around him remained still, their faces serene, their poses elegant. Visitors would come tomorrow, slip earpieces in, and feel comforted, understood, moved by the gentle wisdom of the audio guide. They would not know that what they were hearing might be the echoes of real people's raw nights, repackaged into something beautiful and consumable. Leo removed the earpiece slowly, the narrator's final sentence cutting off mid-word. The silence that replaced it was not quite silence. It carried the faint residue of what he had just heard, like the afterimage that lingers when you close your eyes after looking at a bright light. He slipped the device into his pocket and stood in the center of the gallery, breathing in and out, counting each rise and fall of his chest. The museum around him, in its warm darkness, seemed to hold a new kind of noise now, a soft, almost inaudible murmur of borrowed phrases and captured moments, diffused through plastic bodies and curated commentary. For the first time since he had started this job, he felt not only like a guard watching over objects, but like a witness to a theft so delicate that most people would never know anything had been taken. The storm rolled in late, after visiting hours, when the museum had already eased into its nighttime posture. On the cameras, Leo watched the sky outside the high windows darken from charcoal to a deeper, almost oily black. Lightning flickered now and then, turning the river into a quick flash of metal before leaving it darker than before. Thunder followed at a distance, a low, patient rumble that seemed in no hurry to arrive. He was halfway through his first round when the lights blinked. It was a small stutter at first, a quick dimming and return that might have been missed if he had been mid-step. Then the building gave a soft, collective sigh, the sound of various systems pausing, and the main lights went out altogether. For a breath, the corridors were filled with pure, undiluted dark. A second later, the emergency systems woke up, and backup power flowed through the veins of the museum. Lights returned in thinner form. In the Ashford Gallery, strips of recessed emergency fixtures along the ceiling cast a dim, bluish glow across the floor, smoothing out colors and turning everything a few shades colder. Exit signs glowed more vividly, their green edges sharp in the gloom. Somewhere, deeper in the building, the hum of the HVAC shifted as it adjusted to the reduced load. Leo stood in the doorway to the gallery and let his eyes adjust. The rain outside beat a slow, steady rhythm against the tall windows. But in here, the sound was muffled, as though it belonged to another world. The storm's rumble felt distant, like a conversation happening in the next room with the door closed. He decided to do another sweep, just to be sure. Storms could unsettle alarm systems. Power fluctuations could confuse sensors. It made sense, professionally, to check that nothing had been disturbed, but he also knew that he wanted to see how the Ashford figures looked under this unfamiliar light. Wanted to test whether what he felt about them depended on brightness, or if it lived deeper than that. In the dim blue wash, the mannequins looked, impossibly, more alive. The softened illumination erased some of the museum's careful polish and left behind a kind of intimate shadow. Tiny reflections appeared in their eyes, where the emergency lights caught the curve of cornea and pupil, making it seem as though something inside those faces was catching and holding on to whatever light it could find. The contours of cheeks and jawlines deepened, creating the illusion of breath sitting just behind the skin. The quartet stood in their half circle, instruments poised. In the low light, the shine on the violin bows and polished wood dulled slightly, but the tension in shoulders and fingers felt more pronounced, as if the musicians had been holding their poses too long and their muscles were beginning to tremble. The cafe couple leaned toward each other in a bubble of shadow, their expressions softened into mystery by the lack of detail. The server mid-step, his tray tilted, seemed one slight push away from completing his movement. A newer addition stood near the side wall now, in a small alcove created by rearranging a partition. A solitary woman, in a simple dark dress, holding a clutch. After their visit to the estate, a few select pieces had been rotated into the museum's care for a limited exclusive showing. One of them had been this figure, catalogued under a different title, The Listener at the Window. But Leo had needed only one look to know her, the slope of her shoulders, the scar on her forearm, the chipped nail rendered perfectly again. Mara's double had taken up quiet residence on his nightly path. He walked slowly through the gallery until he stood between the farewell waltz and Mara's figure, close enough that a small shift in his stance could bring one or the other more fully into his focus. The violinist remained beneath her chandelier, hand lifted toward an absent partner, eyes with that faint suggestion of shine that had haunted him since the first time he noticed it. Mara's counterpart stood angled toward an invisible window, clutch close against her body, gaze turned slightly away from the center of the room. The emergency lights blew a soft halo along the lines of their faces, carving out their features in a way that felt less like display and more like a late-night snapshot. For a moment, Leo imagined that the darkness around them extended backward and forward in time. that this was not only the room as it was now, but every room in which they had ever stood alone, caught between staying and walking away. He knew how ridiculous it was, what he was about to do. He knew it in the rational part of his mind that tracked alarm codes and fire exits, that understood the difference between body and sculpture, between tissue and silicone. Yet there was another part of him, quieter and more stubborn, that had begun to feel responsible for these figures in a way that had nothing to do with job descriptions. "I am sorry," he said, his voice barely more than a breath. The words sounded small in the large room, but they did not feel empty. He was not certain which of the two he was addressing, or if he was speaking only to the idea of them, to everything they represented. He turned slightly toward the violinist. "I did not see you, not really, when you first arrived. I thought you were just impressive work. I did not think about where you might have come from, or what it might mean to be held in that last second forever." The storm grumbled distantly, a low roll that made the emergency lights flicker for a heartbeat before steadying again. The violinist's face remained unchanged, her eyes fixed on that space just beyond his shoulder. Yet the simple act of putting the apology into the air loosened something in his chest. He shifted his weight and faced Mara's double more fully. The dim light traced the faint curve of her scar, caught the tiny imperfection at the tip of her painted pinky nail. She looked, as she always had in his memory, like someone who had learned to coil her grief neatly inside herself so as not to trouble others with it. "And you," he said softly, "if you are, if any part of you is in there. I am sorry I let myself believe you just moved away. I am sorry I did not ask more questions, or notice when your chair stayed empty. I did not know I might find you again like this." His voice frayed a little at the edges on the last words, but he kept it low, as if afraid of waking the building. He was aware, dimly, of how it would look on a camera, a lone guard standing in a darkened room, speaking to mannequins, while rain streaked down the windows behind him. Yet in the insulated silence of the gallery, it felt less like madness and more like a fragile experiment in kindness, an attempt to meet whatever sliver of awareness might have been caught here with something gentler than curiosity. "I know you cannot hear me," he added, though some small, stubborn part of him did not entirely believe that. "But just in case, I see you. I remember you as more than this. You were a person in a basement room, making bad coffee jokes and talking about books you never finished. You are not just this pose." He fell quiet then, letting the words settle. His own breathing sounded loud in his ears, a slow in and out that he could count. 4 beats in, 4 beats out. The mannequins' chests were still, but in the low light, the way shadows lay in the hollow at the base of the throat, in the dip between collarbones, created an illusion of expansion and contraction. His mind, already primed to see too much, supplied the suggestion of breath to fill the silence. Leo listened to that silence like someone waiting for an echo in a canyon, not expecting a clear reply, but hoping for some small change in the quality of the air, some tiny shift that might mean his words had landed somewhere other than the polished floor. The storm outside rumbled again, farther away this time, as if it were moving on. The emergency lights hummed quietly overhead. Somewhere in the museum, water in the pipes made its own dull music. Nothing moved. No eyes flicked toward him. No hand lowered. The violinist's bow remained suspended above the ghost of a note. Mara's double continued to gaze at whatever invisible horizon she had been given. The lack of response was, in its way, a relief. He was not ready, he realized, for for proof of anything beyond what he already knew. And yet, standing there between them, alone with their curated stillness and the faint smell of ozone from the storm, he could not shake the sense that the room was fuller than it appeared on the cameras. That somewhere, in the breath between one heartbeat and the next, something listened, not necessarily to his exact sentences, but to the fact that someone cared enough to say them. He drew in one more slow breath, let it out, and finally turned away, the soles of his shoes whispering over the floor as he resumed his rounds. Behind him, under the dim blue light, the figures of the Ashford collection remained as the world expected them to be, silent, perfect, and utterly still. The storm did not stop all at once. It faded the way most storms do in the city, by degrees, losing a little of its force each time it rolled over the rooftops. By the time Leo finished his round and circled back toward the Ashford Gallery, the thunder had retreated to the far edges of the sky, more memory than sound. Rain still whispered against the high windows, thinner now, a steady drumming rather than a pounding. Backup power was still running. The main grid in this part of the city had not quite recovered. The emergency lights continued to cast their bluish wash over the exhibits, flattening colors and sharpening edges in a way that made the space feel half real, half dream. Leo paused in the doorway, letting the cool air of the gallery reach him first. It smelled faintly of cleaned glass and polished flooring, with a thread of ozone that might have drifted in from some unseen vent. The figures waited in their places. The quartet, the cafe couple, the server, the solitary woman in the dark dress. From here, they looked like people a few seconds away from turning their heads toward him. He stepped inside, his footsteps dull on the floor. The quiet in the room had changed since his earlier apologies. It was not louder. If anything, the opposite. It felt denser, as if the air had absorbed his words and now held them carefully, not quite willing to let them go. He found himself drawn again toward Mara's double. The others remained in his peripheral vision, a soft constellation of presences. But it was her figure near the side wall that anchored him. In the emergency lighting, the dark fabric of her dress blended almost seamlessly into the shadow, leaving her face and forearms as the brightest points. The scar on her arm was a pale crescent. The chipped nail on her pinky caught a sliver of light, a tiny, imperfect moon. Without entirely intending to, he closed the distance until he stood just in front of the glass that encased her. It was tall and perfectly clear, a barrier so clean it might have been mistaken for open air, if not for the faint, almost invisible seams along the frame. The temperature difference between the gallery and the hallway had left a light, uniform coolness on the surface. He leaned in, closer than he had before, until the tip of his nose was only a few centimeters away from the glass. He did not touch it at first. He simply exhaled, a slow breath warmed by his own body, fogging the surface in a soft oval bloom. For a moment, his reflection blurred behind the vapor, his features smeared out, his eyes replaced by vague, dark smudges. The patch of condensation faded quickly, thinning at the edges, breaking apart into smaller shapes before disappearing entirely. Underneath, Mara's likeness returned to clarity. The quiet line of her jaw, the thoughtful downward tilt of her gaze, the way her hand rested against the clutch as if she could still feel its weight. Leo stepped back a little, giving himself room to see the entire case. The glass looked as pristine as before. He told himself he was satisfied with that he had proved something ordinary and physical. Warm air, cool surface, nothing more. He was turning away when he saw it. A faint new blur began to form on the inside of the glass, opposite where his breath had been. At first, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, ghosting the shape of the earlier fog. Yet as he stilled himself and watched, the difference became clear. The fresh condensation was not on the outer surface. The light caught it differently, as though passing through a first layer before striking the moisture on a second. It was subtle, an oval no larger than the space a palm might cover, edges feathered rather than crisp. It swelled gently, becoming more opaque, then thinned again, as if something behind the glass had exhaled and then gone still. There was no source of heat inside the case, no vents, no concealed machinery that would account for that localized patch. The climate controls were set to keep the interior at a stable, slightly cool temperature. Everything in the documentation insisted on consistency, on regulation, on nothing unexpected. Leo's breath caught, then resumed in a slower, shallower rhythm. He moved closer again, careful not to fog the outer surface this time, and studied the faint impression. It reminded him of watching a window in winter, when someone inside a house had leaned forward to look out. The shape was not quite a hand, not quite a face, just an oval of altered air. The smallness of it undid him more than any dramatic sign could have. It was heartbreakingly modest, as if whatever had caused it had only the tiniest amount of strength to work with, and had used all of it just to push one soft breath against the barrier. He thought of the wolf's eyes shifting between frames, of the bruise beneath the violinist's translucent skin, of the antelope's gaze caught in its last frightened second, of Ashford's words about preserving the last honest moment of a life. He thought of Mara in the support group, her voice quiet, as she described living between heartbeats. An understanding settled over him, not as a sudden revelation, but as the slow aligning of pieces that had been waiting for a place. Whatever temporal suspension was, whatever chemistry and machinery and timing it involved, it did not seem to land cleanly on the far side of death. It did not leave the subject entirely gone. It caught them on the threshold, in that narrow corridor, where the body was ceasing and the awareness had not completely dissolved. It pinned that sliver of being to a single, unending moment. In the animal exhibits, that meant a flicker of instinct frozen on the verge of flight. In the human figures, it might mean a last thought about leaving a party, a final worry about someone left at home, an unfinished sentence spiraling endlessly in a mind that could no longer command muscles to move. These were not bodies emptied of everything they had been. They were lives held at the edge and stretched thin, like breath drawn in, but never fully released. The condensation on the inside of the glass expanded with one last, barely perceptible push, then faded, shrinking back into invisibility. The surface became clear again, betraying no sign of what had just occurred. If he blinked now and looked directly, he could almost convince himself he had imagined it. Almost. Leo lifted his hand and placed his palm gently against the cool glass, aligning it with the spot where the mist had been. His fingers spread slightly, as if reaching for the warmth that was not there. He could feel, through the barrier, the faint vibrational hum of the building, the low, constant song of electricity and machinery and human design. "I see you," he whispered. The words fell softly, barely louder than his own breathing. They were not a declaration, not a promise. They were simply an acknowledgement, offered into a space where very little else could reach. He did not know if any part of Mara, of the person he had once shared coffee and sleeplessness with, could hear him or sense him. He did not know if the sliver of awareness he now believed existed inside these figures could distinguish between voice and silence. But if there was even the faintest echo of a self still flickering there, caught at the edge of eternal interruption, then perhaps knowing they were seen, even for a moment, mattered. The lights hummed quietly above him, their emergency circuitry holding steady despite the storm's retreat. The rain outside had softened to a fine, steady curtain, like someone slowly drawing down a veil. The rumble of thunder was gone altogether now, leaving only the city's subdued after-storm stillness. The world offered him no sign in return, no second bloom of condensation, no shift in posture, no miraculous crack in Ashford's perfect preservation. The gallery remained exactly as it had been designed to appear, a series of beautiful, immobile moments arranged for others to walk through and admire. Leo stood there a while longer, palm pressed to the glass, breath even, heart beating its low, deliberate rhythm. The knowledge that his empathy might be the only kindness these figures would ever receive, these almost lives held in curated limbo, sat heavy but strangely steady inside him. He could not free them. He could not reverse whatever had been done, but he could refuse to see them only as art, as technology, as spectacle. He could remember that behind every frozen gesture, there had once been a person or a creature who moved, chose, feared, hoped. He could stand here and make sure, if only in one quiet man's mind, that they were not entirely alone. When he finally let his hand drop and turned to leave, the glass was clean and clear, reflecting his retreating figure and the dim blue lights above. Behind it, Mara's double remained as she had been, eyes turned toward a world she would never step into again. The storm, somewhere beyond the stone and glass of the building, continued to fade, and the night slid gently toward its next hour. There came a point when the quiet was no longer enough to hold what Leo knew. For a while, he had tried to keep everything inside his own skull, letting the pieces turn over and over like stones in a pocket. The wolf's shifting eyes, the bruise on the violinist's wrist, the antelope's terror, Mara's exact scar and chipped nail rendered in silicone, the condensation blooming once from the inside of a sealed case, the whispers in the audio guide that sounded like borrowed fragments of someone's private grief. Each fact alone could be dismissed, explained away, filed under odd but harmless. Together, they had begun to feel like a weight his ribs were not designed to support. He sat in the guard office one early morning as the sky outside the cameras lightened from black to a hazy gray. The city was slowly remembering that it had another day to live. The kettle clicked off with a soft sound, steam curling from its spout. Leo stared at his notebook, pages filled with dates, times, quick sketches, phrases underlined twice. He had written Mara, Formal Hall, in careful capital letters, then crossed it out, then written it again. Next to that, he had drawn a small oval and shaded it in, a poor attempt to capture the shape of the condensation patch. He knew how it would look to anyone else. Obsessive, paranoid, a lonely man on night shift, building a pattern out of shadows. Even so, the alternative, doing nothing, had become harder to live with than the risk of not being believed. He gathered what little he had that could be translated into something another person might recognize as evidence. Screenshots of the wolf from the documentary, frame and overlay, with the pupils misaligned. Cropped stills of the antelope's face. A photograph on his phone of the violinist's wrist, the bruise dim but visible under the gallery lights. Notes about Mara's attendance at the support group years ago, cross-referenced with the estate catalog entry. The condensation incident he could not capture, except in his own description. When he finally asked for a meeting with the curator, He did so politely, as he always did. The man agreed, perhaps out of curiosity, perhaps because it was easier not to say no to a member of staff who rarely asked for anything. They sat in the small conference room with the frosted glass walls, the kind of space designed for quick debriefs and donor calls. Morning light filtered in through the main windows outside, blurring shapes into soft shadows. On the table between them, Leo placed a printed copy of one of the wolf overlays, the photograph of the bruise, and his notebook. "I know how this looks," he began, his voice steady but quiet. "I know these things can be explained. Glitches, lighting, coincidence. But I need you to at least see what I am seeing." The curator listened. He was good at that, at folding his hands and maintaining eye contact in a way that made people feel heard. He leaned over the papers, examined the screenshots, nodded at the details Leo pointed out. His expression did not harden, but it did not soften any further either. It remained in that professional middle ground that could mean almost anything. "The Ashford Trust," he said eventually, choosing his words with care, "is one of the most respected institutions in our field. Their collections have been vetted by multiple boards. They are audited. They are insured by firms that specialize in high-value artifacts. They have ethical review committees. We have contracts with them that have passed legal and professional scrutiny." He tapped the photograph of the bruise gently with one fingertip. "This could be part of the design, a marker of realism. You know how detailed their work is. They want imperfections. They want stories written into the body. As for the documentary frames, old footage can get distorted. Compression, transfer errors." He lifted his gaze. "I am not saying you have imagined this, only that there are other explanations." Leo felt his cheeks warm, not with anger, but with that familiar mix of frustration and shame that came from pressing a point past the boundaries of what was comfortable to discuss. "And the woman at the estate," he said quietly. "Mara, I knew her. Years ago. Her scar, her nail." He trailed off, aware of how fragile that story sounded outside his own head. The curator exhaled slowly. "People recognize themselves and others in art all the time," he said. "Faces are suggestible. We project. It is one of the strengths of exhibitions like this. Visitors feel seen. They make connections." He paused, then added, with a note of genuine concern, "You have been working nights for a long time. You see these figures under low light, for hours, when the building is empty. It is natural for them to get under your skin. If you like, we can rotate your schedule, give you more day shifts, a change of pace." The suggestion was kindly meant. That was what made it so painful. It repositioned his observations from external reality to internal strain. "I am not saying this lightly," Leo replied, his voice almost a whisper now. "I know I am tired. I know I see patterns. But some things go beyond that. I think something is wrong with the way Ashford's work is being framed, with what might be behind it." The curator's face closed slightly, just around the eyes. "We cannot," he said carefully, "risk our relationship with the trust based on speculation. If there were formal complaints, official investigations, that would be another matter. But to go to them with this, or to cause public alarm, based on what you have brought, we would be jeopardizing the museum's reputation, the staff's jobs, our ability to bring in other exhibitions. One guard's feelings, however sincerely held, are not enough." The phrase stung more because of its truth. Leo nodded, feeling the conversation sliding gently but firmly toward its conclusion. The curator promised to keep an eye on things and to check in with him more often. He thanked Leo for his dedication and reminded him that his work was valued. It was, in its way, a dismissal wrapped in concern. For a few days, Leo tried to return to his routines with the knowledge that his internal alarms had been logged but not taken seriously. The building did not change. The Ashford figures remained beautiful, motionless. Visitors continued to leave comments about how the exhibit had touched something deep in them. The new audio guide drew praise for its poetic insights. The weight inside him did not lessen. It grew heavier, pressing against his lungs until every breath felt slightly shallower than the one before. Eventually, he did what he had been hoping someone else would suggest first. He asked, through cautious channels, about speaking to the police. The process was nowhere near as dramatic as his imagination had always made such scenes. There were no wailing sirens, no sudden rush of uniforms through the doors. 2 detectives came on a weekday afternoon, dressed in suits that tried to blend seriousness and comfort. They introduced themselves at the front desk, showed identification, and were led upstairs to a small office where they could talk without disturbing visitors. Leo met them there, along with the curator and a member of the museum's administration team. The detectives' questions were calm and practical. How long had the Ashford exhibit been on display? What, specifically, had raised concern? Had there been any incidents, injuries, disturbances, threats? Leo presented his printed screenshots. He explained, as clearly as he could, the condensation on the inside of the case, the resemblance to Mara, the bruise, the wolf's shifting gaze. He spoke about temporal suspension, about the implications of catching something between life and death. He kept his tone level, resisting the urge to embellish or dramatize. The detectives took notes. Their pens made small, neat scratching noises on the pages. They did not ridicule him. They did not dismiss him outright. Yet their questions naturally drifted toward things that could be quantified. Timestamps, camera logs, environmental controls. The condensation story, without photographic proof, remained in the realm of anecdote. The resemblance to Mara became, in their notebooks, subject reports, recognition of individual in exhibit, unverified. The wolf footage was marked for possible technical review. "We appreciate you bringing this to our attention," one of them said, closing their notebook with a quiet click. "Given the nature of your concerns, we will need to speak with the Ashford Trust as well. They are the owners of the collection. They will have their own documentation regarding the provenance of the works." Within days, the institutional friction began to build, smooth and nearly invisible. Lawyers representing the Ashford Trust arrived for a follow-up visit. They came in tailored suits, carrying sleek briefcases and portfolios. Their manner was courteous, even friendly, but their presence altered the air in the conference room in a way that Leo could feel in his shoulders. They laid out documents on the table with practiced ease. Consent forms, detailing how donors had agreed to participate in posthumous representation programs. Donor contracts, signed and witnessed, full of legal language about artistic license and data use. Licenses for medical and anatomical procedures, stamped and dated. Copies of approvals from ethical review boards with impressive names and logos. Insurance records that treated each piece as a high-value artwork, not as anything more complicated. Everything was professionally packaged, each sheet bearing watermarks, seals, signatures. Where Leo's notes and screenshots looked like the work of one concerned individual, these binders looked like the architecture of a system. The detectives leafed through the papers, asking occasional clarifying questions. Were bodies used, ever, in any stage of the process? The lawyers answered in careful, clear phrases about non-viable tissues, composite modeling, complete compliance with local and international regulations. Their tone remained calm, almost soothing, echoing Ashford's own habit of turning unsettling ideas into palatable sentences. Sitting at the edge of the table, Leo watched the evidence of his unease shrink by comparison. His wolf overlays, his annotated photographs, his memories of Mara's voice, his description of condensation inside a case, all of it felt small and fragile when set against the weight of printed contracts and official seals. No one raised their voice. No one accused him of lying. No one even suggested explicitly that he was wrong. The friction was not loud. It was quiet, like the drag of thick oil between moving parts, slowing motion until it nearly stopped. It became clear, very quickly, that whatever was happening in the museum did not fit neatly into any of the boxes the world already had words for. The detectives returned a week later, not with a squad of technicians or forensic vans, but with a slim folder and careful faces. They asked to see the Ashford Gallery again. The curator agreed at once, radiating a soft, slightly strained cordiality. A representative from the Ashford Trust joined them too, a younger lawyer this time, with tidy hair, a silver watch, and a voice tuned to sound reassuring without ever quite settling. They all walked into the gallery together in the late afternoon, while the museum was still open. Visitors drifted among the figures, listening to the audio guide, whispering to each other about how real everything looked. The detectives moved with quiet, measured steps, hands loosely at their sides, eyes scanning without touching. At one point, in front of the quartet, one of them turned to the lawyer. "Just so we are clear," she said, keeping her voice neutral, "what exactly are we looking at here, legally speaking? Are these human remains?" The lawyer smiled, a practiced, almost apologetic smile. "No," he replied. "They are cataloged as mixed media artworks. You will find that language consistent across our documentation. Silicone, resin, proprietary compounds, integrated structurals. They are treated as artworks, insured as artworks, transported as artworks." "What about mammalian tissue?" the other detective asked, a note of genuine curiosity in his tone. "Any biological material at all?" The lawyer inclined his head slightly. "Trace components, in some cases," he allowed, "much like plastination in anatomical collections. But all materials are processed and stabilized to the point that they no longer meet the legal or medical definition of remains. They are non-viable. There is no metabolic activity, no possibility of revival. The relevant statutes refer to these as post-biological subjects." The phrase hung in the air for a moment, floating between the living and the not quite dead. Leo stood a little behind the group, listening. The term snagged on his mind like a burr. Post-biological subjects. It sounded modern, clean, almost futuristic. It did not sound like people caught between life and death, stretched out into silent displays. "So," the detective said slowly, "they are not corpses." "Correct," the lawyer said with a small, satisfied nod. "They are not registered as deceased individuals in the conventional sense. The donors in question are documented as participants in a posthumous exhibition program, yes. But the transformation process places their final form outside of existing categories for remains. There is robust precedent in the fields of medical preservation and anatomical donation." They moved to another figure, a man in a dark suit caught mid-gesture. The detective looked at his face for a long moment, then back to the lawyer. "And if someone were to argue that these are more than sculptures," she said carefully, "that there might be some residual—" She stopped, searching for a word that did not sound foolish in a room full of paperwork. "Awareness." The lawyer's expression did not change. There is no evidence to support such a claim, he replied. From a legal standpoint, from a medical standpoint, from any standpoint recognized by regulatory bodies, temporal suspension is an extension of existing preservation technologies. It arrests decay. It does not prolong consciousness. Leo wanted to say something then, to speak about the wolf's eyes shifting, about the condensation on the inside of the glass, about the sense of being watched by pupils that could not move and lungs that could not rise. But he could feel, even before he opened his mouth, how those experiences would sound when translated into the lingua franca of official reports. Later, in a small office with a window that looked over the courtyard, the detectives asked more questions. The lawyer produced more documents. Consent forms were placed on the table, pages of carefully worded text, with lines for signatures, witnesses, dates. These donors were fully informed, the lawyer said. They chose, of their own free will, to contribute their likeness, their biological data, and, in some cases, their physical remains to the Ashford program. The language is clear. They wished to be part of a posthumous exhibition process, much like body donation programs to science, except oriented toward cultural and artistic ends. The forms were thick with clauses about rights to representation, about the use of personal narratives and psychological profiles to enhance the emotional resonance of the displays, about waiving certain privacy protections in the interest of educational impact. Ethical review board approvals followed, stamped with institutional logos, letters from committees that used phrases like innovative extensions, a new horizon in memorialization, respectful integration of art and anatomy. Everything bore signatures of people with credentials, people whose names carried weight in medical and academic circles. Leo watched the detectives leaf through the stack, their brows furrowed, but not in outrage. It was the expression of people trying to fit something unfamiliar into the drawers their training had given them. "Let us return to your concerns," one of them said to Leo after a while, her tone kind but steady. "You mentioned movement in archival footage, condensation inside a sealed case, a personal recognition of someone you knew." He nodded, his fingers curled slightly against his knees. "With respect," she continued gently, "these are difficult things to verify. We have technicians who can look at the video for artifacts. We can have the environmental systems checked. But we also know that stress and fatigue, particularly on night shifts, can make perception feel sharper. Patterns appear. Ordinary phenomena can seem meaningful. Stress can cause perceptions." She did not say hallucinations, but the implication lay just beneath the surface, polite and unaccusatory. "I am not saying you imagined it," she added quickly, as if to soften the impact. "Only that these experiences by themselves do not constitute evidence of harm or crime, especially when contrasted with the level of documentation we are seeing from the Trust. Harm, crime, evidence, corpses, remains." Each word felt like a piece of a puzzle he did not have the box for. The horror he was trying to describe did not fit neatly into those shapes. It lived in the space between them, just as Ashford's subjects seemed to live in the space between life and death. He tried, one more time, to explain the condensation, how it had formed from the inside, swelling and shrinking in a way that matched the rhythm of a breath. He spoke about the bruise under the violinist's skin, about Mara's chipped nail and the audio guide echoes. As he spoke, he could hear his own story translating itself into a language that drained it of its urgency. The notes the detectives took reframed his worries into smaller, safer phrases. Guard reports possible condensation anomaly. No photographic evidence. Guard reports subjective recognition of acquaintance in artwork. Guard reports emotional distress related to exhibit. In their notebooks, the beating heart of his fear became a list of observations that could be cross-checked, dismissed, or filed away. The trust's lawyer remained calm throughout, his hands folded loosely on the table. He did not interrupt. He did not scoff. When it was his turn to respond, he did so with the same gentle, practiced tone he had used in the gallery. "We take these concerns very seriously," he said. "We welcome scrutiny. Transparency is central to our mission. That is why we have partnered with institutions and oversight bodies from the beginning. But nothing presented so far indicates any deviation from the legal frameworks under which we operate. Temporal suspension is unsettling to some, yes. So was early plastination. So were organ donations once. Innovation often feels disturbing before it becomes accepted." He looked at Leo, not unkindly. "We do not wish for our work to cause undue distress to staff. Perhaps some rotation, as your curator suggested, would be helpful. Night shifts can be heavy places for the imagination, especially around installations designed to evoke strong emotional responses." There was no threat in his words, no sharp edge. That was, Leo realized, part of what made this so suffocating. No one shouted him down. No one mocked him. No one told him directly that he was wrong. Instead, the system, made up of paperwork, ethics boards, legal terminology, and politely concerned professionals, absorbed his alarm and translated it into a set of manageable bureaucratic concerns. He left the meeting not with a slammed door, but with a promise that all appropriate channels would be followed. The detectives shook his hand, thanked him for his time, assured him that his vigilance was appreciated. The curator patted his shoulder and reminded him to take care of himself. Out in the corridor, the air smelled the same as it always had, a blend of old wood, cleaning products, and the faint trace of coffee from the staff kitchen. The whale painting still floated at the end of the hall. The Ashford Gallery, a few doors down, waited with its figures and its audio guides and its carefully maintained climate. The world he walked through remained calm. Systems were in place. Forms had been signed. The right words had been used. Post-biological subjects, mixed media, donor consent, ethical review. The horror he had glimpsed, the possibility of awareness trapped in glass and silicone, the quiet condensation of one impossible breath, had no official name. In that absence of language, his fear had nowhere to land. It lingered instead in his chest, heavy and shapeless, while around him, the machinery of institutions did what it always did, smoothing rough edges, absorbing anomalies, carrying on. The end, when it arrived, did not look like an ending at all. It came in the form of a brief email first, sent to staff calendars with a neutral subject line. Follow-up meeting, Ashford Review. The body contained little more than a time, a room number, and a polite request for attendance from relevant parties. No one used the word verdict. No one wrote conclusion. The language stayed soft and procedural. The conference room they assembled in this time was smaller than the one used for the first visit. The blinds were half closed, letting in a filtered afternoon light that washed the table in a pale, forgiving haze. The detectives were there, in the same suits, with the same careful expressions. The curator sat with his hands folded, a pen resting between his fingers, as if there might still be something to sign. A representative from the Ashford Trust, joined by video call, their face floating on a screen at the end of the table, framed by tasteful bookshelves. Leo sat near the corner again, close enough to hear every word, far enough that he could have been mistaken for someone merely taking notes. The lead detective cleared her throat softly. Her voice, when she spoke, was calm, pitched to be as gentle as possible in a room where disappointment had been anticipated, but not named. Thank you all for your cooperation over the past weeks, she began. We have reviewed the materials provided by the museum and the Ashford Trust. We have consulted with our legal team and with external experts, where appropriate. She glanced briefly at Leo, then continued. Based on the evidence available, we have found no actionable crime. The Ashford collection, as it is currently constituted and documented, operates within existing legal frameworks. The donor's consent paperwork is in order. The materials do not meet the statutory definition of human remains. There is no indication of foul play that we can pursue in a criminal investigation. The words were soft, but they landed with the finality of a door closing quietly but firmly. The Ashford representative on the screen nodded with a small, practiced smile. We appreciate your thoroughness, they said. Transparency has always been important to us. We understand that our work can be unsettling. We are grateful for the opportunity to clarify any misunderstandings. The curator exhaled slowly, shoulders dropping a fraction. So, the exhibit can continue as planned, he said. Yes, the detective replied. We would suggest, purely as a matter of public clarity, that labels and materials emphasize the artificial nature of the works. Terms like mixed media and representational composites are useful. The more you foreground the artistic and technological aspects, the less room there is for misinterpretation. Misinterpretation. Leo felt the word slide over him like a thin blanket, not quite large enough to cover what it was meant to. There was some brief discussion about documentation retention, about follow-up reports, about the possibility of revisiting the case if new information ever emerged. Everyone spoke in low professional tones. No one raised their voice. No one accused anyone of anything. The meeting folded itself neatly into its allotted time, and then gently dissolved. When it concluded, they all stood. Hands were shaken, polite phrases exchanged. Thank you for your diligence. We truly appreciate your time. If anything changes, of course, you will let us know. The detectives left with their slim folder. The Ashford representative's face vanished from the screen with a soft click. The curator turned to Leo with a sympathetic look. I know this is difficult, he said. I do not doubt that this has been stressful. Maybe now that this is resolved, we can find a way to make your schedule lighter. Fewer nights alone with them. Leo nodded. He said, thank you, because that was what the moment required. The words tasted thin. News of the resolution filtered through the staff in a muted way. There were no announcements to the public, no press releases. Internally, the message was simple. The investigation had found no wrongdoing. The Ashford exhibit would remain, with a few minor adjustments to text panels to better highlight the constructed nature of the pieces and reassure anxious visitors, should any arise. Then, very soon after, came something else. In a staff briefing, the curator announced, with carefully measured excitement, that the Ashford Trust had proposed an expansion of their collaboration. Due to popular demand, he said, reading from a prepared statement, selected pieces from the Ashford collection will be loaned to partner institutions across the country as part of a rotating program. This will allow more communities to experience this groundbreaking fusion of art and preservation. Our museum will be the proud launching point for this extended tour. The words fell into place with a soft inevitability. What had felt contained within these walls, this concentrated, unsettling core, would now be unbound, thinned out, scattered. The logistics unfolded quickly. Crates arrived, familiar now in their size and labeling. Long wooden boxes with barcodes, insurance stickers, directional arrows. Art handlers, gloved and careful, worked with quiet efficiency in the locked-down gallery. disassembling what visitors had come to know as fixed scenes. The quartet was broken into individual cases, each musician given a separate crate. The café tableau was divided: chairs, table, couple, server. The ballroom party from the estate, installed temporarily in a side wing, was dismantled in segments, each frozen guest measured, wrapped, and assigned a destination. Mara's double, listed on the inventory under her exhibit title, was carefully lifted from her alcove and transferred into a padded container. Leo watched from the threshold, as much as he was allowed. It felt, oddly, like attending a funeral conducted in fragments. There was no single moment of farewell, no collective silence. Instead, there were dozens of small goodbyes. A figure swaddled in protective material, a crate lid lowered and screwed shut, a barcode scanned into a system that tracked art, not people. He caught one last glimpse of the violinist from the farewell waltz as she was wheeled past on a dolly, encased in a temporary frame. Without the chandelier and surrounding props, she looked even more exposed, her raised hand hanging against the blankness of the storage corridor. For a second, the emergency exit sign cast a thin line of green across her cheek, like a ghost of stage lighting. Then she disappeared into a crate, the lid sealing with a series of small, decisive turns of a drill. Trucks waited at the loading bay with their engines idling softly, white sides gleaming under the overcast sky. One by one, the crates were loaded, strapped down, checked off. Each was labeled with a destination: regional museums, university galleries, private collections on temporary loan. Places with their own security guards, their own staff meetings, their own visitors who would stand in front of these figures and say things like, "It feels like they are about to move." Leo stood near the bay door, hands in his pockets, as the last crate was rolled up the ramp. He knew from the shipping list he had quietly read which one it was. The code matched the inventory line for the listener at the window. The workers secured it, closed the truck's rear doors, and locked them. The sound of the latch clicking into place was soft, almost lost under the rumble of the engine. The truck pulled away from the dock with a gentle shudder, joining the slow river of vehicles out on the street. He watched it go until it turned a corner and vanished behind a row of buildings. Somewhere inside that anonymous metal box, under layers of foam and wood, under tarps and cargo straps and printed manifests, a face he had once known was being carried through the city like any other object of value. Whatever chance there had been to confront the Ashford collection as a single entity, as a concentrated visible horror, left with those wheels. Scattered, the pieces would become easier to ignore. Each museum would get its own small slice. A violinist here, a waiter there, a woman by a window, a laughing guest, mid-toast. Each would be framed as an amazing mannequin, an uncanny installation, a marvel of modern preservation. No one would see the whole party anymore. Only the photographs and the trust's own narrative would preserve that. Inside the now emptier gallery, the absence felt strange. The room that had once been thick with frozen lives now held only a handful of local exhibits, hastily rearranged to fill the space. The lighting had been adjusted. The audio guide devices sat in their rack, mostly unused. The air seemed lighter, but not in a way that felt like relief. It felt more like a house after a complicated family has moved out, echoing, but still holding the shape of what had been there. Leo returned to his rounds, his keys jangling softly at his belt, the familiar weight of the radio at his hip. The whale still floated in its painted sea. The older taxidermy still watched with their simple, dead eyes. The river outside continued to move in its long, patient line past the museum, carrying reflections of traffic lights and apartment windows, and the occasional neon sign, smudged by rain. The building was quieter now, but not safer. The absence of the Ashford figures within these walls did not erase what had been done to them, or what would now be done with them. If anything, the knowledge that they were out there somewhere, riding in trucks beneath highway overpasses, resting in storage rooms in cities he had never seen, standing under other track lights in other galleries, made the world feel larger and more hollow at the same time. On the monitors in the guard office, the cameras showed new angles, emptier rooms, no violinist beneath a chandelier, no Mara by the window. Instead, there were simple displays of fossils, old maps, a temporary exhibit of local photography, ordinary things, understandable, nameable things. Leo sat in his chair, the security feeds cycling slowly in front of him. Beyond the frame of the screens, somewhere in the night, trucks moved along dark roads, carrying crates labeled with barcodes and legal language. Inside those crates, slivers of awareness, if he was right, drifted in their curated limbo, faintly sensing the motion of the world outside without ever quite reaching it. The city slept, the river flowed, the museum hummed its low, familiar song, and Leo, one quiet man in a quiet building, carried a knowledge that had nowhere official to live. He did his rounds anyway, sweeping his flashlight over displays, checking locks, pausing sometimes in front of cases that held only bones and glass and stone. Someone should see you, he thought, not sure whether he was speaking to the specimens, the absent figures, or to himself. He walked on, feet tracing the same paths they always had, in a museum that felt emptier now, but never again, for him, innocent. The envelope was waiting for him when he got home, resting on the thin mat outside his apartment door, like something that had walked there on its own and decided to lie down. It was the kind of envelope that did not belong among bills and takeaway menus. Heavy paper, cream-colored, his name written in a neat, formal hand that managed to look both personal and impersonal at once. Leo Martin, CO, Museum Security Office. He turned it over. The return address was printed very small along the back flap. Ashford Trust Communications and Partnerships. For a moment, he simply stood in the hallway, listening to the faint sounds of other lives leaking through the walls, a television murmuring 2 doors down, the clatter of dishes being washed above, someone laughing briefly on the phone. The envelope sat patient in his hand, light, but containing a weight that he felt in his stomach rather than his palm. He took it inside, set it on the small kitchen table, and stared at it while the kettle warmed. He could have left it unopened, let it sit there like a decorative object, another thing on the surface of his life that never quite made contact. The idea gave him a strange, fleeting comfort, but the curiosity that had once made him rewind the documentary frame by frame was still in him, quiet but stubborn. He slid a finger under the flap and opened it. The letter inside was printed on thick, smooth paper that carried a faint hint of something floral, perhaps left over from the office where it had been handled. The Ashford Trust's understated logo sat at the top, followed by a salutation. Dear Mr. Martin, we hope this letter finds you well. We would like to express our sincere appreciation for your passionate interest in and deep engagement with the Ashford collection during its time at your institution. It is clear, from the feedback we have received, that you care profoundly about the ethical and emotional dimensions of preservation. We are currently developing a cross-institutional narrative project, exploring the human stories that surround cultural spaces, particularly the often unseen individuals who protect, maintain, and quietly witness our shared heritage during the hours when most people sleep. We would be honored if you would consider participating as a consultant in this project. The tone flowed smoothly, each sentence nestling into the next with practiced warmth. The words passionate interest and deep engagement sat on the page like polished stones, pretty and hard at the same time. There was no mention of the investigation, of his complaints, of police visits. Only gratitude and a gentle repositioning. His questions reframed as admirable involvement. Attached, the letter said, he would find a brochure outlining Night Watchers, a proposed new series inspired by the lives of night guards, cleaners, archivists, and other guardians of memory. His role, if he agreed, would be to provide insights into the emotional landscape of custodial work. There would be a modest stipend, flexible scheduling, opportunities to visit partner institutions. He set the letter down and unfolded the brochure. The concept art was rendered in soft, almost watercolor tones, with annotations in precise, small handwriting. In one panel, a gallery at night lay under low blue light, much like his own museum did during storms. Figures stood in uniforms near the edges of the scene, a woman with a mop, a man adjusting a thermostat, a guard walking his rounds. Their faces were not detailed yet, placeholders sketched in with simple lines, but their postures carried a strange familiarity. One drawing in particular held him. It showed a solitary figure in a security uniform, standing in front of a large glass case. One hand rested lightly against the glass, palms spread. The head was slightly bowed, as if listening for something inside. On the next page, the artist had refined the sketch further. The curve of the shoulders, the way the weight settled more on one leg than the other, the angle of the head. The body type was his, not in some generic way, but in details he recognized with a quiet, unnerving intimacy. The slight forward hunch from years of leaning over monitors, the narrowness at the wrists, the habit of resting the right foot a little back when tired, turning it outward just a fraction. Beneath the sketch, a caption read, Night Watcher, Study, Tribute to those who keep vigil over the stories of others. He turned the page. Another concept panel showed a multi-figure installation, a janitor kneeling to pick up a dropped brochure, a technician checking a control panel, a guard silhouetted by the glow of a security monitor. Annotations floated around them. Composite likeness from real workers' narratives. Subtle indications of fatigue, plus quiet pride. Incorporate audio fragments from interviews, their metaphors about time, silence, responsibility. Leo's eyes caught on that last note and stayed there. Audio fragments from interviews, metaphors about time, silence, responsibility. He heard again the phrases in the current audio guide that sounded like they had been lifted from Mara's voice, from his own late-night thoughts. The trust was not only interested in bodies, it was interested in how people spoke about their lives, the language that shaped their private experiences. Here, on glossy paper, the trust was offering him a way to be folded into that process, with his name on the envelope and gratitude in the salutation. Part of him felt traitorously flattered. The letter saw him. It acknowledged that he was not just a man walking the same corridors every night, invisible to most visitors. It called him a guardian, a witness, someone whose perspective mattered. After years of feeling like background noise in other people's days, there was a sting of sweetness in being singled out. Another part of him, quieter but sharper, felt something closer to fear. The trust knew who he was, not just his name, which was easy enough to find, but the outline of his habits. They had noticed his presence in their gallery. They had read his concern not as a warning to be heeded, but as raw material, another story to be acquired and curated. The brochure did not say, in so many words, that his posture in front of the glass had been observed, but the sketch of the guard's hand on the case made that suggestion without needing to spell it out. He imagined, for a fleeting, unsettling moment, how a future brochure might read. Inspired by true custodians of memory, Night Watchers honors those who stand between the world and its artifacts. These figures, constructed from composite data and lived narratives, represent the dignity of vigilance. Out in the world, another museum might someday display a figure in a security uniform, hand pressed to glass, head tilted in that familiar way. Visitors might listen to an audio guide that spoke softly about insomnia, about the weight of empty rooms, about the feeling of being responsible for things you do not own and cannot change. They might call it moving, haunting, profound. They would not know that the figure's shoulders echoed Leo's exactly, that the phrases in their ears had been extracted from his late-night interviews, trimmed of rawness, polished into something palatable, that the original man still walked his rounds somewhere, breathing and uncertain, while his curated counterpart lived a fixed, simplified version of his story under perfect lights. He read the letter again. The trust was careful. They offered choice. The words, "if you would consider," and "your participation would be entirely voluntary," appeared more than once. There was no overt pressure, no threat, only opportunity. Yet the invitation felt, to him, like a hand sliding gently but firmly around his wrist. He thought of Mara, of her chipped nail, replicated with such care. He thought of the antelope with its terror, caught in its eyes, of the condensation blooming from the inside of the case. The trust had a gift for turning people's last seconds, last gestures, last unguarded metaphors into art. Now it wanted to turn his resistance into a narrative gesture too. The strangest part was that some portion of him wanted to say yes, wanted to believe that by becoming involved, by seeing behind more doors, he might find a way to soften what was being done. That if he stepped closer to the heart of the machine, he might learn where to place his hands to slow it down. Another portion of him, older and more tired, whispered that this was how the collection grew, not only by capturing the vulnerable, but by seducing the witnesses, drawing them into the story until they were no longer standing outside it. He sat at his small kitchen table, the brochure open in front of him, the letter folded neatly at the top. Outside his window, the city's evening lights were beginning to spark on, windows glowing and fading at different heights. Somewhere, not so far away, a truck could have been carrying an Ashford crate to its next destination. Somewhere else, in a quiet office, someone might be sketching another guard's posture from grainy camera footage. Leo traced the outline of the sketched night watcher with one finger, careful not to smudge the ink. Was this a warning, he wondered, or an invitation? Or was it something more intricate? A way of doing both at once, of letting him know he was seen, while also offering him a position in the very structure that unnerved him. He folded the brochure back along its crease and slid both papers into the envelope again, as if returning the words to the mouth that had sent them. The cream-colored paper looked harmless enough on his table, a small rectangle among other objects. Yet the air around it felt subtly altered, like the space near a barely audible speaker, humming with a frequency just beyond hearing. For the rest of the night, as he moved through his apartment and then lay in bed staring at the ceiling, he could feel that invitation waiting on the table like a second presence, quiet and patient. He had not answered yet. He did not know how he would. But one fact settled in him with a slow, sobering weight. Wherever he chose to stand next, the trust had already curated him in its mind. The first time it happened, Leo told himself he had simply daydreamed too deeply. He was in the East Corridor, midway between the Natural History Wing and the stairwell, checking that the fire doors were latched. The night was ordinary. No storm, no power flickers, just the usual low breathing of the building. He remembered glancing at the small red glow of the exit sign and thinking absently about the letter from the Ashford Trust waiting at home. Then there was a blank, like someone had taken a soft cloth and wiped 15 minutes clean. When he came back to himself, he was standing in front of a display case he did not recall walking to. His hand rested lightly on the guardrail, his flashlight pointing at the floor. The clock on his radio told him it was 2:23 a.m. His last clear memory had been at 2:08. He blinked, straightened up, and did a quick mental inventory. There was no dizziness, no nausea. His heart was beating steadily, not racing. He felt normal, apart from the sense that a piece of the night had been folded away without his permission. He brushed it off at first as fatigue, long shifts, disrupted sleep, an accumulation of worry. The mind could wander so far sometimes that the body simply carried on, walking familiar paths on automatic, only calling awareness back when something demanded it. That had to be all it was. A week later, it happened again. This time the gap was shorter, 10 minutes maybe, but it left the same odd taste, like a dream that evaporates the moment you try to remember it. He found himself in front of the whale painting, staring at the curve of its painted tail, without knowing how he had come to stand there. He started checking his body more carefully after that. One morning, in the mirror of the staff bathroom, he noticed a small, neat puncture mark just behind his left ear. It sat in the soft skin, where hair met neck. A dot no larger than the head of a pin, with a faint ring of pale bruising around it. He touched it gently. It did not hurt. He did not remember bumping into anything. The spot was too precise to be an accident. Sleep deprivation, he thought again. Maybe he had scratched himself without noticing. Maybe it had been there for days, and he had overlooked it. The human body accumulated mysteries all the time. Still, as the week went on, more of those small blank spaces appeared in his nights. Not every shift, not even on any predictable schedule, just here and there, casting shadows in his memory. A 10-minute absence near closing, a 15-minute blur sometime after 3 in the morning. Each time, he returned to himself in front of some case or doorway, in a posture that suggested he had been standing still for a while. Around the same time, new equipment appeared in the museum. It came officially as an upgrade. Emails went out about enhanced security infrastructure and visitor flow analytics. Technicians arrived with carts of cables and small glossy devices. They moved through the building during daylight hours, installing and calibrating, their bright lanyards swinging as they climbed ladders and checked tablet screens. Additional cameras were mounted in corners where there had already been cameras, the new lenses smaller and more discreet. Slim black rectangles appeared near entrances and in gallery ceilings, their purpose described as environmental monitoring. Small, almost invisible dots were affixed above doorways for occupancy tracking. At the front desk, a new console was installed that could display heat maps of visitor movement, dwell times near exhibits, average loop patterns through the building. The curator spoke about it enthusiastically. "This will help us understand our audience better," he said. "We can see where they feel drawn to linger, where they move past too quickly. It will make the museum more responsive." On paper, it made sense. Modern institutions measured everything: attendance, engagement, the time someone spent reading a label versus taking a photo. Data was a way of telling stories about who came and why. At night, when the technicians had gone and the building belonged to Leo again, the new devices hummed quietly in the background. He could feel them more than see them. A tiny red indicator in the corner of a hallway, a barely perceptible glow from a sensor panel. The air held an extra layer of awareness, as if the museum itself had grown new, subtle nerves. The blackouts continued, thin slices of time missing from his rounds. Once, he snapped back to himself standing in front of an Ashford promotional poster in the staff corridor, his eyes fixed on the printed face of Erasmus Ashford, who smiled benignly back through his round glasses. Another time, he returned to awareness, leaning lightly against the glass of an empty case, like someone who had rested there for comfort. He noticed, after each gap, a faint tenderness near that tiny puncture behind his ear. When he looked more closely in the mirror, he thought he saw another dot, this one even smaller, as if a second, careful needle had brushed his skin and then withdrawn. He began to wonder if perhaps his body knew something his conscious mind did not. The realization that someone, or something, might be tracking more than visitor movement came not from a dramatic discovery, but from a small bureaucratic slip. In the security office, the computer they used to log incident reports and maintenance requests had a shared folder where documents were sometimes misplaced. One night, while searching for a file about a faulty fire detector, Leo clicked on the wrong name and opened a directory clearly meant for someone else. The title was innocuous: Sensor Calibration, Internal Use. He should have closed it at once, but curiosity held his hand steady on the mouse. Inside, there were subfolders labeled with dates and technical terms. One caught his eye: Biometric Streams, Test Render. His breath slowed as he clicked. The video that opened showed a gallery space he recognized, but not exactly as it currently existed. It was a digital model, rendered in precise lines and soft simulated light. Walls, cases, plinths, all built out of vectors and polygons. The ash green of the flooring was a little too smooth. The reflections on the glass were a little too clean. Yet it was his museum, reduced to numbers and light. In the center of the frame, a figure moved. It was a simplified model, not textured in full detail, but its proportions were unmistakable. The height, the way the shoulders rounded just slightly forward, the angle of the head as it turned to scan the room. The figure walked along the path he knew by feel, pausing at the same points he often paused, lingering slightly longer in front of where the Ashford installations had once stood. Lines of data scrolled along one side of the screen: heart rate, estimated based on chest movement; breathing rate, inferred from subtle shifts in posture; acceleration vectors tracing how weight transferred from foot to foot. The file name in the corner of the window bore a string of numbers and letters, but starting at the third character was a sequence he recognized: his employee ID. He watched as the 3D version of himself stopped in front of an invisible case, tilted its head, raised one arm to place a palm against the invisible glass. Even without a face, the body language was his. The small instinctive slump of someone leaning in, the careful, almost reverent way he lifted his hand. Audio was muted in the render, but a waveform at the bottom of the screen flickered in time with the model's movements. There were notes attached: peak emotional arousal, repeated behavior pattern, night cycle, integrate into Night Watcher's study set. The horror did not rush him. It arrived quietly, sliding under his skin like a slow cold. He had known, abstractly, that the new devices tracked bodies. That was their stated purpose: counting visitors, monitoring conditions, ensuring security. But seeing his own outline moving through a simulated gallery, reduced to vectors and numbers and labels, brought the truth into focus. He was more than a man on night shift. He had become material. The puncture behind his ear, once a harmless mystery, now looked different in the mirror. Those missing minutes, once attributed to fatigue, now felt like erasures made to accommodate some procedure he had not consented to. The letter on his kitchen table, inviting him to consult on night watchers, read now like the polite version of a process already underway. The collection, he realized, did not only gather bodies at the edge of death, it also gathered the living in subtler ways, learning their shapes, their roots, their metaphors. It was studying him. His heart rate when he stood near certain exhibits, the way his breathing changed when he thought he saw something impossible, the speed at which he walked away from and back toward the Ashford spaces. It was converting his quiet, unremarkable life into data points, textures it could lay over a model. A future figure in uniform with his posture and his pulse, standing under a chandelier or by a window, might one day be described as composite. Visitors would see a tribute to night guards everywhere. The trust would see a successful integration of biometric mapping and narrative design. Leo closed the file with a shaky exhale that did not entirely reach his lungs. The screen returned to the list of folders, innocuous once more. The hum of the office machines, the faint buzz of the fluorescent light, the ticking of the wall clock, all sounded as they always had. He sat very still in his chair, feeling the weight of his body in the cushions, the subtle thud of his heart against his ribs. Somewhere, behind the walls, the new sensors listened and measured, turning his stillness into more lines of numbers. On the monitors, the empty galleries glowed in shades of gray. His own image appeared occasionally on a feed, a real man in a real corridor. Between those two versions of himself, the one captured by cameras and the one walking calmly through a simulated gallery, something fragile trembled. It was the sense that his life, in all its smallness and sincerity, was being gently, expertly harvested, the way Ashford had always harvested the last second of other lives. He placed a hand against his own chest, feeling the rise and fall of breath, the steady beat beneath. In the quiet office, with the cursor blinking patiently on the screen, Leo understood that he was no longer simply a witness to the collection. He was being curated. It happened on a night when he was trying very hard not to think about the museum at all. Leo sat at his small kitchen table with his laptop open, the Ashford envelope pushed to one side like a guest no one had introduced properly. Outside, the city glowed in its usual soft, scattered way. Streetlights on the corner, a flicker of television blue from the apartment across the courtyard, the occasional sweep of headlights across his ceiling as a car passed below. He had promised himself an evening of distraction. No rereading letters, no replaying blackouts in his head, no imagining vectors and light, just a slow drift through the internet's quieter corners. Forums about old records, a message board where people posted photos of abandoned train stations, a discussion thread on night shift tips that made him feel less alone. Somewhere in the middle of that drifting, a post title caught his eye on a small museum subreddit he followed out of habit. Has anyone seen this new Ashford interactive thing? Wild but kinda beautiful. He hovered over the link for a moment, cursor poised, then clicked. The post contained a short embedded video recorded vertically on someone's phone. The caption below read, "New exhibit at the Riverside Gallery in Harrow. Screen-based Ashford installation, super eerie in person." The clip began with a shaky shot of a gallery he did not recognize. The floors were pale, the walls a soft gray, the lighting warmer than his own museum's. At the center, a large screen was mounted on a freestanding frame, surrounded by a thin ring of light. Visitors stood in front of it, silhouetted, some holding audio guides, others just watching. On the screen itself, a scene played on a loop, a digital hallway lined with glass cases. The image had the slightly too clean quality of a high-end rendering engine, surfaces a little too perfect, reflections a little too precise. Ambient sound, faint footsteps, distant hums, filtered through the phone's microphone. A small text panel at the bottom of the frame was visible for a moment as the person filming shifted. Night Watchers, Study Loop, the Ashford Collection. The camera steadied. The loop began again. A figure entered the frame from the left, walking slowly along the rendered corridor. Leo's hand tightened on the edge of the table. The figure wore a security uniform rendered in soft digital fabric, dark shirt and trousers, a key ring at the belt, a small radio clipped to the hip. The colors were muted, more suggestion than detail, but the body language was unmistakable. The gait had that particular rhythm he recognized from years of feeling his own joints move. The slight favoring of the right knee, the almost imperceptible roll of weight from heel to toe. The figure paused beside a glass case, one hand resting on the rail at waist height. The head turned just enough to suggest a tilted inspection. Then the free hand came up to tuck hair behind the ear in a quick, absent motion. Leo felt a hollow sensation open beneath his ribs, as if something had quietly removed the floor and replaced it with air. He watched the loop play again. The same slow walk, the same pause, the same tuck of hair behind the ear. It was a small gesture, but it was his small gesture. Years of brushing his hair back when it fell into his eyes had carved that movement into him. He had seen it reflected in hallway windows, in the faint sheen of glass cases, in the corners of security monitors. Here it was, cleaned up, smooth, rendered, a ghost of a habit moving through a space that looked very much like his own museum's corridors, but not quite. The proportions were slightly altered, the cases different. The whole thing felt like a dream of a place he knew. Text flashed briefly across the screen within the video, part of the installation's own interface. Composite night guard, derived from real motion capture and biometric mapping. The phone camera wobbled, refocused. In the comments below the post, someone had written, apparently they used real security staff as refs. Kinda sweet tribute NGL. He watched the clip 3 more times, eyes tracking every shift in posture, every angle of the turning head. The loop lasted perhaps 15 seconds. In that short span, he saw his own accumulated nights distilled into a single, endlessly repeating journey. Walk, pause, look, touch, adjust hair, move on. They had been recording him for months, not only with the ordinary cameras aimed at doorways and cases, but with the new, more intimate devices, the sensors that tracked how his chest moved, how his heart rate changed when he lingered in front of certain exhibits, how many times he ran his hand along a particular rail. They had fed that data into whatever systems the Ashford Trust owned, into software designed to translate flesh and habit into vectors and animation curves. The result was now flickering in a gallery in another city, a digital mannequin walking eternally through glass corridors for strangers to watch and feel moved by. He did not need to read the comments to imagine what people were saying. Love how they honor the night crews. Feels like watching someone in their natural habitat, LOL. The guard loop is weirdly comforting. He scrolled down anyway. One comment stood out, written by someone who had gone to the exhibit in person. "The wild thing is," it read, "you get this feeling that the guard is aware of you watching. Like IDK, it is probably just the animation, but it is like you are haunting him while he is haunting the museum." Leo closed his eyes for a moment, the laptop's glow painting his eyelids red. He tried to slow his breathing, counting in and out. The sound of his own pulse in his ears overlapped briefly with the faint recorded footsteps from the clip, looping in his memory. They did not even need his body yet. That thought arrived with a strange clarity. The core of the Ashford horror, as he had first understood it, lay in temporal suspension, in the idea of bodies preserved at the edge of death, awareness pinned under their own unmoving skin. But here, in this quiet, more modern horror, his body was incidental. They had already extracted what they needed: his patterns, his pacing, the way insomnia had taught him to walk lines slowly and efficiently, the way years of silent watching had shaped his posture into something attentive without being aggressive. His presence in the museum, the nights of moving through corridors, counting breaths, murmuring apologies to figures who could not answer, had been observed, measured, and curated. On the screen in Harrow, the looped guard was both him and not him. A composite, the label said, as if blending multiple sources absolved it of being anchored in any single life. But he knew his own gait, the way people know their own handwriting. It did not matter how many other guards' data they added. The shape of his solitude was in there. He was both alive and archived. Leo sat back from the table and let his hands fall into his lap. The room around him felt suddenly smaller, as if his walls had shifted closer while he was not looking. The envelope from the trust lay at the edge of his vision, its cream surface catching a bit of light. The brochure inside spoke of night watchers as a future project, something still in development, something he might help shape. On some level, the project had already begun. He was already part of the collection in a form that required no consent form, no legal reclassification, no body on a slab. His restless walking, his quiet checking of locks, his leaning moments against glass had become part of the Ashford experience, flattened and looped for others to consume at a comfortable distance. He replayed the video once more, this time with the sound off. The little guard on the screen walked his endless path, head turned slightly toward the cases, hand resting on the rail. There was no storm in that hallway, no condensation on glass, no impossible bruises, just the soft, smooth motion of a man doing his job forever, never tiring, never aging, never stepping out of frame. A tired sort of numbness settled over him, heavy, but not entirely empty. The horror was there, yes, in the violation and the appropriation, in the way his life had been turned inside out and spread thin across pixels without his knowledge. But woven through it, unavoidably, was another feeling, a dim, strange grief for the version of himself on that screen, condemned to a kind of perfect purpose he would never achieve in the messy world. He closed the laptop. The room darkened. The only light now came from the street and the faint red blink of his alarm clock. He sat for a long time in that dimness, listening to the distant city sounds, the plumbing in the wall, the soft ticking of something cooling in the kitchen. Somewhere, miles away, in a museum whose halls he had never walked, people were standing in front of his quiet rendered double, feeling something they might call connection. Somewhere, in yet another office, a progress report about night watchers might be noting increased visitor engagement metrics. Here, in his small apartment, Leo sat with the knowledge that half of him was already on display. The only thing that remained entirely his was his next choice. How much of the rest of him he would allow to be curated, and how much he could still keep off-screen. Leo woke one morning with the rare sensation of having slept all the way through the night. No jagged awakenings, no half-remembered corridors in his dreams. Just a long, uninterrupted stretch of dark that released him slowly into a pale, quiet dawn. He lay for a while on his back, watching the thin line of light creep along the ceiling, and realized that something inside him had finally stopped trying to push against a wall that would not move. The Ashford Trust was too clean, too spread out, too loved. Their paperwork was in order. Their exhibits traveled in insured crates, welcomed by press releases and opening speeches. Visitors cried softly in front of their figures and called it healing. No detective would kick down the door of a gallery because a tired night guard said he had seen condensation bloom once on the wrong side of glass. He could not dismantle the trust. He could not prove that temporal suspension had slipped past the edge of what was humane. He could not retrieve Mara from a crate in a city he might never visit, or bring the violinist down from her frozen bow. The system that held them was not built out of chains and locks. It was built out of admiration, prestige, and carefully drafted consent forms. Accepting that fact did not feel like defeat so much as a kind of bitter clarity. The fight he had been waging in his head, imagined press conferences, courtroom revelations, dramatic exposés, had been another sort of fantasy, a counter-myth to balance the one the Trust had written, trust. Letting it go left him lighter and strangely sad. If he could not win by tearing anything down, he would have to live differently, inside what remained. The museum looked the same that evening when he arrived. The lobby's lamps cast their familiar honey-colored pools on the floor. Children's fingerprints smudged the lower portions of the glass doors. Posters for upcoming exhibits fluttered faintly when someone opened the entrance, letting in a draft of cool air and city noise. The Ashford pieces were gone now, sent away in their sealed boxes, scattered like seeds across distant institutions. In their absence, the older, less remarkable parts of the collection had shifted quietly back into focus. The natural history wing, with its modest foxes and owls. The room of faded oil portraits, whose subjects no one wrote articles about anymore. A case of chipped ceramics, with labels so old the edges had curled. Leo walked his first round more slowly than usual, not because he was more tired, but because he was looking at everything with an attention that felt new and deliberate. The fox in its case, tail too stiff, fur a little patchy along the flank, met his gaze with simple, glassy eyes. Once, he had seen these mounts as harmlessly dead things, background texture. Now, against the memory of Ashford's almost living figures, their blunt honesty felt like a relief. He stopped in front of the fox and rested his hand lightly on the rail. "You look like you had a good run," he said under his breath. The words were small, barely more than vibrations in the air, but they anchored him. He imagined the animal as it had been before some taxidermist, many decades ago, had emptied it and rearranged its skin. A blur of motion in brush, the sudden thump of paws on earth, a nose full of scent. Whatever it had been, it had ended cleanly. No one had turned its last second into a performance. In the days that followed, he began to build small rituals like that. Not out of superstition, but out of stubbornness. If the world insisted on treating lives as content, he would insist just as stubbornly on treating content as lives that had once been. He brought flowers one night, nothing elaborate, just a cheap bundle from the corner shop, half-open daisies, a few stalks of something green that smelled faintly of soil. After checking there were no prohibitions in the guidelines about personal objects, he placed a single daisy on the base of the oldest exhibit in the building, a cracked marble bust whose nose had been chipped off long before the museum acquired it. "There you go," he murmured, "for putting up with being stared at this long." He left another flower, delicate and slightly drooping, in front of the case of mismatched teacups that had survived 3 different relocations. The label spoke in dry, curatorial language about household ceramics from a merchant family. Leo spoke softly to them about hands that had held them, morning conversations that had gathered around their rims, arguments that had paused while someone refilled them. At closing, when the last visitors left and the doors locked, he began to whisper goodnights as he walked, not only to the exhibits, but to the architecture itself, to the staircase that had carried so many footsteps, to the bench where teenagers sprawled pretending to be bored, to the quiet corner where an older woman sometimes sat for an hour without reading the labels, just breathing. "Good night, you stubborn old painting," he would say, passing a landscape whose colors had faded into a cluster of gentle browns and greens. "Good night, tired owl. Good night, squeaky floorboard in the east corridor." He knew the building could not hear him. He knew the objects were wood and canvas and bone. That was not the point. The point was to refuse the distance the trust's language had tried to impose, to push back against the idea of post-biological subjects and composite assets by speaking as if everything around him had once belonged to someone who could be missed. His resistance extended, quietly, to the living too. He began to stay a little longer in the lobby before the last shift staff went home, watching the late visitors with more intention. There was the same mix as always, couples lingering after dinner, parents hurrying children toward the coat rack, tourists checking their maps. But now he paid special attention to the ones who moved alone. An older man came regularly on Tuesday afternoons, tracing the same slow route through the photography wing. He always stopped in front of a particular black and white street scene from the 1950s, hands folded neatly behind his back. One evening, as the galleries emptied, Leo found himself walking past at the same time. "It is a good one," he said gently, nodding toward the photograph. The man glanced over, surprised, then smiled. "My street," he said. "Or it used to be. That shop there was my uncle's." They spoke for 5 minutes, no more, about how the city had changed, about how the smell of bread from that old bakery carried further than any modern cafes. The man left with his shoulders a little less hunched. Leo returned to his round feeling, as though he had quietly rearranged the museum's relationship to at least one person. No longer a place that displayed anonymous images to anonymous visitors, but a place where someone's uncle's shop still existed in a small, stubborn way. Teenagers began to appear more clearly, too. A pair of them, headphones in, sat often on the bench beneath the whale painting, pretending to scroll their phones while occasionally glancing up at the painted animal. One night, when the building was nearly empty, Leo paused nearby. "He has been up there since before I was born," he said. "I think he appreciates the company." One of them snorted a laugh, startled, then grinned. "He looks tired," she replied. "Long swim," Leo said. "Also, the artist never got paid properly, so you are looking at one disgruntled whale." They laughed at that, real laughter that bounced off the high ceiling. It was a small moment. No life-changing revelation, no deep confession. But it nudged the bench, the painting, the teenagers themselves into a slightly different category in his mind, not as demographics on a report or bodies on a heat map, but as people sharing a brief, odd joke in front of something old. He started keeping a small stash of spare brochures and pencils in his pocket, handing them out quietly when he saw someone lingering by an empty information desk, looking unsure. He learned the names of the regular cleaners and asked them about their families. He greeted the cafe worker on early closings with a nod that meant more than just key holder passing through. Little stitches here and there, pulling a frayed sense of community a bit tighter. None of this changed the fact that somewhere, in other cities, Ashford's figures stood under curated light, awareness possibly caught at the edge of nothing. None of it erased the digital guard walking his endless loop on a screen labeled Night Watchers. The country of glass that the trust was slowly building, cases, screens, narratives, and now people, still stretched beyond his reach. But in the small country he could touch, the floors he swept with his eyes every night, the objects he checked, the people who passed through, Leo chose to behave as if being human were still a resistant act. When he walked past the spot where Mara's double had once stood, now occupied by a modest display of local history, he stopped for a heartbeat longer than necessary. "I remember you," he said, not to the objects in front of him, but to the absence they covered. "You were here. You were more than glass." The words did not make the air shimmer. They did not summon any impossible condensation. They simply joined the quiet, a new layer of sound in the museum's long, layered hush. That was enough. He could not topple the structures that had turned Mara, the violinist, the antelope, and now a part of himself, into curated moments. But he could refuse, in 100 small ways, to live as if that was all that existed. The last Ashford exhibit arrived with less ceremony than the first, as if the trust itself knew that grand gestures were no longer necessary. It came in slim crates instead of tall ones. No mannequins on dollies, no carefully posed bodies beneath sheets. Just boxes of screens, small projectors, neat coils of cable, and cases filled with sleek headsets. The marketing materials called it a study in motion and memory, a compact companion show designed to travel lightly. To most people, it would look like an elegant epilogue to the spectacle that had already passed through. For Leo, it felt like a quiet return of something that had never really left. The museum set up the mini exhibit in a smaller gallery this time, a space usually reserved for local artists or school projects. The walls were painted a soft gray. Screens were mounted at varying heights, some horizontal, some vertical, like windows in a building that had been designed by a patient dream. Speakers embedded in the ceiling whispered faint loops of sound, footsteps on polished floors, the faint clink of glass, a violin note that never quite resolved. There were no full figures in the room, no cases, no life-sized scenes. Instead, the exhibit focused on fragments. On one screen, a woman turned her head slowly from left to right, hair catching the light in a perpetual half-motion. On another, a pair of hands adjusted the cuff of a sleeve again and again, fingers worrying at a button that would never be fastened. A child's arm, elbow to fingertips, reached up toward an unseen adult, stopping at the same point every time, suspended before contact. The labels were brief. Gesture number 14, turning away. Gesture number 3, checking the time. Gesture number 1, reaching upward. Each was accompanied by a line about capturing the essence of human movement at its most meaningful thresholds. During the day, visitors drifted through, some staying longer than others. Teenagers mimicked the loops with a kind of affectionate irony. Older visitors watched in silence, perhaps thinking of their own hands doing similar things in kitchens or on train platforms years ago. The audio guides once again offered soft commentary about the beauty of incomplete motion and the tenderness of interrupted habits. On the last evening of the exhibit's run, when the signs were already prepared to announce a new, unrelated show the following week, Leo did his rounds the way he always did. He checked the locks. He glanced at the monitors. He passed through the galleries in their usual sequence. The world outside the windows was a blue-gray wash of late night. The river, a dark ribbon edged with scattered lights. At the end of his circuit, instead of returning to the guard office, he turned toward the Ashford room one more time. The gallery greeted him with its softer darkness. The ceiling lights dimmed to their night setting, leaving the screens as the brightest objects in the space. They glowed quietly along the walls, each a small, contained storm of movement. Faces turned and turned, hands lifted and lowered, shoulders rose and fell in endless, near sighs. Leo stood in the doorway for a while, letting his eyes adjust. The hum of electronics was just audible beneath the building's larger breathing. He could see the shapes on the screens clearly enough now to recognize the rhythms of how people stood, shifted, waited. It was like watching the shadows on the bottom of a pool, distorted by the medium, but still unmistakably human. Near the center of the far wall, a larger screen showed a loop labeled simply Night Watcher, Composite. It displayed a corridor very much like his own museum's, filtered through the same rendering engine he had seen in the test files. The floor reflected a soft sheen. Glass cases lined one side, their contents blurred into suggestion. A guard walked into view from the left, pacing slowly along the length of the corridor. The uniform was generic enough to stand in for any institution. The posture was not. Leo knew, before the figure had taken 3 steps, that it was based on him. The slight forward tilt of the head, the way the shoulders accepted their own weight rather than resisting it, the small habitual tuck of the hand at the belt before reaching out to touch the rail. The loop ran for 10 seconds, then started again. Walk, pause, hand on rail, head turned slightly toward the suggestion of glass. The text on the wall beside it read, "In honor of those who keep watch over our shared stories, long after visitors have gone home. These composite figures are built from data gathered with full awareness and respect, embodying the quiet dedication of night staff around the world." Leo stepped closer. The screen's light painted faint shadows along his cheeks and the bridge of his nose. He watched the loop once, twice, 3 times. Each repetition smoothed some of the sharpness of recognition, leaving behind a deeper, more complicated ache. He could, in that moment, have imagined other endings. A version of himself might have picked up a stool and hurled it through the screen, or unplugged every cable, pulled every plug from every socket, left the room dark and silent in the most literal way. Instead, he walked forward until he was standing directly in front of the display, close enough that the edges of the frame disappeared from his peripheral vision. The screen filled his field of sight, the rendered corridor stretching away, then looping back in on itself. Then he took one more step, until his own reflection, faint but present, joined the image. From this position, anyone looking in from the doorway would see only his back, a real guard in a real uniform, blocking the digital one. On the screen behind him, the loop continued, but wherever the guard's figure would have appeared, Leo's body obscured it. His shoulders covered the animated shoulders. His head eclipsed the rendered head. His hand, when he lifted it, rested against the actual air in front of the screen, warmer than the pixels that tried to shine through. He closed his eyes. He could feel the slight warmth of the display on his skin, the gentle buzz of electronics beneath the surface. The room around him held its breath. The museum's distant sounds, an elevator settling, a heater ticking softly as it cycled, faded to a low murmur. Leo drew in a slow breath, deeper than he usually allowed himself on rounds. He let it expand his chest fully, ribs stretching against the fabric of his shirt. Then he exhaled, not in a whisper, but in a steady, audible stream. In the quiet of the after-hours gallery, that sound, the simple movement of air in and out of lungs, felt almost indecently loud. He repeated it. Inhale, count 4. Exhale, count 6. Each breath was a reminder that his body ran on rhythms no loop could capture completely, that his heart beat at a pace that changed with each thought, each memory. He found himself imagining, not with the desperate hope of someone begging for a miracle, but with the gentle focus of someone sending a message into deep water. That breath, traveling farther than the walls. He pictured Mara, wherever she now stood, encased in glass in some other city, forever angled toward a window only she could see. He pictured the violinist, hand raised beneath a chandelier, unaware of how many museums she had been carried through. The waiter mid-step, the wolf with its shifting eyes, the antelope frozen mid-flight, all the creatures and people caught in Ashford's narrow corridor, between living and gone. He did not imagine them waking up. That would have felt cruel, like wishing for panic in a body that could not move. Instead, he imagined the faintest flicker of awareness stirring at the edge of their long suspended moment. Not enough to suffer in full, but enough to know dimly that somewhere, someone was thinking of them as more than art. I remember you, he said silently, moving the words with his tongue, but not giving them voice. You are not just gestures. You were days and nights and bad jokes and tired mornings. You were whole. He did not promise to save them. He had learned the limits of promises that big. What he offered instead was something smaller, and in its own way, more enduring. The intention to tell their story honestly, when he could. To resist the temptation to smudge their experience into a simple metaphor, to carry their names, or at least their shapes, in a mind that refused to call them merely beautiful. He breathed again, steady and deep, letting each inhalation and exhalation mark a contrast. Here, a real body taking in oxygen, exchanging it, alive in a way that could not be looped without loss. There, behind his closed eyelids, a cleaned version of his movements repeating, without breath. For a moment, the distinction mattered more than anything else. When he finally opened his eyes, he did not step back right away. The screen's light wrapped around him, outlining him in reverse. He could see, indirectly, his own shadow on the opposite wall. In the corner of the display, a small indicator showed that 12 seconds had elapsed. The loop had continued on schedule behind his back. The digital guard had walked his path again and again, unseen. Leo allowed himself a small, almost private smile. I am still here, he thought. You can copy my walk, you can map my pulse, but as long as I am breathing, you do not own the part of me that chooses. He stepped aside then, letting the light fall unobstructed. On the screen, the corridor glowed. The composite guard made his slow, eternal journey past the glass. Somewhere, in another wing, the museum's cleaning crew began their rounds, mops and carts and soft conversations, moving gently through the building. Leo took one last look around the room, eyes tracing each fragment. The turning head, the reaching hand, the shoulder rising in the start of a shrug that never finished. He inclined his head to them, a small bow of acknowledgement. Good night, he said quietly, this time aloud. Then he switched off the gallery lights, leaving only the emergency exit signs and the faint afterimage of the screens on his retinas. The room fell into a more honest darkness. The loops continued behind their black surfaces, waiting for morning. Out in the corridor, walking back toward the guard office, Leo's steps were unremarkable. The sound of a man on his way to check cameras and fill out logs. But each breath he took, each blink, each small decision to pause or move on, belonged wholly to him. And in that simple, stubborn ownership, there was a gentle kind of resistance that no contract, no data stream, no country of glass could fully absorb. Months passed, and then a year, in the way that quiet time tends to go, without milestones, without fanfare, marked mostly by the slow reshuffling of habits. The big Riverside Museum moved on. It hosted a blockbuster exhibit about ancient cities. It commissioned a sound installation in the atrium that made visitors look up in surprise. In brochures and annual reports, the Ashford Collection became a proud line in a list of past triumphs, a cluster of glossy photos on a page titled Highlights of Recent Seasons. The Ashford pieces themselves were elsewhere now, folded into other institutions. A violinist under different lights, a young woman in a dark dress by a new window, a waiter mid-step in a museum cafe half a country away. Each one had acquired a new label, a new context, a new set of visitors who came and went, whispered, and left fingerprints on nearby rails. Leo no longer worked there. The move had been gentle, almost anticlimactic, a scheduled reduction in staff hours, an offer from a smaller community museum on the other side of town, a handshake that contained more genuine regret than he had expected. He packed his things into a cardboard box that had once held archival sleeves and walked out through the staff entrance one evening, feeling the building settle behind him, like a tide he had finally stepped clear of. The new museum was modest, a converted brick warehouse tucked behind a library, its sign small but carefully painted. Inside, the exhibits were simpler: local history, school projects, borrowed collections of handmade quilts, a rotating wall of paintings from amateur artists in the neighborhood. The floors creaked honestly. The lighting was kind, but not dramatic. No one talked about temporal suspension. No one spoke in hushed tones about donors becoming post-biological subjects. Leo's nights became quieter in a different way. Fewer cameras, fewer visitors, more time spent sitting at the front desk, listening to the building expand and contract with temperature changes. He still did his rounds, still checked locks and alarms, still greeted each object in his head as if it had once been alive, because that habit was now woven into him as surely as the way he walked. The insomnia did not vanish completely, but it softened. On some nights, when he came home as the sky was beginning to pale, he made tea and sat at his kitchen table, the room washed in the blue of early morning. Instead of staring at the ceiling, he opened his laptop. The channel began as a file name: Night Museum Story One Love. He recorded the first one with the same voice he used when talking to nervous visitors or overheated children. Slow, careful, trying not to startle. He did not name any institutions. He changed details. He blurred timelines. The story he told was not about the Ashford Collection directly. It was about a traveling exhibit that was just a little too real, about a guard who noticed something strange in the way glass held breath. It was a ghost story for people who already suspected the world itself was haunting them. He talked, in that first recording, about how it feels to walk alone through galleries at night, about the sound of shoes on echoing floors, the way paintings seemed to lean closer in the half-light. He mentioned a figure that might have been a mannequin, or might not. He did not say anything that a lawyer could object to. He did not say anything a listener could easily forget. He uploaded the audio over a static image of a dim hallway and titled the channel Something vague. Sleepy museum stories. The description was simple. Soft-spoken tales about strange exhibits, quiet horror, and the small lives that move around them. For people who cannot sleep. He expected the file to sink into the vastness of the internet and vanish there. Instead, slowly, like dust drawing together in a shaft of light, people found it. A librarian on the night shift somewhere wrote in the comments that she had always felt uneasy, walking between shelves after closing, and that hearing someone speak calmly about museum corridors made her feel less strange. A college student said the story helped him fall asleep before an exam, because it made the dark feel like a place someone had already mapped. Someone else wrote simply, "Thank you. I thought I was the only one who imagined the exhibits watching back." Leo kept the channel small on purpose. He did not promote it. He did not link it to any of his real accounts. He used a neutral avatar, a grainy photo of a staircase that could have been anywhere. He recorded more stories, one about an old carousel horse in storage that seemed to hum when the lights went out, one about a diorama of a forest that a child swore changed between visits, one about a portrait whose subject had been catalogued incorrectly, and how being misnamed felt like a haunting of its own. Between the details, he slipped in gentler truths. "Maybe," he would say, voice low and steady, "the fear is not of ghosts at all. Maybe it is the fear of being arranged, of being looked at without anyone asking who you were before you were framed." He described institutional dread without using the term. He talked about systems that turned people into roles, into assets, into numbers on a spreadsheet. He spoke softly about the feeling of being used, invisible, interchangeable. Then he folded those thoughts back into images of quiet galleries and polished floors, so that the weight of them could be carried more easily. People wrote back in the comments with small pieces of their own lives. Nurses on overnight wards, hotel desk clerks, factory workers on rotating shifts, students who studied when everyone else was asleep. They spoke of supervisors who forgot their names, of policies that made them feel like parts. They spoke of standing alone in lit rooms while the rest of the world existed only as a dark window. "Your stories make me feel seen," one wrote. "Even when you are talking about paintings, I hear myself. I listen to these to sleep," another said. "Not because they are boring, but because they are honest in a way that lets my brain trust the dark." Leo read every comment, sometimes twice. He answered few, but he adjusted his stories as he went, leaving more space for silence, for breathing. He did not rush to the strange parts. He let the mundane details stretch out. The smell of floor wax, the buzz of exit signs, the feel of keys in a hand. The horror became a soft echo rather than a blow. It was still there, but it no longer had the last word. The Ashford exhibits continued their quiet careers elsewhere. Articles appeared occasionally about their expanding national reach. Photos surfaced on museum feeds. A hand reaching up, a musician mid-bow, a guard silhouette on a glowing screen. For most people, they were nothing more or less than astonishing art. The channel grew slowly. A few thousand subscribers, then a few more. Nothing that would catch the interest of anyone searching for trends. Only enough to form a small, dim constellation of listeners who tuned in at odd hours, headphones on, eyes closed. Somewhere far away, in a museum that Leo had never visited, another night guard sat at a desk that looked out over a wing of glass cases. The building was grander than his current one had ever been. High ceilings, marble floors that his footsteps made ring. The lights were dimmed for the night, leaving the exhibits bathed in a low artificial twilight. In one of the cases, under careful spotlights, stood a figure from the Ashford collection. A woman in an evening dress, hand lifted slightly, as if about to wave or reach. Her eyes were focused on a point beyond the glass, or perhaps on nothing at all. The label beneath her used all the familiar phrases: mixed media, composite, immersive representation. The guard, an older man with tired eyes and a thermos of tea, scrolled absent-mindedly through his phone during a lull in his rounds. An algorithm, or perhaps a recommendation from some forgotten comment thread, suggested a video. Story: The Man Who Talked to Mannequins. Sleep safe. Curious, he tapped it and set the phone on the desk, screen down. A soft voice filled the air around him, threading itself through the humming of the emergency lights. The story was about a guard who made a habit of saying goodnight to every exhibit, who refused to call them content, who imagined that somewhere, beneath all the labels and insurance forms, there was still a person or a creature that deserved to be acknowledged. The voice did not name any names. It did not mention the Ashford collection. It spoke only of dignity, of being seen, of the quiet rebellion of treating every framed thing as a life rather than a product. The guard listened as he sipped his tea, eyes flicking now and then to the monitors. The voice was calm, steady, the kind that smoothed the edges of an anxious mind. It made him think of his own habits, the way he sometimes patted the rail in front of the oldest sculpture, the way he felt a little better after nodding to the war memorial in the main hall before going home. Across the room, behind glass, the woman in the evening dress stood unmoving. Her chest did not rise. Her hand did not lower. Her eyes did not track the guard or the small flicker of light from his phone. Yet in the space inside her preserved body, in that narrow corridor, where temporal suspension held matter and something thinner than thought together, there was a shift so small that no instrument had ever been designed to measure it. The story's words brushed against that sliver of awareness, like a current of slightly warmer water. Not enough to wake, not enough to fully form understanding, but enough to create a brief, delicate change in pressure. On the inside of the glass, for just a moment, an oval of condensation bloomed and faded. It was so faint that the guard, glancing up at that exact second, might have missed it or taken it for a trick of the light. But it happened. A tiny breath, drawn and released into a space that had not known breath for a long time. The soft voice from the phone continued. "Maybe you are walking tonight through a building full of things that cannot move," it said. "Maybe you have felt once or twice like one of them. Remember this, if nothing else. You are more than how you are displayed. You are more than the role someone has written down for you. You are a story still moving, even when no one is looking." The guard exhaled, a long, slow breath that left his shoulders a little lower. Somewhere in a small apartment in another city, Leo sat at his own table, watching a new upload bar creep toward completion. Comments from strangers around the world flickered at the edge of his screen, small proof that his quiet voice had reached beyond his own walls. The world had not been fixed. The Ashford collection still existed, spread across a country that admired it. Behind glass, in beautifully lit rooms, gestures continued their endless half-motions. The institutions that turned lives into displays remained intact, humming along with their metrics and their curated narratives. Yet in the spaces around and inside those structures, something else moved too. Soft stories that named the fear without feeding it. People who talked back to the dark with kindness. breaths drawn deliberately in front of screens that tried to smooth everything into loops. In that gentle, ongoing exchange, horror did not vanish. It changed shape. It became a mirror instead of a wall, a place where listeners heard their own anxieties, reflected and felt less alone. A place where even those caught behind glass might, in some thin, distant way, feel the warmth of being remembered. Somewhere between his small museum, the distant grand galleries, and the headphones of insomniacs curled on couches around the world, a line settled quietly into the night, waiting to be heard by anyone who needed it. In a world that loves to turn lives into displays, the softest rebellion is to keep seeing every stranger as a story still moving, not a moment waiting to be framed.